Hello everyone, my name is Zach. Welcome to another live stream, or not really a live stream, but really our first bonus video of Assassin's Creed Origins, where we're going to be going over the Discovery Tour. Now, the Discovery Tour, oh, give me 1 second actually, because I was just playing a game with one of my friends. I need to just fix the audio on my headset. The Discovery Tour has 3 achievements tied to it, and it is complete 1 tour, complete all tours in the daily life category, complete tours with at least 5 different characters, and that's it. So, according to Google, a Discovery Tour takes about 6 hours to unlock. I don't know if I already did this, so we're just gonna reset the Discovery Tour, and it's gonna get started. It's gonna be me reading every single entry in the game, as well as providing some reaction and content to it. With content curated by Egyptologists and hundreds of images sourced from museums and libraries around the world, we hope to share you with the passion that inhabited us for the 4 years it took to develop Assassin's Creed Origins.
Welcome to Discovery Tour by Assassin's Creed, Ancient Egypt.
Guided tours will take you through majestic landmarks and acquaint you with the ancient Egyptians and their culture. Enjoy the vast panoramas of this beautiful country through the eyes of your eagle, or use an avatar to climb to the very top of the Great Pyramid. Navigate a boat along the banks of the River Nile, or ride a horse across deserts and lush fertile lands. And when a view truly captures your fascination, take a picture using the photo mode and share it with your friends. We hope you enjoy this experience. Alexandria, planning of the city. You learned about the design and layout of the city of Alexandria.
Welcome to Alexandria, planning of the city. Alexander's plan to build his great city began with a verse from Homer's Odyssey. There is, in front of Egypt, in the sea with many swells, an island called Pharos. Guided by these clues, Alexander the Great founded his future city at the western end of the Nile Delta.
Okay, Battle of Issus between Alexander and Darius III. More info. Alexander's plan to build his great city began with a verse from Homer's Odyssey. There is, in front of Egypt, in the sea with many swells, an island called Pharos. Guided by these clues, Alexander the Great founded his future city at the western end of the Nile Delta. So, I don't know how... Oh, wow. Okay, well, there's a lot to do here. Just take a look at the map. So, I am actually only going to be doing, we're going to be doing 3, things. We're probably going to be doing the first 3 categories, actually. And then we will take a break and I'll record the last 2 sections later.
Though Alexander considered this location ideal for his great city, it presented considerable challenges. Too difficult to access during storms, the surrounding swamps threatened disease, and the limestone soil prevented the growth of healthy crops. However, due to the influence of his mentor Aristotle, Alexander the Great recognized that the true value was its strategic emplacement.
Delta.
Alexander knew
Oh,
that in
that's
controlling
done.
Pelusium to the east, Memphis to the south, and his crowning glory Alexandria to the west, he would create a triangular stronghold, allowing him to control the entire delta while giving him access to the Mediterranean.
Though Alexander she wanted me to go ahead and close that. Delta of the Nile, Egypt, and the site of Alexandria, 2004. Though Alexander considered this location ideal for his great city, it presented considerable challenges. Too difficult to access during storms, the surrounding swamps threatened disease, and the limestone soil prevented the growth of healthy crops. However, due to the influence of his mentor Aristotle, Alexander the Great recognized that the true value was in its strategic placement. Alexander knew that in controlling Pelusium to the east, Memphis to the south, and his crowning glory, Alexandria to the west, he will create a triangular stronghold, allowing him to control the entire delta while giving him access to the Mediterranean.
The Great Walls of Alexandria had a humble beginning. Lacking chalk to outline the future city's foundations, architects were forced to use flour instead. Clouds of migrating birds swept down and ate the flour, erasing the plans. This prompted Alexander to seek guidance from the oracles, who reassured him that his future city was destined to feed a large population.
Papyrus Marsh. The Great Walls of Alexandria had a humble beginning. Lacking chalk to outline the future city's foundations, architects were forced to use flour instead. Clouds of migrating birds swept down and ate the flour, erasing the plans. This prompted Alexander to seek guidance from the oracles, who reassured him that his future city was destined to feed a large population.
Excavations led by Mahmud Bey al-Falaki in the 19th century revealed that the wall enclosure measured approximately 5.2 kilometers in length and 2.2 kilometers in width. It was roughly 9 meters in height.
Excavation led by Mahmud Bey al-Falaki in the 19th century revealed that the wall enclosure measured approximately 5.2 kilometers in length and 2.2 kilometers in width. It was roughly 9 meters in height. View of the obelisk of the Tutmosis III seen from the walls of Alexandria, 8th century.
These formidable ancient walls would resist a number of attacks, including fending off the king of Syria in 169 BCE. It wasn't until 295 CE that they eventually fell to Roman Emperor Diocletian, and this only after 8 months of relentless assault.
Description of Egypt, view of Alexandria and the Roman Tower. These, by the way, there's a thunderstorm going on right now, so if you hear like a rumbling sound, that's probably thunder. Really do apologize for that. I actually decided to kind of record this in 2 parts. Because, number one, because I don't think I'm going to be able to do all this in one session. And number two, it's actually been said that Xfinity, the company that provides my internet and cable for my household, is actually planning on doing servicing our network sometime this week. I don't know when they're going to do it, so I might as well just try to get as much done as I can before they cut off the internet. These formidable ancient walls would resist a number of attacks, including fending off the king of Syria in 169 BCE. Another thunder. It wasn't until 295 CE that they eventually fell to Roman Emperor Diocletian. And it's only after 8 months of relentless assault.
Oh, here.
Alexandria's principal architect Dinocrates, chose a Hippodamian grid plan. The grid maximized functionality, with wide, straight roads and canals running beneath them. Alexander recognized the military value of the city's design. The wide, parallel streets gave him optimal surveillance of the city, while allowing the unobstructed flow of troops.
Thunder is so loud. Alexandria Center, 2016. Alexandria's principal architect, Dinocrates, chose a Hippodamian grid plan. The grid maximized functionality with wide straight roads and canals running beneath them. Alexander recognized the military value of the city's design. The wide parallel streets gave him optimal surveillance of the city while allowing the unobstructed flow of troops.
A central corridor ran from the Mediterranean's north port down to Lake Mareotis to the south. This thoroughfare acted as an unobstructed link for commercial trade and travel between the two ports. Many of the streets were bordered with grand buildings and parks, including Canopic Street, with its impressive gate bordering the eastern end.
Overview of Alexandria. A central corridor ran from the Mediterranean's north port down to Lake Mareotis to the south. Another bit of thunder. This thoroughfare acted as an unobstructed link for commercial trade and travel between the two ports. Many of the streets are bordered with grand buildings and parks, including Canopic Street, with its impressive gate bordering the eastern end. I was curious, I'm drinking coffee right now, and it's probably a mistake because I'm generating lots of saliva right now from drinking it. Kind of slurring my words a bit.
Alexandria was most likely built upon an already existing Egyptian village. Upon its completion, the Egyptians reviled the city, refusing to call it by its founder's name. Instead, they called it Raked, the building, as a mark of disdain, which was later Hellenized into Rakotis. Despite this, the name Alexandria would remain.
Rakotis. Alexandria is most likely built upon an already existing Egyptian village. Upon its completion, the Egyptians reviled the city, refusing to call it by its founder's name. Instead, they called it Raked, the building, as a mark of disdain, which was later Hellenized into Rakotis. Despite this, the name Alexandria would remain. Hey, achievement, first visit. Okay, so let's go ahead and do introduction. Alexandria, go ahead and fast travel to it.
Welcome to Introduction to Alexandria.
Wow, that thunder was so loud, it actually got picked up on my mic. I really do apologize for that. There's nothing I can do about the weather. I'm not God. I can't just like snap my fingers, cause the weather to stop.
After conquering Egypt in 331 BCE, Alexander the Great decided to build a new city, which, as per his habit, he named after himself. After his death, Alexandria quickly became the capital city of the Ptolemaic kingdom and the most important city of the Greek world.
Battle of Egypt between Alexander and Darius III. After conquering Egypt in 331 BCE, Alexander the Great decided to build a new city, which, as per his habit, he named after himself. After his death, Alexandria quickly became the capital city of the Ptolemaic kingdom and the most important city of the Greek world. The good news is, storms don't really like stay in one place for long. They usually move with the wind. So eventually the storm should go away and the thunder will be further and further apart until you can barely hear it. Typically how it works. I'm actually gonna check something. Hold on. Okay, okay. I just want to know if there's not achievements for completing like 5 tours with one character or something like that.
The city was built between the Mediterranean Sea and Lake Mareotis, which resulted in Alexandria becoming a crucial cultural hub and trading center.
Overview of Alexandria. The city was built between the Mediterranean Sea and the Lake Mareotis, which resulted in Alexandria becoming a crucial cultural hub and trading center. I will say, in relation to the Discovery Tour and the RPG trilogy, I like the Discovery Tour in Origins and Odyssey. I think they're handled very well. I just kind of hate how the Discovery Tour was handled in Valhalla.
Sumptuous buildings could be seen wherever one turned their gaze. The royal palaces, the many temples, the gymnasium, lush public gardens, and large avenues.
Alexandria Palace Cape Glaucius. Sumptuous buildings can be seen wherever one turned their gaze. The royal palaces, the many temples, the gymnasium, lush public gardens, and large avenues.
With its incomparable beauty and advantageous geographic location, Alexandria attracted foreigners, intellectuals, and traders. One of the most cosmopolitan cities of the ancient world, Alexandria supplanted even Athens as the most important Greek city in history.
Center of Alexandria. With its incomparable beauty and advantageous geographic location, Alexandria attracted foreigners, intellectuals, and traders. One of the most cosmopolitan cities of the ancient world, Alexandria supplanted even Athens as the most important Greek city in history.
Egyptian obelisks were highly prized by Roman architects. While Roman design previously favored the use of a single monument, Egyptian obelisks tended to come in pairs and were generally located at the entrance of temples. Several ancient Egyptian obelisks are still in existence today, though many are spread out across the world in locations such as Paris, Rome, New York, and London. All of this shows that Alexandria was significantly influenced by the rich past of Egypt.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt the narrator. I just keep on thinking that he's done talking, and I just think it's a good time to commentate. I was going to say that I've always wondered what the purpose of obelisks were. Obelisk Paris Concord. Egyptian obelisks were highly prized by Roman architects. While Roman design previously favored the use of a single monument, Egyptian obelisks tended to come in pairs and were generally located at the entrance of temples. Several ancient Egyptian obelisks are still in existence today, though many are spread out across the world in locations such as Paris, Rome, New York, and London. All of this shows that Alexandria was significantly influenced by the rich past of Egypt. I've been noticing that there is writing on those obelisks, something I've been noticing for a while whenever I encounter these in the game. Like, I'm assuming that this is meant to be like a marker detailing like some, maybe like a story of like a historical event or something. But I honestly don't know. For all I know, it could be a grave marker. I don't know. It could be like an ancient tombstone.
Alexandria had several main streets. Its most famous artery was the Canopic Way. It was lined with sumptuous buildings, houses, and temples, and was roughly 8 kilometers in length. This street was one of the most important shipping entrances to Alexandria, and often hosted processions and festivals.
Alexandria Canopic Road. Excuse me. Alexandria had several main streets. Its most famous artery was the Canopic Way. It was lined with sumptuous buildings, houses, and temples, so it was roughly 8 kilometers in length. The street was one of the most important shipping entrances to Alexandria and often hosted processions and festivals.
The width of the street, 30 meters, was abnormally large even by Greek standards. This is likely because the Canopic Way was made in a short span of time and based on an urban plan, as opposed to being slowly built over time, as was usual for the era.
Alexandria Canopus. The width of the street, 30 meters, was abnormally large even by Greek standards. This is likely because the Canopic Web was made in a short span of time and based on an urban plan, as opposed to being slowly built over time as was usual for the era. This should be the last tour before we're done with this session. Please done with this tour. We still have a lot to do in this video.
The Canopic Way originated in the western cemeteries, skirted the gymnasium, and then exited the city to head east through massive doorways towards Canopus. This structure was known as the Canopic Door.
Canopic Door, Introduction to Alexandria. The Canopic Way originated in the western cemetery, skirted the gymnasium, and then exited the city to head east through massive doorways towards Canopus. The structure was known as the Canopic Door. Okay, one more tour and then we're going to be changing characters. Oh, let's do a large one, why don't we? Fast travel. Number of stations 22. Learn about the Siege of Alexandria from Julius Caesar's perspective.
Welcome to the Siege of Alexandria. Among the collection of writings attributed to Julius Caesar are his descriptions of the Siege of Alexandria, the Gallic Wars, and the commentaries on the Civil War. These archives contain information on different campaigns, the wars of Alexandria, Africa, and Spain. Each of them recounts Caesar's military activity from 58 BCE to 45 BCE. Though Caesar's documents remain a main source of information, it's important to note that the perspective is limited. It is necessary for other historical documents to be taken into consideration to provide a better understanding of events.
I will say the whole Siege of Alexandria in the main story was by far the most memorable section of the game, at least in my opinion. Civil War by Julius Caesar, edition of 1574. Among the collections of writing attributed to Julius Caesar are his description of the Siege of Alexandria, the Gallic Wars, and the commentaries on the Civil War. These archives contain information on different campaigns, the wars of Alexandria, Africa, and Spain. Each of them recount Caesar's military activity from 58 BCE to 45 BCE. Though Caesar's documents remain a main source of information, it's important to note that the perspective is limited. It is necessary for other historical documents to be taken into consideration to provide a better understanding of events.
The Siege of Alexandria closely relays the events of the Civil War that led up to the event and describes how Caesar was besieged in the palace of the Ptolemies. Other ancient authors have left equally valuable and sometimes contradictory information.
I don't remember, I remember the scene in the story where Cleopatra kind of met with her brother and Caesar, but was Caesar actually sieged? And In the story, I don't remember that. Like in the royal palace, it sounds like he was sieging the royal palace, but I don't remember that in the story. Alexandria Palace, Cape Locius. The siege of Alexandria closely relates the events of the civil war that led up to the event, and describes how Caesar was besieging the palace of the Ptolemies. Other ancient authors have left equally valuable and sometimes contradictory information. I wonder if any of them reference Bayek. Another bit of thunder, sorry about that. She sounds like it's further away.
In the events leading up to the siege of Alexandria, Cleopatra VII and her brother were fighting over control of Egypt. Young King Ptolemy XIII's regent, Pothinus, had firm control over the young pharaoh, and an outmaneuvered Cleopatra soon went into hiding. This set the stage for Pompey's arrival in Alexandria. Having lost his battle against Caesar in 48 BCE, the Roman general turned to his allies, the Egyptians, for safe harbor. But on the advice of Pothinus, Ptolemy XIII had Pompey assassinated in the hopes of earning Caesar's favor. This would turn out to be a most unfortunate decision.
I actually don't remember Pompey at all in the story. Was he referenced at all? But the only thing I think of is like maybe he was referenced in the naval sections with Aya. That's the only thing where it kind of would make sense. In the events leading up to the siege of Alexandria, Cleopatra VII and her brother were fighting over control of Egypt. Young King Ptolemy XIII's regent, Pothinus, had firm control over the young pharaoh, and an outmaneuvered Cleopatra soon went into hiding. This set the stage for Pompey's arrival in Alexandria. Having lost his battle against Caesar in 48 BCE, the Roman general turned to his allies, the Egyptians, for safe harbor. But on the advice of Pothinus, Ptolemy XIII had Pompey assassinated in the hopes of earning Caesar's favor. This would turn out to be a most unfortunate decision.
Upon his arrival in Alexandria, Caesar was presented with Pompey's head. The sight of a Roman murdered by Egyptians did not sit well with him. Caesar made his displeasure clear, ordering the return of Cleopatra, and for the siblings to resolve their differences and resume their co-rule of Egypt, as per the will of their father. Neither Pothinus nor Ptolemy XIII wished to accede to this demand. While doing his best to aggravate Caesar, Pothinus secretly plotted against the Roman ruler and sent word for Egyptian General Achilles to bring his 20,000 men to fight on his behalf. While Pothinus plotted against Caesar, Cleopatra made a bold move.
I don't think that was actually a plot point. I don't think like Caesar actually advocated for Cleopatra to come in this story. At least if he did, it wasn't made clear to me. Caesar in Alexandria. Upon his arrival in Alexandria, Caesar was presented with Pompey's head. The sight of a Roman murdered by Egyptians did not sit well with him. Caesar made his displeasure clear, ordering the return of Cleopatra and for the siblings to resolve their differences and resume their co-rule of Egypt as per the will of their father. Neither Pothinus nor Ptolemy XIII wished to accede to his demand. While doing his best to aggravate Caesar, Pothinus secretly plotted against the Roman ruler and sent word for Egyptian General Achilles to bring his 20,000 men to fight on his behalf. While Pothinus plotted against Caesar, Cleopatra made a bold move. How long am I in you walking for? Should really summon a horse, but it's supposed to be like a short. I'm assuming it was just supposed to be a short distance, so I'm just gonna run it. Plus, I like to commentate in between like tours, my reaction to some things, and don't want to ride a horse because it gives me less time to commentate. I think I'm actually gonna summon a horse after this tour, though. Because this is kind of ridiculous. It's just so far away.
There are various descriptions of the encounter between Caesar and Cleopatra. One report states that she snuck into the palace alone at night. Another account claims she was accompanied by an ally and was brought inside the palace wrapped in a carpet bag. Though exactly what happened at this fateful meeting is up for debate, what is known is that Cleopatra met with Caesar and earned his approval. Pothinus and Ptolemy XIII were most vexed with this turn of events.
Cleopatra meets Caesar. There are various descriptions of the encounter between Caesar and Cleopatra. One report states that she snuck into the palace alone at night. Another account claims she was accompanied by an ally and was brought inside the palace wrapped in a carpet bag. So exactly what happened at this fateful meeting is up for debate. What is known is that Cleopatra met with Caesar and earned his approval. Pothinus and Ptolemy XIII are most vexed with this turning events. That thunder is going on for a while. I kind of wonder how much liberties this game kind of made with the story, because the further you go back in history, the harder it is to kind of find like historical records of those events. Like the most we know about history is actually kind of more recent history. There's a lot we don't know about ancient history.
With Cleopatra finally present, Caesar chose to act as mediator between the siblings in the hopes of a peaceful resolution. It did not take long for things to sour. During a banquet given to celebrate the reconciliation, there was an assassination attempt on Caesar. It was the Roman leader's own barber who thwarted the attack. Once it was revealed that the king's regent, Pothinus, had ordered the attack, Caesar had him executed. He then placed the young king under guard.
Interesting. That was also never brought up in the story. Ptolemy. With Cleopatra finally present, Caesar chose to act as mediator between the siblings, in the hopes of a peaceful resolution. It did not take long for things to sour. During a banquet given to celebrate the reconciliation, there was an assassination attempt on Caesar. It was the Roman leader's own barber who thwarted the attack. Once it was... I just got an email. I'm still like expecting like a response from agents that reached out to, so sorry about that. Once it was revealed that the king's regent Pothinus had ordered the attack, Caesar had him executed, then placed the young king under guard. One thing I like about Discovery Tour is it's like set in a peaceful environment. Like you do not have to worry about being attacked by guards or enemies.
Caught within the palace with roughly 4,000 troops, and with the knowledge that the arrival of enemy forces was imminent, Caesar sent for help from Syria, Rhodes, and Cilicia. He ordered his men to dig a ditch around the palace and build a wall leading to the harbor. This would ensure Caesar's access to the sea. When Egyptian General Achilles arrived in the city with 20,000 men, the battle for Alexandria began.
Ship entering in Alexandria. Caught within the palace with roughly 4,000 troops, and with the knowledge that the arrival of enemy forces was imminent, Caesar sent for help from Syria, Rhodes, and Cilicia. He ordered his men to dig a ditch around the palace and build a wall leading to the harbor. This would ensure Caesar's access to the sea. When Egyptian General Achilles arrived in the city with 20,000 men, the battle for Alexandria began. I wonder if Achilles was also mentioned in the story and I just missed it. Also, Achilles sounds like remarkably similar to Achilles. That's probably where the name was meant to be referenced to.
With so few men at his disposal, Caesar could not risk a battle just yet. He sent ambassadors to Achilles in the name of Ptolemy to propose a truce. Knowing that the orders did not come from the young king, and angered by the pharaoh's imprisonment, Achilles had the messengers assassinated. With Caesar confined within the palace, Achilles positioned his troops around the city. Skirmishes broke out throughout the streets of Alexandria and went on for several days and nights. Though they were outnumbered, Caesar's men were able to hold the enemy back. This prompted Achilles' next move: capture the Roman fleet stationed in the harbor.
That was interesting. Siege of Alexandria, 2016. With so few men at his disposal, Caesar could not risk a battle just yet. He sent ambassadors to Achilles in the name of Ptolemy to propose a truce. Knowing that the orders did not come from the young king and angered by the pharaoh's imprisonment, Achilles had the messengers assassinated. With Caesar confined within the palace, Achilles positioned his troops around the city. Skirmishes broke out through the streets of Alexandria and went on for several days and nights. Though they were outnumbered, Caesar's men were able to hold the enemy back. This prompted Achilles' next move: capture the Roman fleet stationed in the harbor. Actually gonna use my horse for once. I'm surprised how far apart some of these tours are. And we're just about here.
Whoa!
Although the palace offered protection, losing the port meant the end of help and supplies. Caesar knew he had to protect the fleet. While he and his troops succeeded in regaining control of the port, he knew it would be impossible to sustain. Caesar ordered the burning of the ships. With passage back to the palace closed off, he headed for the lighthouse of Alexandria.
Alexandria ship attack. Although the palace offered protection, losing the port meant the end of help and supplies. Caesar knew he had to protect the fleet. While he and his troops succeeded in regaining control of the port, he knew it would be impossible to sustain. Caesar ordered the burning of the ships. With passage back to the palace closed off, he headed for the lighthouse of Alexandria.
Whoa! Whoa!
Fighting their way through the Egyptian troops, Caesar and his men eventually reached Pharis Island. There, they took refuge within the lighthouse. With easy access to the open sea, Caesar was able to send messages to his allies requesting reinforcements and more supplies. The island fort also allowed him to control access to the harbor by relying on the chains used by the Egyptians to control ship traffic to and from Alexandria's docks.
Interesting. Overview of Alexandria. Fighting their way through the Egyptian troops, Caesar and his men eventually reached Pharos Island. There they took refuge within the lighthouse. With easy access to the open sea, Caesar was able to send messages to his allies requesting reinforcements and more supplies. The island fort also allowed him to control access to the harbor by relying on the chains used by the Egyptians to control ship traffic to and from Alexandria's docks.
The exact chronology of events during the war in Alexandria remain imprecise. Conflicting accounts raise questions as to when, and even if, the Great Library of Alexandria was burned down at all. One account states that during the fighting, docks and warehouses were burned, and this was the fire that spread to the library. In another account, when Achilles cut off the harbor, Caesar had to leave the safety of the palace to defend his ships. As the enemies battled across the port, their arsenals set ships ablaze, and this destruction spread to the library.
I heard about the fire that affected the library in Alexandria. I just didn't realize it took place in the siege of Alexandria in this era. I actually thought it came either after it, assuming it came after it at least. And it kind of surprised me. I didn't realize that the fire that burned down the library actually took place this time. Ship firing fire arrows. The exact chronology of events during the war in Alexandria remain imprecise. Conflicting accounts raise questions as to when and even if the Great Library of Alexandria was burned down at all. One account states that during the fighting, docks and warehouses were burned, and this was a fire that spread to the library. In another account, when Achilles cut off the harbor, Caesar had to leave the safety of the palace to defend his ships. As the enemies battled across the port, there are no such ships ablaze, and this destruction spread to the library.
In either case, the Great Library was not completely destroyed. Experts point out that its location was too far from the harbor, and much later texts refer to the Great Library as being intact. Warehouses near the harbor contained manuscript copies awaiting export, and it is more likely that these documents were destroyed than the Great Library itself.
Interesting. Actually, a very nice little detail. Is that the fire that affected the Library of Alexandria is actually somewhat common knowledge. I feel like people with the passing understanding of world history would have heard about the fire that affected the library. But the possibility of it actually not being a thing, and it's actually like a misrepresentation of history, is interesting. In either case, the Great Library was not completely destroyed. Experts point out that its location was too far from the harbor, and much later texts refer to the Great Library as being intact. Warehouses near the harbor contain manuscript copies awaiting export, and it is more likely that these documents were destroyed than the Great Library itself. Center of Alexandria, 2016.
The destruction of the Great Library may have been due to a number of fires over the ages. Its end was probably closer to the 4th century CE, when the Christian Emperor Theodosius I ordered the closure of all pagan temples. While some documents survived after being moved away, it remains unclear just what knowledge may have been lost.
Gold solidus of Theodosius I, 379 to 95 CE. The destruction of the Great Library may have been due to a number of fires over the ages. Its end was probably closer to the 4th century CE, when the Christian Emperor Theodosius I ordered the closure of all pagan temples. While some documents survived after being moved away, it remains unclear just what knowledge may have been lost. I'm assuming, like, because I know that the library had, like, some of the ancient texts, like, from Herodotus, the Greek writer. He kind of wrote, like, a lot of histories that are just kind of far-fetched. Kind of stretch the truth a bit. So I do know that some historical documents, like writings from Herodotus, were housed in the Great Library. And that's something that was kind of referenced in history. One of the many documents that the Great Library had. But most of the documents that existed at this time were actually lost to history. So, and those that survive probably won't be too legible.
Where there are accounts of Achilles being in control of the battle against Caesar, it appears that instead Cleopatra's sister, siding with her brother, had him killed and put her ally Ganymedes in his place. Ganymedes proved a valuable tactician for the Egyptian side. It was his idea to cut Caesar's access to the harbor, thus trapping Caesar at the palace.
We never heard of Cleopatra's sister. That's actually very interesting. Achilles and Ganymedes at Siege of Alexandria. But there are accounts of Achilles being in control of the battle against Caesar. It appears that instead Cleopatra's sister, siding with her brother, had him killed and put her ally Ganymedes in his place. Ganymedes proved a valuable tactician for the Egyptian side. It was his idea to cut Caesar's access to the harbor, thus trapping Caesar at the palace.
During the time of Ptolemy I, canals had been dug throughout Alexandria to provide fresh water. Ganymedes had his men take control of these canals. After isolating their own water supply, he had his men pour salt water into the canals and cisterns that led to Caesar's camp.
What would pouring salt water in the canals do? Maybe like poison the fish? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know what the point of that is. During the time of Ptolemy I, canals had been dug throughout Alexandria. Oh, it provides fresh water, so salting the canals would kind of deprive the forces of an actual source of water. That's actually the reason why. It's actually much simpler than I actually thought. Ganymedes had his men take control of these canals. After isolating their own water supply, he has men poured salt water into the canals and cisterns that led to actually kind of a valid strategy in warfare. Deprive army of their resources needed to survive and actually continue to fight.
Panic erupted in Caesar's men. They wouldn't last long without fresh water. Recognizing that the porous limestone could help them, Caesar and his men dug wells to restore their water supply. Days later, the 37th Legion, comprised of Pompey's soldiers, arrived by ship. Unable to come ashore due to the winds, Caesar risked going out to meet them on the peninsula, Cape Chersonese. When the enemy learned Caesar's location, they rushed to intercept. Despite an obvious advantage for the Alexandrians, Caesar, with a Rhodian ship full of skillful sailors, emerged victorious.
Wow, that's actually kind of interesting. Ship chase. A panic erupted in Caesar's men. They wouldn't last long without fresh water. Recognizing that the porous limestone would help them, Caesar has been dug wells to restore their water supply. Days later, the 37th Legion, comprised of Pompey's soldiers, arrived by ship. Unable to come ashore during due to the winds, Caesar risked going out to meet them on the peninsula, Cape Chersonese. When the enemy learned Caesar's location, they rushed to intercept, despite an obvious advantage for the Alexandrians. Caesar, with a Rhodian ship full of skillful sailors, emerged victorious. That's another thing we didn't see in the main story. I honestly kind of would have let him see that. Also, the Legio 27, assuming is the name of that ship.
With help from the Allied ships, Caesar's victory enabled him to push the Egyptians back and secure the lighthouse. Gaining control of Pharos Island sent the Alexandrians into the sea and swimming back to the city. However, Caesar's fortification of the island didn't last long. The enemy regrouped and were set to storm the island. Panic-stricken, in spite of Caesar's encouragement, many of his men then fled their posts, either by ship or jumping into the sea.
Wow. Alexandria ship attack sketch. With help from the Allied ships, Caesar's victory enabled him to push the Egyptians back and secure the lighthouse. Gain control of Pharaoh's Islands and the Alexandrians into the sea and swim back into the city. However, Caesar's fortification of the island didn't last long. The enemy regrouped and were sent to storm the island. Panic-stricken, in spite of Caesar's encouragement, many of his men then fled their posts either by ship or jumping into the sea.
Caesar attempted to retreat, but Port Eunostos' harbor was overrun with enemy ships, preventing escape. Reportedly, Caesar gathered his papers and leapt overboard in an attempt to swim to an Allied ship farther out. Historian Cassius Dio claimed that Caesar would have drowned if he hadn't been able to remove his purple garment. Still, he managed to swim the distance and survive.
That's pretty cool.
The Alexandrians recovered the cloak and used it as a trophy to commemorate the Roman debacle.
It's actually kind of cool. Like a little, it kind of reminds me of the story of Beowulf, at least from the movie I watched of it. The movie is actually kind of cool, I guess. I think it just kind of exaggerates some elements of the actual story. But I actually kind of like the movie. That's kind of what I'm referencing, actually. It's actually the beginning of the movie, where Beowulf kind of races someone against an ocean, I believe. Julius Caesar. Caesar attempted to retreat, but Port Eunostos harbor was overrun with enemy ships, preventing escape. Reportedly, Caesar gathered his papers and leapt overboard in an attempt to swim to an Allied ship further out. Historian Cassius Dio claimed that Caesar would have drowned if he hadn't been able to remove his purple garment. Still, he managed to swim the distance and survived. The Alexandrians recovered the cloak and used it as a trophy to commemorate the Roman debacle.
Unhappy with Ganymedes and wanting their king restored, the Alexandrians approached Caesar with a compromise. Caesar agreed to release Ptolemy XIII after entreating him to spare the kingdom and remain loyal to Rome. Once freed, however, the king defied the agreement and continued the war.
The Siege of Alexandria, Station 19 to 22. We're almost done. Unhappy with Ganymedes and wanting their king restored, the Alexandrians approached Caesar with a compromise. Caesar agreed to release Ptolemy XIII after entreating him to spare the kingdom and remain loyal to Rome. Once freed, however, the king defied the agreement and continued the war. What a great person, Ptolemy. Is that? Oh. I thought the sun reflecting on the water was another tour location.
By this time, a faithful ally of Caesar's, Mithridates, arrived in Egypt, clashing with Ptolemy's troops at Pelusium. Outnumbering the enemy, Mithridates secured the region between Pelusium and Alexandria. Ptolemy, warned of Caesar's ally marching on Alexandria, sent his troops to prevent passage over the river.
Pelusium. By this time, a faithful ally of Caesar's Mithridates, I think that's how the narrator pronounced it, arrived in Egypt, clashing with Ptolemy's troops at Pelusium. Outnumbering the enemy, Mithridates secured the region between Pelusium and Alexandria. Ptolemy, warned of Caesar's ally marching on Alexandria, sent his troops to prevent passage over the river.
Mithridates warned Caesar in time, and the two groups confronted the armies of Ptolemy in the Delta. In the Battle of the Nile, the Romans gained the upper hand, sending the Egyptians fleeing. In the tumult and panic, King Ptolemy XIII drowned in the Nile.
Didn't really drown in the Nile. According to the game, he was eaten by a crocodile. Caesar defeats Ptolemy's forces, 2014. Mithridates warned Caesar in time, and the two groups confronted the armies of Ptolemy in the Delta. In the Battle of the Nile, the Romans gained the upper hand, sending the Egyptians fleeing. In the tumult and panic, King Ptolemy XIII drowned in the Nile. The last tour.
After the siege ended, Cleopatra VII married her younger brother, Ptolemy XIV, enabling her to reign over Egypt until 30 BCE. Under her rule, Alexandria settled into its position within the Roman Empire and eventually surpassed Athens as one of the most important cities in the Roman Empire. Julius Caesar remained in Egypt for a short time. He and Cleopatra would later have a son named Caesarion.
Interesting. Ptolemy Caesarion, bas relief of Kablabsha Temple, Ptolemus. After a siege ended, Cleopatra VII married her younger brother Ptolemy XIV, enabling her to reign over Egypt until 30 BCE. Under her rule, Alexandria settled into its position within the Roman Empire and eventually surpassed Athens as one of the most important cities in the Roman Empire. Julius Caesar remained in Egypt for a short time. He and Cleopatra will later have a son named Caesarion. Gonna change characters. We will play Bayakazira. Cleopatra, Queen of Egypt.
Welcome to Cleopatra, Queen of Egypt. Cleopatra VII Theophilopator ascended the throne in 51 BCE, at the age of 18. Though her early attempts to maintain power were often challenged, she eventually prevailed and became the sole ruler of Egypt. According to Plutarch, she was the only Ptolemaic pharaoh to speak the Egyptian language. Her intelligence, coupled with a good education and a great political mind, allowed her to make the alliances necessary to maintain the independence of Egypt while Rome was becoming a Mediterranean empire.
Wow, that's gonna. Why couldn't? She was the only one. Her brother couldn't speak Egyptian, their native language. They're both Egyptian, and yet Cleopatra is the only one that could speak the language. That's weird. After Cleopatra VII, 69 to 30 BCE. Cleopatra VII, Theophilopator, ascended the throne in 51 BCE at the age of 18. Though her early attempts to maintain power often challenged, he eventually prevailed and became the sole ruler of Egypt. According to Plutarch, she was the only Ptolemaic pharaoh to speak the Egyptian language. Her intelligence, coupled with a good education and a great political mind, allowed her to make the alliances necessary to maintain the independence of Egypt, while Rome was becoming a Mediterranean empire.
It is important to understand that Cleopatra's knowledge of Egyptian language and keen understanding of the culture allowed her to make powerful ideological reference that resonated with ancient Egyptians. By associating herself with the goddess Isis, the divine mother, great of magic, and repository of divine essence, Cleopatra firmly established herself as the protector of the two lands and legitimized her place on the throne.
Probably Cleopatra VII, Greco-Roman era. It's important to understand that Cleopatra's knowledge of Egyptian language and keen understanding of the culture allowed her to make powerful ideological reference that resonated with ancient Egyptians. By associating herself with the goddess Isis, the divine mother, great of magic and repository of divine essence, Cleopatra firmly established herself as a protector of the two lands and legitimized her place on the throne. Wonder when her brother would come into play.
Upon his death in 51 BCE, Ptolemy XII Aulus bequeathed his kingdom to his daughter and eldest son, Cleopatra VII and Ptolemy XIII. As was custom, the siblings were married. The new pharaoh was 10 years old, his sister wife 17.
Wow.
The early years of their reign were not easy. Between 50 and 48 BCE, droughts and floods aggravated Egypt's problems. General Achilles and the royal advisor Pothinos kept intervening in the young ruler's political decisions and eventually colluded to turn Ptolemy XIII against Cleopatra. By 48 BCE, Cleopatra was in exile.
Freaking 10-year-old marrying a 17-year-old is just wild. Oh shit, hold on.
Upon his death in 51 BCE, Ptolemy XII Aulus bequeathed his kingdom
I
to
wait
his
until this to
daughter
finish.
and eldest son, Cleopatra VII and Ptolemy XIII. As was custom, the siblings were married. The new pharaoh was 10 years old, his sister wife 17. The early years of their reign were not easy. Between 50 and 48 BCE, droughts and floods aggravated Egypt's problems. General Achilles and the royal advisor Pothinos kept intervening in the young ruler's political decisions and eventually colluded to turn Ptolemy XIII against Cleopatra.
Sorry about that.
By 48 BCE, Cleopatra was in exile.
I didn't mean to let back out of it. It was just kind of an accident. I accidentally pressed the wrong button. Upon his death in 51 BCE, Ptolemy XII Aulus bequeathed his kingdom to his daughter and eldest son, Cleopatra VII and Ptolemy XIII. As was custom, the siblings were married. The new pharaoh was 10 years old, his sister wife 17. The early years of their reign were not easy. Between 50 and 48 BCE, droughts and floods aggravated Egypt's problems. General Achilles and the royal advisor Pothinos kept intervening in the young ruler's political decisions and eventually colluded to turn Ptolemy XIII against Cleopatra. At 48 BCE, Cleopatra was in exile.
During Cleopatra's exile, the Roman Empire was not without its own internal conflict. Caesar and Pompey were at war with one another, and after his defeat in 48 BCE, Pompey fled to Alexandria in the hope of finding refuge. This turned out to be an unwise decision. Listening to his advisors, Ptolemy XIII elected to have Pompey assassinated, his head kept as a gift, in the hopes of acquiring Caesar's favor. This gambit backfired. Instead of earning approval, the murder of a Roman greatly angered Caesar.
Wait, has the narrator been reading the entirety of this all this time? Okay, was I wasting my time doing all this?
Cleopatra, aware of Caesar's anger against Ptolemy for the murder of Pompey, decided to take advantage of the situation. She returned to Egypt in secret, hoping to establish an alliance with one of the most powerful men of the time. Outside of the legend, where she had herself smuggled into his quarters in a carpet, what exactly happened during that fateful meeting remains a mystery. However, Caesar seemed to see a better ruler for Egypt in Cleopatra than in her young and too easily influenced brother. Invoking Ptolemy XII's will, Caesar attempted to mediate peace between the siblings.
I was fucking wasting my time. Wow. Caesar returned to Cleopatra to the Egyptian throne.
Ptolemy XIII was enraged by the turn of events, and his advisors were none too happy to see Cleopatra return. Urged on by General Achilles and Pothinos, the young pharaoh plotted against Caesar and Cleopatra, resulting in the siege of Alexandria in 47 BCE. It was in March 47 BCE that Caesar defeated Ptolemy XIII's forces. The young pharaoh drowned in the Nile after having fled the battlefield. With her opponents dead or powerless, Cleopatra married her other much younger brother, Ptolemy XIV, and finally claimed the throne of Egypt for good. The end of the Alexandrian War also cemented the romantic and political alliance between Cleopatra and Caesar.
I cannot believe that I was just wasting my time all this time. Coin ruler Cleopatra the Great.
In June of 47 BCE, Cleopatra gave birth to a son, whom she called Caesarion. Caesar did not accept the boy as his heir, choosing instead his nephew Octavian. Nonetheless, on his return to Rome, Caesar invited the queen and her brother husband to stay in the city. Her presence still drew much disapproval from the Senate. Always a strategist, Caesar left 4 legions in Egypt, and a man he trusted to direct Egyptian affairs, giving him control of the wheat supplies essential to Rome. Cleopatra and her entourage remained in Rome until March 44 BCE, when Caesar was murdered.
Wow. Dandara, Tenterus, Temple of Athor, Cleopatra, and Caesarion. Cannot believe that I've been wasting my time. I still can't get over that. Oh well, if I learn it now, like 4 tours in, then figure that at the very end of the series.
Caesar's most faithful ally, Mark Antony, often visited the Queen of Egypt during his stay in Rome. Unlike most, he recognized the legitimacy of Caesarion, the natural son of Caesar. Antony knew he would need the riches of Egypt in order to fight Octavian and claim the Roman Empire. Cleopatra, in return, saw a powerful ally. In the winter of 41 BCE, she arranged a sumptuous tour of Egypt by boat to show Antony the wealth of her country and the power she held as its ruler. A romantic and political relationship followed. The Roman Senate was once again most displeased. To calm spirits in Rome, Antony married Octavia, sister of Octavian.
That's actually gonna... I swear to God, like, Cleopatra's kind of sounding like a slut. Like, she's sleeping with everyone. Mark Antony at Cleopatra's feast. Modern era.
Despite his marriage to Octavia, Antony remained Cleopatra's lover, and she gave birth to their children. Cleopatra increased her kingdom's territory and started a political propaganda alongside her lover in Egypt and beyond. She hoped to create a Ptolemaic federal empire with Alexandria at its center. Antony eventually repudiated his Roman wife for the Egyptian queen, much to the dismay of the Roman elite. However, while Mark Antony focused on Egypt, Octavian carefully gained military and political ascendancy over him in Rome.
That's very interesting. Wow. How many freaking children did Cleopatra have with different people? It's just insane. Like, she had a child with Caesar. Pretty sure she had a child with her new husband, Ptolemy XIV. She had a child with Mark Antony. How many kids does she have with different people? She's just not sounding faithful. Tetradrachan, Portrait of Queen Cleopatra VII, and Mark Antony.
Octavian managed his own propaganda campaign and succeeded. The Roman people hated Mark Antony and Cleopatra. To avoid the censure still inherent in attacking a fellow Roman, Octavian simply declared war against Egypt. Rome's power still reigned supreme. The powerful Egyptian fleet, led by Cleopatra as well as Mark Antony's forces, were defeated in 31 BCE in Actium. Octavian arrived in Egypt in 30 BCE to formalize his victory.
Probably head of Cleopatra the Seventh Ptolemaic era.
The following events remain difficult to confirm due to the many versions and legends around them. It is believed that after hearing a rumor about Cleopatra's suicide, Mark Antony committed suicide himself. He was brought to the queen as he slowly passed away. Knowing that Octavian would have her chained and paraded through Rome in defeat, Cleopatra planned her own suicide. She most likely killed herself with arsenic, though admittedly, the version where she uses an asp to deliver a fatal bite may be considered more dramatic. What happened to the body of Cleopatra is still a mystery.
As I mentioned at the end of the main campaign of this game, Amenet or Aya actually went back and killed Cleopatra with an asp in Assassin's Creed lore. So in the lore of the Assassin's Creed series, Cleopatra was assassinated by Aya or Amenet. Death of Cleopatra by Louis Mary Bader. The Greek pharaohs learned about the founding of the Ptolemaic dynasty. The Greek pharaohs learned about the founding of the Ptolemaic dynasty. Estimated time 5 minutes.
Welcome to the Greek pharaohs. Pharaohs were considered divine incarnations of the gods. As an avatar of the gods living on Earth, the pharaoh's role was to preserve fundamental values and universal harmony by removing chaos, Izfet, and ensure that justice, Mot, prevailed. The pharaoh, by divine ancestry and through multiple offerings, was the bond that unites the world of men to the world of the gods and allows the maintenance of the cosmic order.
Know a little bit about how pharaohs operated in Egypt. It'll be interesting to learn more about it. Really, Ptolemy the Seventh. Wait, no, that's Ptolemy the Eighth, making an offering of Ma'at to a moon.
The Ptolemaic dynasty reigned over Egypt from 305 BCE to 30 BCE. The dynasty was called the Ptolemies of the Lagids, in recognition of the founder of the dynasty, Ptolemy Lagos, a Greek general and close friend of Alexander the Great. While Macedonian, Ptolemy Lagos understood that to be accepted by the Egyptian people, he would have to adopt their traditions. Upon assuming the title of pharaoh, he changed his name to Ptolemy I Soter, meaning savior.
I kind of feel that changing your name to mean savior is just kind of like very egotistical of yourself. I really wonder how well that name change resonated with the Egyptian people at this time. New presentation in July 2010, Royal Dynastic Portraits in the Corridor of Pan. Pan, by the way, is a Greek god of nature. He is often depicted as a goat god or satyr. So that's one of the things that I was actually know about Greek mythology is the some of the deities represented in that mythology.
Born in 356 BCE, Alexander the Great went through a hasty education in the affairs of the kingdom before integrating into the Macedonian army, where he quickly rose through the ranks. After his father's assassination in 336 BCE, which some believed was orchestrated by Alexander himself, he became king of Macedonia. Ruler of a unified kingdom and leader of a large army, Alexander set his sights on conquest. Eager to reclaim the Greek cities of Asia Minor, he took on the Persian forces, earning victory after victory.
Alexander the Great is also like another figure would love to be able to learn more about. He's kind of one of the conquerors of world history. Actually, kind of like a really impressive career. He not only conquered Egypt, he conquered other neighboring countries as well. Battle of Issus between Alexander and Darius III. I believe Darius is actually a Persian ruler.
Ever victorious, Alexander the Great marched on, laying siege to city after city until he reached Egypt, where the Persians were defeated yet again. Viewed as a liberator by the Egyptian people, Alexander decided to become pharaoh in due form. He traveled to Thebes to make a sacrifice to Apis, then went to the oasis of Siwa, where he was proclaimed son of Amun. Officially pharaoh of Egypt, Alexander spent much of the winter there and founded the city of Alexandria. Perhaps not coincidentally, being pharaoh allowed Alexander to spread propaganda to prepare further conquests. He resumed his military campaigns in 331 BCE.
That is very interesting. I didn't know that Alexander the Great actually became pharaoh of Egypt for a time. I wonder, I'm assuming that Ptolemy succeeded him. Blocked the cartouche of Alexander the Great or his son Alexander IV of Macedon.
On his deathbed in 323 BCE, Alexander the Great gifted the satrapy of Egypt to Ptolemy Lagos. Perfectly aware of the value of Egypt, Ptolemy ensured not only the stability of the country's borders, but also its economic and military development. At the same time, he worked with the Egyptian elite to maintain the internal order of the country. By 305 BCE, Ptolemy, well respected both in Egypt and in the Mediterranean, was at the head of the largest fleet of the Hellenistic world. Ptolemy officially took the title of Pharaoh of Egypt in January 304 BCE, on the anniversary of Alexander the Great's death.
So the Ptolemies actually came after Alexander the Great. That's actually interesting. I actually thought that based on how the tour was structured, Ptolemy was a pharaoh, and then Alexander took the throne for a bit, and then Ptolemy succeeded him. I guess it was Alexander first, and then the Ptolemies. Ptolemy the First, Ptolemaic era.
Alexander died in Babylon in 323 BCE. His remains were placed first in a solid gold sarcophagus, and then within another. The casket was carried in an ornate custom wagon, gilded and set with precious stones, and pulled by 64 mules crowned with gold. The funeral procession was diverted to a grandiose temple in Alexandria, built in the conqueror's honor under the orders of Ptolemy I.
I will say that seeing like how well preserved, I guess, or how designed the sarcophagus of Alexander the Great was when you go to see it in the game was actually kind of very impressive. Like the Egyptians had a lot of respect for him. Alexander's Tomb, 2016.
Julius Caesar visited Alexander's tomb at the capture of Alexandria, and the Roman Emperor Augustus reportedly placed flowers there. However, though many powerful leaders claim to have visited it, the tomb's location has gone missing from history. Some accounts do state that the golden coffin was replaced by a glass sarcophagus, probably by Ptolemy X. It is also implied that Cleopatra may have plundered the tomb in a time of financial crisis.
So we don't know what happened in Alexander's tomb today. Interesting. Wonder how it got lost. Okay, so one more tour and then we're changing characters to Alexandria, a commercial hub. Learn about the major economical role of Alexandria during ancient times. Estimated time 5 minutes.
Welcome to Alexandria, a commercial hub. The ports of Alexandria were a major commercial hub, effectively connecting Egypt with the Mediterranean regions and beyond. A tremendous amount of materials and goods flowed through the city on a daily basis. The large port market was called the Emporion. It was there that merchandise was traded by the ship owners, called nakliros.
Wow. Overview of Alexandria in 1995.
Food and other artisan work streamed out of Egypt. Ceramics, glass, golden rings, and minted coinage. The local potters, using traditional Egyptian techniques, competed with those from abroad, and the textile industry flourished. What Egypt did not produce itself was acquired through trade, using local resources such as wheat and papyrus. Most sought after was pine wood from Syria, iron and marble from the Greek islands, gold from Spain, and exotic fruits from Europe. All this commercial activity contributed to the already decadent wealth of the city.
I imagine that Egypt also had like a bunch of like rare resources to be able to trade with the world at large as well. I'm pretty sure that Egypt is kind of one of the few places that can actually grow dates. Because I know that dates is one of the things that actually kind of grows native to Egypt. Don't know if it's probably growing somewhere else, but I imagine that dates is one of the things that Egypt actually traded with other countries.
The wood imported to Port Mareotis through Alexandria's seaward ports was used in the nearby shipyards, where most of Egypt's ships were built. Employing tens of thousands of shipbuilders, the shipyards contributed to establishing the Egyptian fleet as one of the mightiest of the era. Any wood not used in shipbuilding was further disseminated through Egypt for various purposes.
Wow. Also, that freaking ship looks insane. Look at that. Like a freaking like triple decker ship. That is just freaking insane looking. It kind of reminds me of one of those parade ships, I guess, from like New Orleans, like those old school steamboats with like multiple decks. That looks insane. The Ptolemaios Palace catamaran of the Ptolemies.
The southern port of Lake Mareotis was the biggest in Alexandria. Save for a branch angling westward, the lake's size in the Ptolemaic era was roughly 40 to 50 kilometers from north to south. Its waters were maintained by a steady runoff from the Nile. In addition to the lake, a man-made canal was created to assist in the transfer of goods from the city to the port using barges, though it is not represented in the game due to its size.
I wonder why it has behind the scenes there. Interesting. I wonder if there's supposed to be something that played there. Maybe I didn't see like any button that says to play like an optional dialogue, but okay.
Banking was one of the most distinctive innovations brought by the Greeks to Egypt. The centerpiece of Alexandria's wealth was the royal systematization of taxes on almost everything. Basic items such as salt, oil, beer, wheat, and linen were heavily taxed. As a result, the royal treasury of Alexandria was able to ensure the economic stability of most of the administrative areas of Egypt.
Give me 1 second. I'm actually gonna look this up to make sure I'm not missing something. Because I think there's something you can do with that behind the scenes thing. I need to turn on my computer though, it's actually off. Yes. That's already up. Assassins, Breed, Discovery, or behind the scenes, what it means. Go away, stop it with the pop-ups. I don't want... You can actually play a special thing, but I can't... Hold on.
The southern port of Lake Mareotis was the biggest in Alexandria. Save for a branch angling westward, the lake's size in the Ptolemaic era was roughly 40 to 50 kilometers from north to south. Its waters were maintained by a steady runoff from the Nile. In addition to the lake, a man-made canal was created to assist in the transfer of goods from the city to the port using barges, though it is not represented in the game due to its size.
I'm trying to figure out how you how you play the behind the scenes stuff. Oh well, if we, I don't know. I'll just continue. I missed something, it's not a big deal. I don't see like anything I can interact with, so I'll just continue.
By the late 12th century, the channel feeding the lake from the Nile silted up. Lake Mareotis lost its connection to the Mediterranean, as well as most of its water, as the lake slowly evaporated to a fraction of its former size. In modern times, Lake Mareotis is being kept alive through irrigation. However, only about 17% of its original size remains.
Wow, climate change has really destroyed Lake Mareotis. Alexandria, Alexandria, Egypt. Alexandria, city of celebration. 4 stations. Learn about the various forms of entertainment that existed in Alexandria. Estimated time 3 minutes.
Welcome to Alexandria, city of celebration. Like most Greek cities, Alexandria offered multiple forms of entertainment. Most were related to cults, religious practices, and the festivities surrounding those practices. Among those festivities, the most important ones were the dynastic celebrations, instituted in honor of the deified Ptolemaic kings and queens. These celebrations could go on for many days and included sacrifices, offerings, processions, and public banquets.
Wow. Wrestlers, such athletes would appear during Ptolemaic, the Royal Games.
Games and competitions were organized whenever possible in locations such as the stadium, the hippodrome, and the gymnasium. The residents of Alexandria favored such events where athletes, poets, and musicians from Egypt and other cities of the Greek world competed.
I always kind of thought these paintings and these reliefs on like pottery was actually just really beautiful and impressive. Also, I don't know what the fascination is with ancient like Greek pottery. They show men with tiny dongs, but bases with base of figurines in red.
Like all good Greek cities, Alexandria had a theater. The architecture of this structure is Roman in style. This is because the team duplicated a theater from Cyrene. Roman theaters were usually semicircular and built from scratch on a flat area with structures designed to enhance oration. Greek theaters were more oblong in shape, similar to a horseshoe, and favored the slopes of natural hills to support their acoustics.
So it is actually supposed to talk about the behind the scenes stuff in this in these things. So I'm not missing anything. Okay, good. The Hills and Valleys of Greece, the Epidaurus Theater.
At the theater, one could witness the plays of contemporary comic and tragic authors. The play you are witnessing below is Menander's Dyskolos, more commonly known as the Grouch, a late and popular entry in the Greek comedies.
I wonder if the Grouch is still plays today. I'll become interested to know what that's like. Ostracon with Menander's senses. And that's done. It's going to do education in Alexandria. Learn how young Alexandrians were educated. Estimated time 2 minutes.
Welcome to Education in Alexandria. The education of young Alexandrians did not differ from the one generally dispensed elsewhere in ancient Greece. At the age of 7, the child was taken in charge by a tutor, who then became responsible for instilling an elementary education as well as good moral principles.
Bowl, 5th century BCE, great. Reference to the image, real interesting. Moving on.
Teaching was generally done outside, in the open air. In the gymnasium, students were taught not only sports, but also topics such as rhetoric, philosophy, music, and poetry. All things deemed essential to one's education at the time.
That location actually looks beautiful. I mean, literally just it's probably just looks like a bunch of like old ruins to some, but it's just the architecture is just beautiful to me. It just despite its decay.
Here, both girls and boys are shown attending a class given by one of the rhetoricians of the era. The team made the choice to show both genders attending class within the context of the game world. Even though it is historically inaccurate, the team felt it was not necessary to prioritize historical sexism over inclusive gameplay.
Ubisoft is a progressive company after all. Probably don't do anything controversial in relation to certain things like sexes or racisms. Probably hasn't done anything controversial in those regards in some games. Although I say that yet they're kind of focused on making things more inclusive in a lot of the games they make. The case in point, their recent covering of Far Cry 6, where they kind of show a trans rapper for no other reason than to have a trans character in the game, which I think is just kind of like stupid. I can have my own things, but if you're only my belief is as a writer, if you're only creating a character to be black or to be trans or to be gay, simply to have diversity in the thing, that's not really a good reason to have to create that character. There needs to be a good reason to make a character black or trans or gay, other than just to make it more inclusive. It's just making a character of a different ethnicity or a different sexuality is not with no narrative reason for it. There's just not really a strong reason for a character to be that way. That's one of the things I learned when I was in grad school. Honestly, despite me loving a lot of the Ubisoft games, they're not really held high in regard for me. They're not my favorite company. I actually think I like Remedy Entertainment more, but Ubisoft does make a lot of games I really enjoy playing. The Great Library of Alexandria discovered the history of the greatest library in antiquity and learned about the great minds of the ancient world. Estimated time 7 minutes.
Welcome to the Great Library of Alexandria. Near the district of royal palaces and within the Moseon was the most famous library of all antiquity. The Library of Alexandria was built to house all of human knowledge. At its pinnacle, the library was believed to contain over 700,000 parchments.
Alexandria Center with library.
Throughout the centuries, fires and wars between Christianity and paganism destroyed the library, leaving nothing behind. The loss of the building, and more importantly, its vast collection, is immeasurable. As no descriptions are available, the team's rendition of the Library of Alexandria was inspired by the visuals of the Library of Chalcis at Ephesus.
Wow. I'm just kind of curious what the Library of Chalcis at Ephesus is like. May look into that. Actually, I could look into that now because I probably won't remember. Library of Calcis at Ephesus. Oh, okay, well that's interesting. Actually, it reminds me of another historical location. I can't remember what it's called though. It's somewhere like in Israel, actually. Actually, I think it might be in Israel. It's somewhere in the Middle East. The tag for that image is Library of Calcis something.
While much of the collection was purchased at the government's expense, the library also obtained books through other means. Any books owned by travelers coming through the city were seized to be copied for the library. The copy would then be returned to the owner, and the original entered into the library's collection.
Wow. Library of Alexandria, 2016. And I hate that I can't run.
Alexandria offered unrivaled intellectual and cultural attractions. Eminent scholars from Athens, Rhodes, and other Greek centers traveled to the city to learn and engage with other free thinkers. Both the Moseon and the library were at the center of groundbreaking ideas and creative expression.
Plato's Academia. Academy Mosaic.
The great minds of antiquity were usually well versed in many disciplines, which were often associated to specific schools of thought. The Peripatetics, the Stoics, and the Cynics were among the most well-known schools of the time. It is clear that Alexandria lived up to its fundamental role as a city for intellectuals, nurturing many great minds whose impact reverberates through our modern world.
I love learning about history. I just find it so fascinating. Discovery tour is just such like an interesting concept that Assassin's Creed could do. It just fits the series so well since it focuses on history.
Hypatia of Alexandria was a Greek mathematician, philosopher, astronomer, and inventor. Though born in Greece, she eventually migrated to Alexandria, like many great minds of the time. It is there that she became the head of the Neoplatonist school of Alexandria. From most accounts, she was highly respected by her fellow Alexandrians, both as a teacher and a philosopher. With her death, the age of great ancient scientific discoveries came to an end.
I actually heard of the name Hypatia. I don't know where I heard it from, but that name sounds really familiar to me. A draped woman statuette found in Alexandria.
Callimachus was born in Cyrene and educated in Athens. After his studies, he moved to Alexandria to work in the Great Library. A poet and a critic, he strongly rejected the epic format of Homeric poems, and instead fervently supported a shorter, more judiciously formulated style of poetry. His epigrams and elegiac poems were emulated by later poets. His work was extremely popular, second only to Homer's own works.
Callimachus is actually a figure I don't know. It's interesting to learn about him. I wonder, like it says he's a poet and a critic, but I wonder how much we really know about him.
It was in Alexandria that mathematician Euclid, the father of geometry, wrote the Elements, laying out the foundational work of what would become modern algebra and number theory. Euclidean geometry would become one of the most influential systems in the evolution of mathematics.
Euclid is also a historical figure I believe I've heard of, at least seen the name before. So it's interesting to learn more about him. It's funny how much stuff that we know about, like from mathematics to science, like how like a lot of it just all really kind of ties into the Greeks and Egyptians. Euclid found Earth's geometry 300 BC.
How do you calculate the circumference of the Earth? With a camel, 2 sticks, and shadows cast by the sun. This is what Eratosthenes of Cyrene described in his principal work, Geography, while he was director of the Great Library of Alexandria. He is credited for the invention of the armillary sphere around 250 BCE.
That's a figure that I have never heard of before in my life. Actually, I probably have heard of it. It's only because I kind of watched a video by a YouTuber I follow that covered this section of the game. Map of the World by Aristophanes of Cyrene, circa 240 BCE.
The earliest known and most complete armillary sphere of antiquity was the Meteoroscopion of Alexandria, with an imposing 9 rings compared to the 3 or 4 of most other astrolabes. Known as the zodiac krikatoi amongst the Greeks, the Meteoroscopion was used to determine the location of celestial bodies around the Earth. Every self-respecting astronomer of antiquity would have sought to use this tool to better understand the celestial movements.
I really wonder how that thing works. It looks so complex. It's clearly like a lot of moving parts. But I wonder how it works and how accurate it actually is in representing the movement of the stars. Armillary sphere made by Jean-Baptiste Delour and Jean Pigeon, Dauphin's Chamber, Paris, 1705. A nod to armillary sphere to the Burrow-Mendez observational device undermines the location of celestial bodies around the Earth, the spheric center of the universe. The position is fixed by corresponding the latitude and meridian rings to the position of the sun or a star. Interesting. This is my answer.
Pythagoras of Samos was a well-known and respected philosopher and mathematician. He is best known for the Pythagorean theorem. However, there is proof that the theorem existed in Babylonia and India long before Pythagoras was born, casting some doubts as to who exactly originated the theorem.
A bit of a spoiler for the story of Assassin's Creed Odyssey. You actually meet Pythagoras in the campaign of Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I actually kind of like him as a character. He's probably not the most interesting character, I guess, because I feel like some parts of the story in Odyssey was honestly kind of weak. That's all I'll say. One of the things I kind of have a disagreement with was overall with Pythagoras. Philosopher Pythagoras shown teaching. How many have we done? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's time to change a character. We will do Cleopatra the 7th Philopater. The Mosaic of Alexandria. Learn about the Mosaic of Alexandria and its function within the city.
Welcome to the Mosaic of Alexandria. The Mosaic was a sector of the city commissioned by Ptolemy I to rival Athens' Academy as an institute of intellectual pursuit. Dedicated to the 9 inspiring muses, the Mosaic became a great center for philosophical and scientific enlightenment. It welcomed scholars from many kingdoms, inviting them to share knowledge in literature, science, and geography.
So it is a university, like an ancient university. Interesting. Sarcophagus of the Muses, circa 150.
The Moseon was designed so that its buildings and grounds would accommodate free thinking, debate, and presentation. Meeting spaces and theaters surrounded a main courtyard. Expansive gardens were filled with exotic plants that aided in the study and supply of herbs and medicines. A zoo offered the study of animal behavior and physiology. Also among the Moseon's many star attractions was its astronomical observatory.
Astronomical observatory. I honestly was kind of surprised. I didn't think they would have an observatory at this time. It's not the one that I'm familiar with. Maybe they had like a more ancient design. Alexander Center.
Herophilus was a physician who lived most of his life in Alexandria. He was able to perform the dissection of human cadavers on a large scale due to the permissiveness of the city in such matters. Among many other discoveries, he learned that the brain was central to the human nervous system. He also extensively mapped the blood system and measured the pulse with the aid of a water clock. It is reported that in his thirst to understand human anatomy, he performed 600 vivisections on live prisoners.
That would not fly today. If a doctor did that type of thing, he will lose his license and possibly go to prison for that. That is insane. And did like autopsies essentially on like live prisoners. That's fucking insane. Water clock fragment clepsydra. He did 600 vivisections on prisoners. Wow.
In order to be free to pursue their research, scholars were fed and housed at the Moseon at the government's expense. This freedom provided Alexandria's scholars a meeting space for intellectual pursuits and a haven for spiritual peace. Though nothing remains of the original Moseon, it lives on as the legacy of our modern museums.
Interesting. Modern market gate of Miletus, a well-preserved Greek city. So, Serapeion of Alexandria, estimated time 4 minutes. Learn about the Serapeion of Alexandria and its function within the city.
Welcome to the Serapion of Alexandria.
I'm mispronouncing it all the time. Serapion. That's how it's pronounced, apparently. I guess that sounds a more accurate pronunciation than Serapeion. So.
In a city of numerous magnificent attractions, the Serapion was considered to be the most beautiful temple of Alexandria. Located southwest of the city, on a small hill known as the Acropolis, the sanctuary was constructed during the reign of Ptolemy III, upon foundations which had existed since the reign of Ptolemy I Soter.
Interesting. I think this is actually the area where you find a viewpoint and a papyrus scroll location in the actual game. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Legian and Serapeum detailed during the Roman era.
Visitors of the Serapion climbed 100 steps to reach the courtyard. Libraries were installed in the porticos surrounding the square building, with its roof and columns adorned with gold and gilded bronze. Pharaohs were generous to the temple, as were several Roman emperors after Egypt's conquest. An inner temple housed the statue of Serapis, dedicated to healing the sick.
So it's also simply like it was not only like a place for worship, it was also a place for education. That's what I'm getting from this. A foundation plaque from the Serapian in Alexandria.
Since the 26th dynasty, Greeks in Egypt had gradually integrated the Egyptian cult of the Apis bull to their own rituals. With the establishment of the Ptolemaic dynasty, the cult of Apis was further integrated into Greek religion. During his rule, Ptolemy I chose to merge Egyptian and Hellenic gods into a syncretic divinity named Serapis. This name was the result of the amalgamation of Osiris and Apis. With this new deity, the Ptolemaic dynasty managed to accommodate similar belief sets for two different cultures, bringing about a new dynastic cult.
Interesting. So, no, actually, I don't think it's actually, the Serapion was the origin of the creation of the god Serapis, but it probably had an influence. The creation of the Serapion was probably had an influence by the god Serapis. Serapis bust from Calathos from Alexandria from the Serapion.
Serapis was also associated to other deities, including Asclepius, a Greek god of healing. It is possible that, as with the Serapis Temple of Canopus, the sick would visit this sanctuary, sleeping there overnight in the hopes of being healed within its hallowed halls.
I feel that a lot of people would kind of do like a lot of crazy things in hopes of, in desperation, in hopes of being like healed, or in hopes of being saved. Religion can kind of cause people to some very interesting things, sometimes positive, sometimes negative. Pendant with the scene for the Serapis, Isis, a snake, and Harpocrates. Let's see, Islands of Pharaohs. Hold on. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So one more. Learn about the Islands of Pharaohs and the monuments located on the islands. Estimated time 7 minutes.
Welcome to the Islands of Pharos. The Heptastadion was a bridge-like causeway connecting the island of Pharos to mainland Alexandria. Its name is based on the Greek terms of measurement, hepta, meaning 7, and stadion, which is a measure of length of roughly 180 meters.
So, by that, does it mean the bridge is 780 meters long? But it sounds like to me. I'm doing my math wrong. Alexandria view from the Mediterranean Sea, detail on the Faroe Islands.
Since its construction would separate the Grand Port to the east and the port of Eunostos to the west, it was designed with channels at each end. These openings allowed passage from one port to the other.
What's to say about that? Much information to glean. Alexandria Economic Way, detail of Heptastadion? Heptasto. I can't read that. Heptastadion, sure. I can't read that apparently. A lot of Greek words, a lot of foreign words, like that is hard for me to pronounce.
Along with creating separate harbors for the commercial and military shipping, the causeway served as a main aqueduct for the island's inhabitants. Its presence also helped protect the island and its ports from rough wind and sea currents. At the end of antiquity, the heptastadion disappeared under layers of silt and soil, which formed an important sedimentary deposit.
Heptastadion, heptastadion, heptastadion. So glad they pronounced that word. Map of Alexandria, 1375. Heptastadion. You can actually reference that in the first. I think the Heptastadion is actually the name. They said it was the name of the bridge. I just immediately forgot what that was and how it's pronounced. So go me.
While the Serapeum was the most celebrated of the temples in Alexandria, many other temples were built within the city. Most of these structures have been completely erased over time, and there is no way to discern how many existed. However, research of ancient papyri offer tantalizing hints as to the possible location of at least some of the temples.
I realize that now that my face cam is blocking the text I've been kind of showing on screen, I'm at this point, like, I'm just kind of having it up from now on just to show the images. It's far too late for me to go back and just show off the previous tours. I'm just gonna keep going. The text I showed on the screen is word for word the same as what the narrator is saying, so there's really no need for me to show the thing up. Their subtitles are enabled so you can read what the narrator is saying. So. Alexandrians and Byron's viewed the obelisk known as the Needle Cleopatra in the Tower of the Romans.
Both papyri and coins reveal evidence of many temples built for the gods. Poseidon, the god of the sea, likely had an edifice in his honor west of this island, as well as on the mainland. This temple next to you is dedicated to Isis Feria, the divine protector of the lighthouse. This location hosted annual celebrations in the month of April, known as the Sacrum Feria, in connection to the lighthouse. In her incarnation as Isis Fortuna, the goddess carries a rudder and a cornucopia, both symbols of good luck for navigators.
There is a Greek goddess named Fortuna that I believe is a goddess of luck. And I wonder if Isis Fortuna is in some way connected to that Greek deity. There are some overlaps with Greek and Egyptian mythologies, as referenced many times in the series by the god Serapis that Greeks and Egyptians share, but I wonder how much more overlap there is between the Greek and Egyptian mythologies. Statue of Fortuna.
Considered one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, the Lighthouse of Alexandria was a source of great pride for the inhabitants of the city. Construction began under Ptolemy I's reign and lasted 15 years. It was completed during his son's rule. Once completed, the lighthouse was dedicated to the gods for the salvation of those who sail the sea.
I think that a statue is made out of, is that the copper or bronze? Because of the fact that it's green. One of those two, like when it gets old, like it goes from brown to green. So one of those two metals is what that statue is actually made out of. Isis Feria, divine protector of sailors, Roman Empire.
Built on the island of Pharos, the stone structure was 3 tiers set on top of one another in a step formation. The second floor consisted of an octagonal tower, and the top floor was a cylindrical tower topped by a statue. The interior provided space for staff rooms and a ramp which allowed the transport of fuel to the upper floors.
I do know that the lighthouse of Pharos, actually, the lighthouse of Alexandria, actually no longer exists. It was actually destroyed at some point in history. So you actually can't visit the lighthouse anymore. You can probably visit the ruins, but if it's still there, but you can't visit the lighthouse. Alexandria Lighthouse, 1995.
Essential to safe navigation through the rifts and shallow waters, the Pharos was a functioning lighthouse with a beam reportedly visible 50 kilometers away. It's unclear what kind of fuel was used or how much. Any other details of how the light worked remain a mystery.
I don't think we'll ever gonna be able to figure that information out for how it worked unless archaeologists find like Britain manuscripts detailing the Lighthouse of Alexandria of all things, but the odds of them finding a intact manuscript with writing legible after all this time is very, very, very low. Tower, Alexandria Lighthouse, 16th century.
For several centuries, the Pharos was one of the highest monuments ever built by man. It measured roughly 110 meters in height, compared to the Pyramid of Giza, which was around 140 meters tall. Gradually, the structure was eroded by earthquakes and then completely destroyed in 1480 CE, when a fort was built over it. Archaeological excavations on the seabed have uncovered many blocks from the ancient building.
Yeah, so that just kind of like tells like how the lighthouse was kind of destroyed. If it was still around, if it actually survived all that chaos, it probably would have become one of the wonders of the world, to be honest. Alexandria currency under Hadrian the lighthouse. Based on this like its unique construction, like if it somehow survived to this day, I highly doubt like beyond like making remodeling it to make it more stable to last over like long periods of time. I highly doubt that they would completely remodel it and kind of change the designs based on its unique and iconic, unique design. Like they probably won't like completely rebuild it to make to kind of change the design too much if it somehow survived today. But apparently, according to that tour, they when it got destroyed by earthquakes, they kind of built over and made a fort. So, unfortunate. William Miles, the Panaeon, 3 stations. I really like William Miles as a character. I kind of like him more than Desmond Saga, though. The modern entity is kind of like bland. Don't really see much of him in the modern games. Learn about the Panaeon of Alexandria. Estimated time 2 minutes.
Welcome to the Panaeon. The Panaeon was a temple built in honor of the god Pan, divinity of nature. This Greek god, often represented as a half-man, half-goat, with a beard, horns, and goat's hooves, was considered the protector of shepherds and herds.
And as I mentioned before, was actually the nature god. He is, I guess you could say he's like the successor of Gaia, the Titan Gaia. Actually, kind of like a very interesting deity. I kind of wonder why the Greeks depicted him as essentially a satyr. A satyr god. Satyrs were kind of like a really weird race in Greek mythology. They were often very promiscuous in mythology. They often like assaulted women or imps. Kind of like weird. And see the Greco-Roman era.
Pan's attribute was his namesake musical instrument, the pan flute. His temples were usually located in caves and on high mountains, and were frequented by shepherds. It is likely that Mediterranean cults adopted the imagery of Pan to symbolize the Christian devil.
There's also something I know quite a bit about, like from my research into Judeo-Christian beliefs, when referencing when kind of doing research in my own novel project. The depiction of the devil as sort of like a goat man was actually been used for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. I don't know like how old that thing was, but even like there's even some demons portrayed as being like half goat, half man. Most common thing that comes to mind is a depiction of a demon seen in Middle Ages document manuscripts where they kind of show like an illustration of a blue demon with goat hooves and horns. So, depiction of the devil or demons as goat figures were actually kind of very old, at least 1,000 years old. Given like the Middle Ages of England took place roughly 1,000 years ago. Actually, probably a little bit less, maybe a little bit older. I honestly don't know. Plague, Temptation of Christ. Plaque, the Temptation of Christ, 15th century.
To give proper honor to the god, Alexandrians built an artificial hill upon which they housed his temple to compensate for the flat relief of the city. The artificial mound had the shape of a spinning top or a pine cone, which was accessed by a spiral staircase. The top had a panoramic view of the entire city. Only such heights would be fitting for a mountain god.
Artificial hill, the Panayan Station 3. Hey, achievement. How is that a rare achievement? Polymorph. Only 92% of people have unlocked that. I guess not a lot of people did the discovery tour. So now I think we're only missing one achievement for this. Yes, complete all tours of the daily life category. The Hippodrome of Alexandria. Learn about the events held at the Hippodrome. Estimated time 2 minutes.
Welcome to the Hippodrome of Alexandria.
Legian
The
Serapeum.
main hippodrome of the city was called the Legeon, in honor of Lagos, the ancestor of the Ptolemies. Alexandrians were great lovers of horse racing. They were fascinated by the rivalry of these races. The agon, as it was said at that time, that every competition brought. It was a struggle for glory.
The Hippodrome is probably my least favorite aspect of the base game. I do not find the Hippodrome races fun to play, but at least I got through it. It was an interesting concept. It just wasn't designed well, in my opinion. I'm so glad it hasn't made a return to the series to date.
The most important chariot race was the Tethrapon. Using 4 horses with the quickest harness to the front right, the charioteer would race for 12 laps, with sharp turns at either end of the hippodrome. The victors were crowned with garlands of olive and received prize money, but the most sought-after reward was to be acclaimed by the works of poets, such as Callimachus and Pindar.
I think Pindar was actually kind of a reference to the story. That actually sounds familiar. A relief known as a campana to Circassian's quadriga race.
Ye hymns that rule the lyre, what god, what hero, aye, and what man shall we loudly praise? Verily Zeus is the lord of Pisa, and Heracles established the Olympic festival, while Theron must be proclaimed by reason of his victorious chariot with its 4 horses. Theron, who is just in his regard for guests, and who is the bulwark of Acragas, the choicest flower of an auspicious line of sires, whose city towers on high, bringing wealth and glory to crown their native merits.
Interesting. Don't know why they kind of included that. It's like a extract from a poem or a something. I don't know why they included that. It's interesting to read or hear, but really know why they brought that in. It's random. The winner of a chariot race pre-classic period. Alexandria is now finished. Let's go ahead and do Egypt next. The major regions of Egypt, estimated time 2 minutes. Learn about the major regions of Egypt, estimated time 2 minutes.
Welcome to the major regions of Egypt. Life in ancient Egypt was concentrated along the shores of the Nile and divided into 2 regions. Lower Egypt was situated on the Nile Delta near the Mediterranean, and Upper Egypt was at the south reaching into Africa. Due to its proximity to the Mediterranean, temperatures in Lower Egypt were less extreme than in Upper Egypt.
The Nile was like a very important aspect of Egypt's life. Like Egypt would not have survived as a country without access to fresh water to fuel their crops. So that was very important. Why they built their civilization alongside that river. The Nile, Egypt.
Until 3100 BCE and the unification of Egypt, each region had its own pharaoh and crown. Lower Egypt's crown was red and marked with symbols of papyrus and bees. Upper Egypt's crown was white, with symbols of lotus and sedge grass.
I wonder why they differentiated that. It kind of just like a weird, like a design difference. I don't. It's supposed to be one country, so you would think they would have the same design for the pharaohs, but they kind of separate the design for them. I wonder if they believe that a Lower Egypt pharaoh was inferior to an Upper Egypt pharaoh, or vice versa. A relief of Nefertiti, Mentuhotep II, wearing the white crown, and the goddess Hathor. You have a dynasty.
Both regions had competing major cities, most notably Memphis in Lower Egypt and Thebes in Upper Egypt. There were different religious cults in both regions, each worshipping their own major gods.
I know Memphis worshipped the crocodile god Sobek because there was a quest like involving several quests involving Sobek. I can't remember what Thebes worships. Temple of Ptah, Memphis.
Many of the temples were designed in such a way as to represent the 2 regions, and ceremonies often incorporated Upper and Lower Egypt in their rituals.
Perfume burner with unified Egyptian knot composite withstand. Gonna change my character. So switch to Layla Hassan. Bringer of life, the River Delta. Learn about the River Nile and its importance to the development of ancient Egyptian civilization. I'm 9 minutes.
Welcome to Bringer of Life, the River Nile. The ancient Egyptians called the dark, fertile soil of the Nile the Black Lands, and the surrounding desert was referred to as the Red Lands. The dramatic difference of productive land opposed to barren desert had a deep influence on cultural ideology, mythology, and religion.
Yeah, it's like as I mentioned before, and as you'll probably figure out, River Nile was a necessity for the survival of Egypt. Actually, can't go across without water, without fresh, clean water, and the Nile provided that. Pretty much without the Nile, Egypt would starve.
The Nile determined much of Egyptian civilization. For example, the seasonal cycle of the Nile was so consistent that ancient Egyptians created their calendar around it. The flood season, or Akhet, was when the departing floodwaters left arable soil for crops. It was followed by the growing and harvesting seasons, known as Peret and Shemu. These regular seasons, along with abundant wildlife and rich soil, meant that Egypt's denizens were able to nourish themselves and ensure their country's strength in trade.
It's very interesting. I should actually forgot about that. I didn't really. I knew that. Kind of based their calendar off the cycles of the river. Interesting. I wonder how different the ancient Egyptian calendar is to the modern one. Nile, 2013. Cover tour is really interesting. I should kind of encourage anyone that's kind of interested in learning about the history to kind of give this to check it out, or just continue to watch the video because I'm going to be covering all of it in this video. But if you're a fan of the series and you want to watch it in your own time, do check it out.
The River Nile, flowing from the south to the north, neatly traversed through both Upper and Lower Egypt. All of Egypt's major cities were built along this narrow ribbon of life. Protected by mountain ranges and deserts which acted as natural barriers to enemies, and sustained by the Nile's plants and wildlife, Egyptian civilization enjoyed economic and cultural prosperity for over 4,000 years.
Interesting. Yeah, kind of more of the same one, what I already know. Although it's interesting that apparently Egypt's civilization has been around for over 4,000 years. I don't know if that's the oldest civilization, oldest country in history. I know the British Empire was also like pretty long and expansive, but I don't think it's as old as the Egyptian. Pretty sure like a lot of countries, modern countries today weren't really like founded at this time. Probably more like more tribal. Some of them are probably more tribal in nature.
Both ancient Egyptians and ancient Greeks referred to the Nile as the river in their respective languages. Stretching a distance of over 6,700 kilometers, the Nile is one of the longest rivers in the world. It flows south to north, spanning 11 countries. The River Nile originates in the region of the Great Subequatorial Lakes, including one of the largest in the world, Lake Victoria near Tanzania.
I should clarify what I mean by tribal in nature. Is to use an example is ancient like Britain. There's like different like not really countries but different like areas with different types of people and different beliefs. And ancient Britain, Like, for example, the Celtics that existed around in ancient Britain. I kind of like their different, like, paganistic beliefs. The Nile, Egypt. Actually, one thing that I actually kind of found out about when I was playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla is the different beliefs and cultures of people that lived at the time. Like the whole origin of the holiday Halloween that we enjoy uh, in America actually originated in England from the festival of Samhain from the old paganistic beliefs, and I kind of learned about that for the first time playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla. So an actual main mission, no less. It's actually a very interesting main mission, although it's kind of out of place. It kind of broke the tension of the story. Kind of going house to house trick or treating. Although it was kind of an interesting mission, all the same.
The river flows through African equatorial forests, swamps, volcanic lands, steppes, and deserts, splitting apart for a while and picking up various sediments from each region and carrying them all the way to Egypt. Its main artery, known as the White Nile, rejoins with the Blue Nile in Khartoum. This is where it weaves through rich deposits of silt and nutrients, carrying them along in its wake.
Very interesting. I guess I can't go faster. I'm holding right trigger to speed up. I guess I can't do that. It's a long distance away. It's been currently recording for about 2.5 hours right now. Going a little bit longer. Probably if I'm still working on this at 5, I still haven't finished. I'll just go and pause the thing. I'll just go and continue it tomorrow. This is going to be a very long video, I will say. Unfortunately, I can't really break it up into multiple things because I told my artist to make one thumbnail, and I can only ask her to make 2. So I want both of these to go up before my stream on Friday.
The Nile crosses 6 cataracts from the south to the north, creating natural obstacles between the various sections of the river. The cataracts are long zones of about 100 kilometers, where the bubbling and rapidly swirling waters advance tumultuously amid enormous heaps of rocks and benches of hard stone.
I've never heard of cataracts using this sentence that just referred to the cloudiness of eyes. View of the second cataract from Nubia. One thing that I can hope that I never really experienced, to be honest. I know that I probably will likely experience something like that when I'm older. But, yeah, I certainly had like perfect vision for the most part, and a little bit nearsighted, but I kind of hope that I never have issue with cataracts. The surgery involving that just kind of terrifies me. Like, things like surgery in general, with the idea of someone like cutting into me terrifies me, but nothing more than surgery involving the eyes or the brain.
It is after crossing Nubia and the first cataract that the river officially returns to Egypt in Aswan. There are still 1,000 kilometers before it reaches Cairo and the Delta, bringing life to those living on its shores before it eventually empties into the Mediterranean Sea.
I think Cairo is actually based near the pyramids of Giza. I think there's like a city near Giza you can see in the main game. I think that's supposed to be Cairo. I could be wrong though. I don't know like much about the geography of Egypt. View of the first cataract from Philae. It is kind of interesting that we can have like a boat tour. It's just, I swear to God, like piloting a boat is slower than walking. At least it feels that way. Is this the last one? I think it is. Oh no, it continues on.
Ancient Egyptian irrigation and water use was centered around the Nile. However, they also had access to streams and rivers, as well as several large lakes. The delta, situated at the north end of the Nile, also known as Lower Egypt, is a large irrigated area where the river splits into several tributaries.
And it's really interesting, just kind of seeing the close-up image of that. I wonder kind of when that picture was taken. I'm guessing like 2004, judging by the subtext at the top. I think a lot of greenery there. I think we're actually near that city in the top right corner of the map. Take a check. Yeah, we are. There's a city at the top right corner of the map. Where we kind of met Cleopatra. I'm guessing this is where the greenery we see on the map, like at the top of the Nile. It makes sense that was the case. But it also makes sense that there's why there's like a lot of greenery here in like a desert nation, surrounded by the river. A lot of plants grow and fueled by water. Maybe obvious, it's just I'm saying it out loud, but actually probably obvious to all. That's the connection I made. I'm kind of like getting annoyed with my friend, to be honest, because we've been playing like Borderlands and he always fucking mocks me whenever I say something stupid. It's just really starting to annoy me. Like he acts like I'm an idiot.
The delta had several major brackish coastal lakes, bodies of water separated from the sea by thin strips of land. A mix of deep to shallow waters, salt swamps, and sand plains, these lakes were refuge to a wealth of species, as well as water and land plants. The occasional bandit could also be found sheltering within the denser reeds, waiting for the unwary traveler.
Interesting how, like, something I always kind of wondered about was when, like, the concept of bandits, like, on the road kind of, like, phased out. I'm assuming it's when, like, things started to become more modern, like, the law enforcement kind of more advanced. When they kind of like had to evolve their tricks, but like we just bandits today are just kind of like random like criminals, like on the streets, just kind of conning people out of money or just kind of doing like acts, trying to be keep their actions secretive from the law, rather than attacking like travelers on the street. Minna and the family hunting in the marshes to Memento. Please don't be another freaking uh called boat one. Deserts of Egypt. Okay, good. Learn about the deserts, which cover 94% of Egypt as a minute time 3 minutes.
Welcome to Deserts of Egypt.
Deserts is probably like my least favorite environment. It was the only thing that kind of made exploring the desert interesting was the mirages and what you get.
Reaching out on either side of the lush Nile are the harsh, arid Western Desert and the mountainous Eastern Desert. They cover nearly 94% of Egypt. Each of these parent deserts have their own microclimate and contain several smaller deserts with a distinctive fauna and flora. Whale fossils were discovered within the depths of the Sahara. Known as the Valley of the Whales, this location is evidence of the seas which once covered the area.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting when you kind of like discover like ancient like fish fossils like whales or other sea creatures like on land. The continent shifts so much like throughout history, like, with the whole continental drift. In fact, we're still like changing things. I believe that it was something I kind of heard about. It's like within the next a couple hundred years, parts of Florida will actually be submerged in water because of all continental drift and the rising of the tides. This is assuming if our human race is still standing at that time, because a lot of people actually believe they're kind of heading towards another great extinction history. I'm kind of remaining hopeful that humanity will still survive, but it's just thought of humanity being wiped out due to the extinction event is low-key kind of terrifying.
The White Desert in the northeast of the Sahara owes its name to its white limestone soil, contrasting with the yellow sand. The wind has eroded the rocks of the White Desert into stone mushrooms, the most famous of which is referred to as the Finger of God.
Possibly like the most frustrating thing are those climate deniers that vehemently oppose the concept of climate change, and they act as if like it's a myth and there's no such thing as climate change, when climate change is a very real threat to our society, and the fact that people keep on denying it and worse, kind of making the thing worse with the continuous production of like factories like coal mines and all this kind of stuff, coal factories. It kind of makes it frustrating because we're kind of like destroying ourselves even if we don't really realize it.
The Great Sand Sea is a large unbroken desert that reaches out through western Egypt and eastern Libya. It is home to a unique geological formation known as Libyan silica glass. The pale yellowish-green material ranges from pebble-sized fragments to glass rocks the size of rough boulders.
Interesting. A fun fact, if lightning strikes a patch of sand, like on the beach or in the desert, it actually forms glass. So if you find glass in the desert, it's not because someone broke a bottle, it's probably because lightning was struck there. Okay, so I think one more thing as Layla, and then we're switching characters. The Qatar Depression. Learn about the Qatar Depression in northwestern Egypt. Estimated time 2 minutes.
Welcome to the Qatar Depression. The Qatar Depression is located in the northwest part of Egypt. Reaching 18,000 square kilometers, the basin is 133 meters below sea level and covered with salt. It is the second lowest point in Africa, after the Afar Depression.
I wonder if we can visit the Afar Depression. I don't think there's ever referenced in the map. I wonder where that is. Probably a different place. It's probably not in Egypt if you don't see it named on the map. Probably somewhere else in Africa. Death Storm in Egypt, 2006.
The climate is very arid, with average temperatures reaching 36 degrees Celsius. The famous Siwa Oasis is located on the protected southwestern region. Today, the Qatar Depression is utilized for oil exploration.
Interesting. So I'm assuming like in this area today, they have like a bunch of oil derricks scattered around the thing. That's interesting. Yeah, that was a short one. Let's go and switch characters to Ptolemy the 13th Theos Philopater. Siwa, 9 stations. Learn about the geography and importance of the oasis of Siwa.
Welcome to Siwa.
Siwa is such like an interesting location that we start out in. It's such a beautiful location. I really wonder what it's like today.
The Siwa Oasis is in the western desert of Egypt. Geographically, the Siwan Oasis is located in a depression 20 meters below sea level. Its natural springs and warm climate aided in the bountiful production of date trees. Though clearly influenced to some degree by Egyptian and African culture, the area's isolation resulted in a unique society and language. While they worshipped the same deities, Siwan temple architecture differed from traditional Egyptian temples.
It looks really different. Looks like there's a lot more vegetation in Siwa, judging by this illustration that there appears to be in the game. Wonder that was always how I was supposed to look in the developers chose to like take away some of the foliage. Aerial view of Siwan antiquity over Gurmi Hill with Temple of Amun and Governor's Palace. 94. Hold on, I need to scratch my ear.
Hey.
Old Kingdom Egyptians referred to the oasis as cauldron, due to its unique geographical structure. Oases were crucial for nomadic tribes and caravans. Without them, there was no chance of survival in an otherwise harsh landscape. As such, oases quickly became hubs for trade, as well as areas of political control.
Interesting. Not much I can say, to be honest. Although it's nomadic tribes and caravans, kind of interesting. Nomads are actually still exist today. You can still find nomadic tribes in some parts of Africa. Kind of more common in the Middle East, actually, I believe, but you can still find them today. General view of the Siwa Oasis.
Because of the dry climate, there is very little rainfall to sustain the oases. Instead, underground rivers flood the natural basins. Since many oases have a north-south orientation parallel to the Nile, some geologists suggest they were once tributaries of the mighty river. There is evidence that ancient Egyptians attempted to create some oases.
How would you create an oasis? Oasis, I should say. Really wonder how that's done. Now, Egypt.
The Libyan oases are the best known, as they are geographically and culturally linked to the Nile Valley and the Delta. These western oases have a distinct geology from the other regions of Egypt. The most famous and important oases are Karga, Dakhla, Farafra, Baharia, and Siwa.
So many oases in presumably Africa. I wonder how many are still present today. How many are still active? I'm assuming like climate change has kind of dried up some of the oases that existed in the past.
The Spring of the Sun is one of many thermal sources in Siwa, with the particularity that Cleopatra would have bathed in this one, giving it its name. The presence of the source beneath was attested already by Herodotus during the 5th century BCE, when the oasis was called Amuneion by the Greeks of Cyrene.
Huh. So Herodotus presumably has been here. Siwa Oasis, Kazim Siwa, Metro governed North Egypt.
Oracles predicted the future, delivered omens that could be more or less obscure, and offered divine guidance. The Siwan Oracle was considered one of the three greatest of the ancient world, alongside the oracles of Delphi and Dodoni. Because of the Greek colonies in Cyrenaica, the temple associated Zeus with the worship of Ammon.
Fun fact about the Oracle of Delphi in particular, the reason why the Oracle of Delphi was said to have visions was because of gas that existed that came out of caves underneath the Oracle's things. So the Oracle would often have hallucinations, and people would interpret those hallucinations into sort of meanings or prophecies to give to the people. So all those prophecies that people attributed to the Oracle of Delphi in particular actually came from hallucinations. It was essentially high. It was hallucinating because of toxic gases, and people attributed that to divinations of the gods. Which I would not recommend that, because toxic gases could cause some bad effects to your body. Wouldn't surprise me if they actually kind of like damage their mental state of their body in some way. Wouldn't surprise me if someone that even died from inhaling too many toxic gases. Just Ammon on a throne on this period.
It is no wonder that Alexander the Great made the perilous journey to Siwa in order to consult the oracle, emulating the actions of mythical heroes such as Hercules and Perseus. This action earned the approval of the oracle, who validated his claim as Pharaoh of Egypt. He was confirmed as the son of Ammon, conferring upon him the most legitimate claim to date of all Egypt's foreign invaders.
Freaking Oracle just essentially gave Alexander the title of God. Alexander the Great as Pharaoh, Karnak, Temple of Ammon by John Beno. For those curious, the Oracle is actually found in here-ish. This is where the Oracle will be found. This thing that we actually kind of went to that location before, but that's where the Oracle was actually found.
The powerful and the rich would send gifts or travel great distances in order to ensure their good fortune by gaining the blessing of the Oracle of Siwa. Every successful blessing only increased the soothsayer's prestige. Runner Eubotus, a famous citizen of Cyrene, consulted the oracle in order to know if he would win the 93rd Olympic Games race in 408 BCE. He did, enhancing the standing of the C1 Oracle in the process.
So the C1 Oracle essentially had a lucky guess, or kind of said what he wanted to hear. And that reaffirmation kind of gave him a morale boost that kind of gave him the advantage to win. That's actually like a phenomenon that happens if someone says that, hey, you're going to win this. Sometimes that's just kind of the moment of encouragement that kind of causes them to actually perform better and win. Actually, I believe that's a psychological thing in nature. Oracle of Siwa, in antiquity, cut view from the back.
The Temple of the Oracle of Ammon was built in the 6th century BCE by Pharaoh Amasis. In the game, its entrance is guarded by ram-headed sphinxes, the animal representing Ammon. They were inspired by similar statuary located at the British Museum. Another option would have a Greek-influenced representation of Zeus Ammon, a human-headed sphinx with horns. This representation of Zeus Ammon was very popular in Senu.
I take back what I said. I was actually completely wrong. The temple, the oracle is actually based in the area where we killed Medunaman, the first Order of the Ancient thing was killed in the game. A colossal statue of Ammon protecting King Taharka, 25th dynasty. So Ammon, the oracle of Ammon will actually be found here. So I was completely wrong. So I take that back. Okay, two more things as what's the name? Ptolemy, and then we're changing characters. The Fayum. Learn about the geography and the importance of the Fayum. Estimated time 9 minutes. Learn about the geography and the importance of the Fayum. Estimated time 9 minutes.
Welcome to the Fayum. The Fayum Oasis is an enormous basin in the western desert that formed from the Nile's overflow. As such, it is not considered a true oasis, though it gives its name to the region, which covers Lake Moeris. The oasis harbors some of the oldest archaeological artifacts of the region, indicating that the area has been inhabited by hunters and gatherers since the Neolithic period.
Let's say that may be like a spearhead, an artifact of a spearhead. Or it could be like some other tool, like an arrowhead or something. A tool from Egypt, Fayum, along the road between the Fayum and the Giza Pyramids, New Kingdom.
The Fayum Oasis drains into Lake Moeris, which was a large freshwater lake, but at some time became a saltwater lake. In the 12th dynasty, ancient Egyptians redirected the water flow with a dam and dug a supply canal using the lake as their reservoir. Irrigation enabled them to continue growing crops of figs, grapes, and olives year-round.
Figs, I believe, was another crop native to Egypt. I could be wrong, though. I think figs is also grown in other places. But it's another crop that's attributed to Egypt, I believe. Egypt. That's 3.
Reed boats, feluccas, triremes, and kerkeros were the most commonly found craft within the landlocked waters of Egypt. They were used for various purposes, ranging from daily fishing, trade, warfare, and travel, to the ferrying of massive stone blocks used to build the great monuments of Egypt.
There's a video that I kind of watched recently, by Zach Star himself, like the YouTuber Zach Star himself, who makes like a lot of skits, and he was kind of laughing at, it was kind of implying that the monuments like the pyramids of Egypt were kind of designed by aliens. And the aliens were essentially kind of mocking humanity for believing that they were kind of designed by man. Which I just thought was kind of funny. So the whole massive stone blocks kind of remind me of that skit. Medicine House, Nilotic Scene, a Pygmy Hunt. Fayum is a really beautiful location to explore in the game. I typically kind of enjoy exploring the environment more than enjoying exploring the cities. Exploring like a large landscape is just so immersive, but exploring the cities where I have to like navigate buildings kind of takes away the enjoyment. But I did kind of enjoy this exploring the area of Fayum.
The most impressive pyramids of ancient Egypt date from the Old Kingdom and can be found on the sites of Giza, Saqqara, and Dashur. However, one particularly famous pyramid of the time is located elsewhere. During the Middle Kingdom, some pharaohs chose the Fayum as their final resting place. One such ruler was Amenemhat III. His pyramid left a mark on the imagination of antique chroniclers. They refer to it as the Labyrinth, mostly due to the vast mortuary temple complex at the foot of the pyramid. Herodotus mentioned that he had visited 12 courts and over 3,000 of its chambers. But he was also well known for being prone to hyperbole.
In other news, he exaggerates. In other words, I should say he exaggerates. Hawara Labyrinth. This is a place I've actually been to in the main story. It's actually here. This is the tomb of Amenhotep that we went to in the main story. Actually a really interesting location to explore.
Amenemhat's pyramid was built with a brick core and covered with stone slabs, designed to be impenetrable. The burial chamber, made out of a single block of sandstone, is unique in its design. Richard Lepsius and Flinders Petrie both explored the pyramid site, measuring 385 meters by 158 meters, and identified it as the location of the labyrinth. Their research conditions were difficult, as most of the site had been submerged by the nearby canal. Furthermore, the stones from the complex and the outer casing of the pyramid had been quarried away long ago. Ubisoft decided to give life back to this lost monument and the many crypts that were said to be devoted to the sacred crocodile god, Sobek.
So something I have been thinking about doing, and just gonna say this real quick. I'm gonna be pausing the stream, pausing the recording, I should say, after this tour. Because I want to just review the thing just to make sure that my microphone is coming out correctly and the gameplay is coming out correctly, and I'll resume the recording. And I'm gonna try and finish the rest of this discovery tour and this thing today. Volume Situation Planet, the Labyrinth, and its Pyramid by Lepsius, Mercier, and Lola. I don't know how you pronounce that. Sounds like it's French names. I really wish you could go faster in boats. This thing is so slow. Something I'm really kind of concerned about is if my microphone has been glitching out, I will have no way of knowing. And if it does, I'm probably going to be resetting this tour and going from the beginning. I haven't really had an issue with my microphone glitching out yet. Since I got my new microphone, but it doesn't mean it won't. So I was just thinking, I haven't even dropped it yet, which is impressive for me.
Founded during the 5th dynasty, the site was popular during the 12th dynasty under the name of Shedet. During the Ptolemaic era, the metropolis was named Crocodilopolis by the Greeks, in honor of the crocodile god Sobek. During the Greco-Roman era, the Cleruks, soldiers of the Ptolemies, settled there after their military service and expanded the irrigation systems. Irrigation and water distribution tripled the arable land and turned the city into a lush and rich area. 27,000 inhabitants lived in its precinct at its height. The city's location was strategic in controlling the many small waterways connecting to the main canal, and thus the Nile.
I wonder how common it was for the military to expand the certain functions and the architecture or the engineering of a city. or landscape. You would think they would hire laborers to do that. Maybe they did, but it's just seems like it implies the military did that. Crocodilopolis 2016. I think we're about to do our final stop for this. Oh no, we have one more after this. At least one more.
The region's main cult was that of Sobek of Shedet, a divinity associated with water and fertility, both very important to an area that depended on irrigation. Many local villages had the title Town of Sobek added to their official designations. During festivals, ancient Egyptians recited hymns to Sobek, asking for his divine intervention. Greek settlers and later Romans would help the Temple of Sobek's economy to flourish by adopting the local embalming mortuary rites. Their sarcophagi were beautifully painted and adorned with amazingly realistic portraits.
I understand that because I think that Memphis was also connected to Sobek. At least I'm pretty sure it was. I wonder why like a lot of towns kind of like attributed their connection to Sobek of all things. I think there'll be more towns that were connected to figures like Ra or Osiris or any of the other gods. Nut. Sealy of Marut worshipping the crocodile god Sobek.
Very similar to the cult of the Apis bull in Memphis, a living crocodile was worshipped within the precinct of Crocodilopolis' main temple. Known as Sobek to the Egyptians and Sukkos to the Greeks, it was reported by Strabo that priests fed it with meat, wine, and honeyed milk. They covered its body with jewels and gold. After its death, it was embalmed and placed within the crocodile's grotto, alongside thousands of other mummified crocodiles.
That's just insane. Wow. Crocodilopolis Pond. 2016. Okay, I am going to pause the thing here and we'll resume like in just a minute for you, but it'll probably be a couple minutes for me. Only just a second for me. For you, I should say. I'm just basically gonna like stop the recording, then gonna just review my thing to make sure my commentary is coming out correctly and making sure the thing coming out correctly. I should have done this a lot before, but I wasn't thinking. So I'm just gonna start the recording. I will be right back in just a second. Good news, I was wrong to worry. Don't know why I repeated myself there. I guess I was worried that I could record it a little bit too soon, too late, I should say. Audio is working great. Gameplay is working great. Then continue on. So we have done. We just need to do one more as what's the name? What's the name? Ptolemy, and then we're moving on to another character, the city of Memphis. Learn about the city of Memphis and its place through various periods of ancient Egyptian history.
Welcome to the city of Memphis. Throughout all ancient Egyptian periods, cities had one thing in common. They were situated along the Nile's shores. Cities were often designated for government or for worship. Major cities had several temples dedicated to numerous gods and goddesses. Egyptians referred to the organization of their cities as a sepat, or later on by the Persian term nome. There were 20 sepat in Lower Egypt and 22 in Upper Egypt. The capital city of ancient Egypt changed many times over the periods.
Interesting. Sepat is such like a interesting word, like a weird word. Let's say it was referred to the organization of their cities as Sepat. Sepat is the organization of their cities. Okay. I wonder if Sepat is essentially like city-states used in other cultures, history, and other governments, I should say.
One of the largest was Memphis, located in Lower Egypt. It was a key center for religious temples, including their most important deity, Ptah, god of creation. Thebes, located in Upper Egypt, competed with Memphis and featured as both a political and a religious center. Two important temples, Luxor and Karnak, were built there. A minor capital of the Saite dynasty was the city of Sais. This was the last native Egyptian capital of Egypt.
Interesting. I believe now, today, Cairo is the capital of Egypt. I guess it changed capitals throughout history. Khonsu Temple, Ergiti's Gate, Karnak.
During the Third Dynasty, under Pharaoh Djoser, Memphis became the first religious and administrative capital of Egypt. Even when the political capital of Egypt decentralized itself, pharaohs were crowned in this sacred city in order to legitimize their ascension to the throne, up to and including Alexander the Great. Though little remains today save ruins south of Cairo, we can guess at the structure of the city, which stretched up to 5 kilometers in length and 2 kilometers in width.
So I guess Memphis doesn't actually exist today. I guess it's all ruins. I wonder how it collapsed. Memphis, 1997.
Memphis was also referred to as the City with the 100 Doors, or the White Walls. These names were in reference to the wall which surrounded the city. Under the protection of Ptah, god of craftsmen, the city was a thriving religious and economic hub.
And unfortunately, that thriving religious and economic hub didn't actually last. I really wonder why. Cult image of the god Ptah, third intermediate period. Okay, moving on to Khemu. Rediscovering Egypt. Learn about the beginnings of modern archaeology.
Welcome to Rediscovering Egypt. In the 19th century, the increased intensity of tourism and excavations, as well as the outflow of antiquities to other countries, threatened Egypt's archaeological heritage. Egyptians took part in this destruction by ransacking sites for artifacts to sell, quarrying stones from ancient monuments, and removing sebak, ancient mud bricks, to reuse for their own purposes.
Interesting. Actually kind of sound like a bit of archaeology in Egypt from a documentary series I'm watching. If you want to know like a really fascinating and interesting show, I actually highly encourage you to check out the show Expedition Unknown. You will learn a lot about his history and a lot about legends and real world like historical sites from watching that show. It's actually hosted by Josh Gates, who previously first hosted the show Destination Truth, which I kind of grew up on watching on the Sci-Fi Channel. It's really fascinating to watch. You get to learn about different histories and cultures of different communities. It's just fascinating. Sakara. One of the many recurring things, the most common recurring thing that the Josh Gates visits in Expedition Unknown was actually visiting archaeological sites in Egypt.
A major step in conserving Egypt's heritage was taken in 1858, when the Viceroy of Egypt created the Antiquities Service. Supported by a team of foreign scholars, Auguste Mariette exerted an iron grip on the service. He carried out his work across Egypt and into Nubia, intervening on almost every major site. Aware of the necessity of keeping unearthed artifacts in Egypt, Mariette requested a museum be created for that purpose in 1858. This museum was the ancestor of the Egyptian Museum.
Sounds like a very swell guy. Francois Auguste Ferdinand Mariette, Egyptologist. Something I kind of found out while watching that show I was telling you guys about. There's actually some archaeologists in history that did not do a good job preserving archaeological sites. In fact, some archaeologists, especially some archaeologists investigating sites in Egypt, actually destroyed some archaeological sites. So, not all archaeologists are good.
Gaston Maspero, Mariette's successor, expanded and reorganized the Antiquities Service and instigated laws regulating the export of artifacts. French scholars ran the service until it passed into Egyptian hands in the 1950s. As of the mid-19th century, Egyptology was fast becoming a recognized discipline within both private institutions and learned societies.
It wasn't just Egypt, though, that some archaeologists actually kind of did like a dishonest job in representing archaeological sites. They also kind of fucked up some tribal sites in South America and in the Indonesia as well. A portrait of Gaston Maspero in the 19th century. There was no regulations. People didn't really care that much in early archaeological history. So a lot of things were just kind of handled without care.
A French architect, archaeologist, and former researcher, Jean-Claude Golvin, now specializes in the artistic reconstruction of ancient cities and monuments. To date, he has created more than 800 drawings, which include 3 volumes focusing on the reconstitution of ancient Egypt. His work is exquisitely detailed and can be found in books and museums around the world.
Archaeologist Jean-Claude Golvin brings ancient cities back to life in watercolors and Paris, France in June 2002.
The team was thrilled to collaborate with Jean-Claude Golvin in order to recreate Egypt for the game. In the 19 exclusive watercolors he created for the team, Golvin used scientific data as the base and then extrapolated to provide a full interpretation of various locations and monuments in ancient Egypt. Both early sketches and fully rendered images were then used by the team as references while building the world of Assassin's Creed Origins.
It's nice that the developers are actually able to kind of collaborate with certain experts in the field of knowledge of ancient Egypt. Kind of gives more credence to their historical accuracy, which they were so well known for in Assassin's Creed games. I say that with sarcasm because they took a lot of liberties. City of Crocodilopus, 2016.
Although ancient Egypt's rich religious culture and its mortuary monuments continue to be investigated, the modern discipline of Egyptology has shifted focus. rather than single-mindedly retrieving impressive artifacts. Egyptologists today focus instead on increasing the body of knowledge. In the past, excavations took place in the field, and while that is still the case today, much of the work on Egyptology now takes place in libraries and archives.
There are still archaeological digs taking place in Egypt today, and they're like a very large organized events. Like they have like several, like 20, 30, maybe in some cases like hundreds of laborers excavating the land, digging out the sand just to access the buried sites discovered underneath. Survey of pottery ovens dated from the 1st century, 21st century.
Today, archaeology in Egypt relies on an interdisciplinary approach, where traditional Egyptologists are helped by a wide spectrum of scientists from other disciplines and new, non-invasive techniques. GPS data, satellite imaging, and ground-penetrating radar allow archaeologists to gain a sense of what lies underneath the ground before excavating.
Ground-penetrating radar is groundbreaking. Like, it's just such a revolutionary concept that actually helps archaeologists actually discover sites that have been completely overgrown and buried by forests and soil that people watching from the ground wouldn't actually notice that something's there. But with ground-penetrating radar, they're able to tell that a building is there under all that foliage and growth. It's actually just very impressive what people are able to do with enough time and development of technology. Natron, 4 stations. Learn about the uses of natron and how it was mined and farmed in ancient Egypt. Estimated time 2 minutes.
Welcome to natron is a
went too
colorless
far.
salt that was used by ancient Egyptians for food preservation, cleansing products, and glass making. It was also used in the mummification process.
So natron is a salt. Interesting. I wonder how it's different from actual salt. Bag of natron from Tutankhamun's embalming cache.
During the ceremonial embalmment ritual, the priests packed the body in natron in order to remove all of the moisture. Once the body was thoroughly desiccated, they could begin the wrapping.
That's just so weird, disturbing, I guess. Mummy of a woman.
Natron was mined in Wadi Natron. The main mining methods involved either cutting slices out of the lake bed when it was dry, or raking through mineral-saturated water to gather the mineral salts during the floods.
So it's really like only in a specific part of Egypt where natron can be found. I wonder if they still mine it today. If it's all like mined out. Natron Lakes, 19th century. Hey, do we still have a use for natron today?
Both techniques are still used today.
There's my answer.
And inspired the team in their recreation of the mines located in the mountains northwest of Memphis.
There is my answer. Fauna of ancient Egypt. Learn about the fauna of ancient Egypt. And time 3 minutes.
Welcome to Fauna of Ancient Egypt.
So we're going to be learning about hippos, crocodiles, Maybe gazelles. Must be other things, maybe herons.
Both domesticated and wild animals were features in ancient Egyptian bas-reliefs as early as the First Dynasty. While the variety of wildlife served as a reliable food source, it also influenced both culture and mythology.
I wonder how it influenced mythology. Like, obviously, the crocodiles is connected to Sobek. It should be like certain like animals in relation to the gods, like jackals, and connected to Anubis. But wonder, I kind of would like to know more about like how exactly that's connected to mythology. I don't know if it's going to be brought up in here.
Egypt's terrain allowed for a diverse range of animals, including panthers, rhinoceroses, elephants, and many variations of antelopes.
We actually don't see a rhinoceros in this game. Kind of interesting to see them. I feel like it would be like a more like challenging enemy to fight like a elephant, because rhinoceros and elephants are actually like very they can be like very deadly animals. They both can be deadly animals, especially when you are around their children. Like mother elephants and mother rhinos are like very protective against their children. If they see a human around like a baby, their baby, oh god, better get out of their way.
The Nile was home to many species of fish, along with hippopotami and crocodiles.
Not really giving us much information about these animals. Hippopotamus William, 12th Dynasty.
The wide variety of birds that populated the riverbanks, from raptors and waterfowl to songbirds, were all cataloged within Egyptian hieroglyphic signs. Encounters with reptiles and insects, such as cobras, scorpions, and scarabs, influenced hieroglyphs and art.
Well, we know that how much scarabs in particular were influenced by Egypt. I'm pretty sure that anyone who watched the Mummy movies would know how important, what kind of gathering scarabs are important to those people. A wooden bronze statuette of Ibis, anthropomorphic Thoth. Thoth is another god in Egypt. I think it's a god of knowledge.
While all animals had sacred meanings, lions in particular represented power and royalty to ancient Egyptians. They were so prized by pharaohs that they were hunted to extinction within Egypt.
Are you serious? Wow. That's crazy. Artist sketch of a pharaoh spearing a lion, 20th Dynasty. Who shot you now? Flora of ancient Egypt. Learn about the flora of ancient Egypt. Estimated time 2 minutes.
Welcome to Flora of Ancient Egypt. The climate and unique geography of the Nile Delta offered a wide variety of plant species. Many of these plants served as sustenance for ancient Egyptians and as crops for trade. The Nile's consistent seasons allowed Egypt to sustain itself for centuries.
Senu, Jim, and Eni Ferti in the fields of Minaru. Ancient Dynasty.
Possibly the most useful of the plants was the papyrus. This tall sedge plant grew in abundance along the water's edge of the Nile. Commonly known for its use as paper, the ancient Egyptians found many other functions for it, including rope, sandals, and mats. Papyriform boats made from the plant are seen in paintings and reliefs, and were used in ritualistic ceremonies.
Used in rope, sandals, and mats. That's interesting. I believe papyrus is a form of reed, in particular. Crafting of papyrus boats, relief from King Niu series, Chamber of the Seasons.
There were many types of trees along the River Nile, such as the date palm, carob, and tamarisk. The earliest fruit tree cultivated was the fig tree, followed by apple, pomegranate, and eventually olive trees during the era of the New Kingdom. Mango cultivation was the result of a late import from Asia during the Middle Ages.
Interesting. Hand clutching an olive branch, 18th Dynasty.
Some trees were associated with gods, such as the acacia with Horus. The divinities Thoth and Seshat were depicted inscribing the reign of the king into a Persea tree. The sycamore was connected with the goddess Iset, patron of the ritual of life.
Persea tree. I've never heard of a Persea tree. Wonder if that species still exists today. Probably does. I just never heard of it. Nesca Pashuti, scribe, counter of grain, and the granary of the divine offerings of a moon. Ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs. Learn about hieroglyphs, how they evolved through time, and what they can teach us about ancient Egyptian culture. At time, 7 minutes.
Welcome to Ancient Egyptian Hieroglyphs. Hieroglyphics were used as sacred writing, appearing on monuments, statues, and sacred papyrus texts. The earliest symbols that resemble hieroglyphs were on pottery dating back to 4000 BCE. This stylized form of signs and drawings was the only writing used from its ancient origins to the end of pharaonic history. Ancient Egyptians referred to hieroglyphs as the writing of the gods.
I wonder how hieroglyphs were actually created. I'll find out. Top inscribed with the name of the Horus Semerkhet. Precisely.
Considered a difficult language, it was intended for pharaohs, nobility, and priests, and meant to be used in ceremonies, within tombs, and for government records. Since few Egyptians were able to read the ancient hieroglyphs, the mythological aura around the language was persistent, even in their own culture.
Is there two forms of writing, like the hieroglyphs used by the nobles and priests, and one used by the common people? Maybe? You described Pit Dynasty.
The structure of hieroglyphs offers insight into Egyptian culture, not just in what the translations say, but in the structure of the symbols themselves. They were found on tomb walls, on sarcophagi, on statues, and on pottery, and were meticulously recorded in countless ancient papyri.
Interesting. I will say, like, if you go to a museum and you see, like, hieroglyphs used on, like, Egyptian artifacts, it's really pretty to look at. I always kind of wonder about the structure of it. Architectural scenes, Tomb of Nut.
In many temples, priests would perform rituals and daily offerings. These were accompanied by hieroglyphs used as spells. In tomb paintings, the hieroglyphs are represented with formulas to recite. These spoken words were meant to be spells which would allow the deceased to benefit from the offerings for all eternity. Spells and offerings were also written for the living, to enhance medicines and cure illnesses.
Papyrus with worshipper performing ritual scenes, 9th century BC.
The most famous of ancient Egyptian documents is the Book of the Dead. Written in hieroglyphs and hieratic texts, it depicts important spells and rituals. These spells were intended to ensure a smooth transition from life to death and allow the deceased to safely navigate the perils of the afterlife.
So I guess here's my answer. Like, there's hieroglyphs and there's hieratic. I'm guessing that's like two different languages, two different forms of writing. A mythological papyrus of Nazca Pushuti, weighing of the heart.
Even after it was deciphered, the reading of hieroglyphs remained difficult at times due to the many directions in which they can be read. Depending on the orientation of the signs, hieroglyphs can be read left to right, right to left, horizontally or vertically, though never bottom to top.
Interesting. So there's usually like set patterns that's kind of like different ways to read it. Small save, ancient Egypt.
A clue on which way to read is to first notice which direction the figurative signs are facing. If a pictogram is looking to the right, then the reader is meant to start from the right and read towards the figure. Column text on a papyrus begins from the right, then goes top to bottom for each column.
Interesting. It kind of reminds me of how Japanese writing were perhaps in like written. You like look through like a Japanese text. Oftentimes, like it reads from the top down in pillars, columns, I should say. One thing I do know about Japanese culture, if you actually, it's kind of different. It differs. Some Japanese texts are like that. Mangas are kind of like read. Mangas are typically right to left, like you go from the end of the thing to the left. But in the text boxes, for the most part, like it kind of reads like typical things. But I believe books are written in columns. Funerary Stele of Niichi Mao, the Offering Pavilion Director.
Text written on tomb walls resembles the structure of a page from a comic book. The text can be placed in front, behind, or above the character, and its symbols look in the same direction as the character. Another clue is that the name of a god or hieroglyphs meaning gods or kings are always written before the descriptive text.
I noticed in that thing there's like a Ankh thing like the left of that thing. That's one of the few Egyptian symbols I recognize. A foundation deposit, plaque.
Compared to alphabetical languages, Egyptian hieroglyphs have more symbols. Confronted with the absence of vowels, the Egyptians invented a category of signs. When placed at the end of words, these signs help inform its meaning. For instance, a drawing of a lion will refer to a lion and also relate to the abstract concept of a lion as something dangerous or powerful.
Interesting. So there's like different meanings that things could lie. Nefer Tiabet Stele.
Middle Egyptian hieroglyphs contained a little more than 700 signs. By the end of the Greco-Roman period, there were 10,000 signs. Egyptologist Sir Alan Gardner created a list classifying common hieroglyphic signs and their variants.
700 signs, 10,000 signs, 26 letters in English, thousands and thousands of words in English. A little bit of connection there. Hieroglyphics Chart, Part 1 by Jean-Baptiste Bigant.
Ancient Egyptian languages have many similarities with Asian and African languages. They have evolved in similar ways to the various forms of written Egyptian. These languages belong to the Hamito-Semitic group. There were 5 clear evolutions in the Egyptian language, each with their own distinctive structure. These languages are known as Old Egyptian, Middle Egyptian, Late Egyptian, Demotic, and Coptic. Coptic is the only living language that allows linguists to define the vowel structure and to distinguish different dialects.
I don't recognize... I do know that Old Egypt, Middle Egypt, and Late Egyptian refers to the 3 kingdoms of Egypt, but I don't recognize Demotic or Coptic. Life of St. Andreas, Sahidic Parchment.
While hieroglyphs and hieratic script give us an idea as to how the ancient Egyptian language was structured and written, the way it was spoken is still up for debate. The team opted for English as the spoken language, with the characters using ancient Egyptian and Greek words and accents. The language that is spoken in the background by the crowds is largely based on Sir Alan Gardner's Egyptian grammar. To help resurrect a dead language, we consulted Egyptologists and dialogue coaches to establish our target sound and cast actors with Arabic, Hebraic, and African backgrounds to bring the game to life.
One thing I do appreciate about the Assassin's Creed series is a lot of games they try and be somewhat accurate and faithful to the times. For example, wasn't really the case for like the first couple games, because both Altair and Desmond were both voice by an American actor, but a lot of how the characters were depicted, a lot of the voice actors actually kind of fits the characters themselves, which I do appreciate. Book of the Dead of Asesh Waret, like period.
After Alexander the Great's arrival in Egypt and the establishment of his reign, Greek became the language used by the governing bodies. The inability to read hieroglyphs caused resentment among the Greek population. It's from this tension that the Rosetta Stone was created.
The Rosetta Stone was so helpful in people figuring out how to translate the ancient hieroglyphs. And I believe we only recovered a fragment of it, because I think some of it was destroyed. Rosetta Stone, 2nd century BC.
The spread of Christianity ended pharaonic culture and resulted in the destruction of its pagan monuments. This also marked the end of hieroglyphic writing and understanding.
Freaking Christianity, at it again. Really kind of sad that a lot of with the spread of Christianity, the spread of the Christian religion, it caused a lot of cultures and beliefs to die out in favor of a religion and belief that people view to be correct. I feel like we could learn more about a society's culture if their beliefs are kind of remain intact. Alexandria, site of the Serapion, torn down by the Christian papacy, c. 391 CE. I think we have one more left. Yeah, one more left in the Russian characters. Jean-Francois Champollion. Learn how hieroglyphs were identified and deciphered.
Welcome to Jean-Francois. Between the 5th century CE and the Renaissance, knowledge of hieroglyphs was entirely lost. Many enthusiasts tackled the challenge of deciphering the language with little success. Some groundwork was made with various researchers identifying names and some grammatical structure, and confirming that cartouches were markers for royal names. They were still missing a critical piece of information that would eventually be revealed thanks to the discovery of the Rosetta Stone.
The long desired fulfilled knowledge of occult alphabets attributed to Ibn Bashir, edition of 1751. I really do apologize for skipping dialogue. I keep on accidentally running into a marker for the narrator finishes talking.
The Rosetta Stone was found in 1799 by Bouchard, a soldier in Napoleon's army. The stela dates from 196 BCE, written in ancient Egyptian and Greek with 3 scripts: hieroglyphics, Demotic, and Greek alphabet. Following the defeat of Napoleon Bonaparte in 1801, the English took possession of the stone. It has been at the British Museum since 1802 and remains the most visited object of the museum to date.
Yeah, it's like the cornerstone for how we're able to translate the ancient forms of language that exist today. Actually, an abandoned language, but still. There's a stone Ptolemaic era.
The first translation was of the Greek section only in 1803. It detailed a decree of Pharaoh Ptolemy V, reminding the citizens that their pharaoh had led Egypt to prosperity. It was fully translated 20 years after by Jean-François Champollion, who was working with a facsimile.
Facsimile is such a weird word to me. I know roughly what it means, it's not a word that is active in my vocabulary. Portrait of Jean-François Champollion, Egyptologist.
Through his studies of the stone, Champollion was able to make a critical observation that would unlock the whole mystery: that hieroglyphics were not only ideograms, but also phonograms. Hieroglyphs consist of phonetic glyphs, single characters, and logograms. Essentially, they are a combination of phonetics, alphabet, and full words, which in total form a language.
Phonetic, for those curious, is essentially how a word sounds. So that's what that word means. Not a word that was actually my vocabulary until relatively relatively late in my academic history. I heard of the word before, but I never really knew what it meant until I was in college. La Grammaire Egyptienne, autograph manuscript by Champollion.
While studying the stone, Champollion realized that there was a difference in the number of hieroglyphic characters in relation to the number of Greek characters for the same word. This led him to believe that hieroglyphs must have phonetic characteristics. This was the first step to unlocking the Rosetta Stone's secrets.
Interesting. Difference between the number of hieroglyphic characters in relation to the number of Greek characters of the same word. Foundation plaque from the Serapeum in Alexandria showing the Greek and Egyptian inscriptions.
To prove this theory, Champollion began identifying Egyptian rulers' names and then compared their phonetic pronunciation to the Greek version. For example, Cheops had been the Greek name given by ancient chroniclers to the owner of the Great Pyramid, Khufu.
Cheops is such a different sounding word to Khufu. Interesting. Wonder how they got so different. I know it's like different languages, but still. Inscriptions, fragment of Ptolemy. Like, it's literally the same name, it's just like different language. I wonder like why it's different. Inscription fragment of Ptolemy, the first cartouches.
The next step for Champollion was to confirm that his approach was verifiable by using the Philae obelisk as an additional reference. Engraved in the obelisk are two inscriptions in Egyptian hieroglyphs and Greek. Once he confirmed the names of Ptolemy and Cleopatra within these texts and confirmed the same phonetic patterns as on the Rosetta Stone, Champollion knew he was on the right track.
I don't think I could ever figure out how to translate all this. Champollion must have been a freaking genius in comparison to me. Egypt, Temple of Iset, Island of Philae.
Champollion had already mastered several ancient languages when he took on deciphering the Rosetta Stone. He used his knowledge of Coptic to identify the solar disk hieroglyph on the obelisk as the phonetic translation of Ra. Further translation only strengthened his conclusion. Egyptian hieroglyphs encompass the alphabet in both phonetics and determinative ways, which means that the symbol represents the word itself.
Interesting. Le Grammaire Egyptian autographed manuscript by Champollion. Go ahead and change character to Retta the Merchant. The founding of Cyrene. Learn about the city of Cyrene. Estimated time 5 minutes.
Welcome to Cyrene. Cyrenaica stretches across the coast of northwest Africa. It was known as Pentapolis in antiquity, a reference to the 5 main cities that formed the Greek colonies. Built on a lush plateau of the Green Mountains, in what is present-day Libya, a colony of Greek settlers formed the city of Cyrene in 630 BCE. Cyrene's population quickly grew, spreading out across the terraces of the plateau, making it the first and largest of the 5 colonies.
And eventually, I guess in the context of the game today, where the game takes place, eventually it was occupied by the Romans. A map of the world by Eratosthenes of Cyrene, circa 240 BC. By the way, a little bit of trivia to the world. At that time, they didn't know that the Americas existed, so they believed that the whole European, African, Asia, and I guess the poles were the only land masses found at that time.
The city of Cyrene was founded by Batos Aristotle, guided by the Oracle of Delphi. Overcrowded and suffering from drought, Batos's home island of Thera could not sustain its citizens. Batos consulted the oracle, who told them to journey to the North African coast in search of arable land. A series of kings reigned over the city in the first 2 centuries. However, rebellion eventually ended the monarchy, and henceforth the city was governed by the aristocracy.
Aristocracy, by the way, is essentially a government run by the rich, essentially run by oligarchs. Arcesiles, the second king of Cyrene, supervising the weighing of storage of silphium, 6th century BCE.
The key features of Cyrene were temples dedicated to gods, Apollo, Demeter, and Zeus, alongside Ptolemaic gods such as Isis and Serapis. A large agora defined the city's center, and on the western edge, the famed Acropolis was built. A fortification wall was added around the harbor at the end of the 2nd century CE. As the city grew, more buildings were constructed beyond the walls.
Agora of Cyrene, 2016.
Under Roman influence, Cyrene became an economic powerhouse, rising in status throughout the Mediterranean. Cyrene's school of medicine rivaled all others except for that of the Greek city Kos. Some of the great minds in ancient math, astronomy, and geography were born or established in the various schools of the city, which included an institute of philosophy founded by Aristippus, a pupil of Socrates.
I kind of wonder if Cyrene still exists today, or if it's another city that was just kind of like destroyed and other ruins exist. Two-faced boss is likely Aristippus, Cyrene's daughter, Arete.
From 115 to 117 CE, there was a revolt in the Jewish quarter that greatly damaged the city of Cyrene. Over time, a succession of battles, poor management of its silkweed crop, and earthquakes eventually took their toll on the city. It was completely abandoned in 365 CE.
I imagine that only ruins exist at Cyrene today, and if so, probably frequented by a lot of archaeologists trying to discover new things about the architecture of the life at Cyrene back then. Statue of a draped woman at Acephalus found in Cyrene's ruins.
The nearby port of Apollonia was an ideal location, with its natural cove, sheltered by 2 islands and rocky inlets. Along with a lighthouse, the port was later equipped with quays and warehouses to accommodate the increased shipping traffic.
Now I kind of wonder if Polonia still exists today. So many like cities referenced seen in this game that end up like being destroyed.
With its success as a commercial trading port, Apollonia surpassed Cyrene to eventually become the capital of the Pentapolis. A number of earthquakes gradually shifted the city, causing many of its original structures to sink. Some of its ruins can still be seen underwater.
Yeah, so I guess like Polonia no longer exists today, so I guess there goes my question yet again. Polonia and Cyrene seems to be both destroyed. Polonia ruins our landscape against cloudy sky. The Agora and thermal baths. Estimated time 6 minutes. Learn about the communal public spaces of Cyrene and their function within the city. Estimated time 6 minutes.
Welcome to the Agora and Thermal Baths. Cyrene's Agora was the public marketplace and political hub of the city. Its central courtyard was open to the sky, while market stalls and shops ran along the sides, some neatly tucked away under long-roofed colonnades. As in other Greek cities, the Agora included a central hearth, known as a prytaneum. This place served as Cyrene's official embassy, where guests were welcomed to the city.
Interesting. I think Agora is just actually like a shopping center, like a marketplace.
An unnamed statue representing naval victories was the centerpiece of the Agora. The statue's female figure likely represents Nike, the goddess of victory. It was likely very similar to the victory of Samothrace, which currently resides in the Louvre Museum and served as a reference for the team.
Nike is such like an interesting figure in Greek mythology. I believe she was connected to Athena, the goddess of wisdom and battle strategies. Prowl monument archaeological site of Cyrene, Libya.
The Cyrene Agora also displayed many temples and monuments celebrating its founding king, Batos, and the city gods. There were 2 altars associated with the Temple of Apollo and a marble statue base dedicated to the goddess Libya.
A possible Tumabatos archaeological site of Cyrene, Libya. We have been to Tumabatos in the main story.
The civic buildings included a law court complete with an archive library that would have housed legal documents and other papers essential to the city's governance. Traces of fire damage to the building's remains indicate that it was possibly destroyed during the rebellion of the Jewish community in 115 CE.
Those damn Jews. See, that is a joke, of course, but it's funny how, like, a lot, like, throughout history, like, the Jews were often either attacked or were attacking, or were blamed for an attack. The Goran Thermal Baths station 49. Halfway done.
Public baths were common in Roman and Greek cities, and Cyrene held true to this tradition. 2 thermal baths from different eras were discovered among the ruins. An inscription at the entrance of one of the baths is presumed to be attributed to the owner. It dates the building to the Hellenistic period.
Kind of going back to like the whole Jewish thing. Really, like, Jews were just really started to become like heavily attacked because of the Jew of Malta and Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice. Those 2 plays that kind of really just depicted the Jewish people as the antagonists. It's really like because of those plays that a lot of the negative stereotypes for Jewish people were actually born. Hadrian's Bath Sanctuary, Apollo detail.
Mosaics were originally created for practical reasons, the need to waterproof floors. Imported by Greeks in Egypt and Cyrenaica, the designs represented either scenes from daily life, marine fauna, or mythological figures. In addition to traditional Greek motifs, they also integrated concepts specific to Egyptian culture, such as the Nelumbo. The best examples of mosaics recovered to date, however, come from Alexandria.
A mosaic of the Nile, 1st century.
The Cyrene baths were fitted into an underground tomb dated somewhere between the 8th and 6th century BCE. Bath seats were carved directly in the rock, allowing for more comfortable ablutions. As with many of the public buildings, the thermal baths were elaborately decorated. Statues such as Aphrodite and Eros the Archer were discovered within.
Interesting. Venus, Anadyomene, excavated at the baths. Venus, by the way, is essentially the Roman version of Aphrodite, the Greek goddess. The Romans actually appropriated a lot of the Egyptian deities and actually gave them like Roman names. Jupiter, for example, is Zeus from Greek mythology.
The Frigidarium, a pool of cold water, was the first room visitors entered. It was followed by the Tepidarium, or tepid water area, and then the hot water room called the Caldarium. Water for the thermal baths was sourced from a natural spring. Burning stones were deposited into the water to create steam as required. The flowing water of the spring ended in a cistern and fountain referred to as the Aqua Augusta.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Later Roman baths were built under Emperor Trajan and then restored under Hadrian. After the earthquake of 365 CE, they were replaced by baths of Byzantine design, with stones from the old thermal baths used in the reconstruction. The team relied on documentation describing the baths built under Trajan in order to create the location available in the game.
For those curious, baths houses are still kind of used today, but only in certain cultures. For example, in Japan, They have bathhouses referred to as onsens that often are both made for both male and female people. Uh, Japan's like the only place I know definitively that still use bathhouses, but presumably there are other places as well. But it's more like a cultural thing for specific countries. So one more as read and they're moving on. Temple of Zeus in Cyrene. Learn about the Temple of Zeus in Cyrene.
Welcome to the Temple of Zeus in Cyrene. Facing east towards the rising sun stands the temple dedicated to the cult of Zeus. It was built sometime in the 5th century BCE. 70 meters long with 46 Doric-style columns, the imposing structure was the largest Greek temple erected in Africa. It was only slightly larger than the Parthenon and the Temple of Zeus in Olympia.
Interesting. It's a lot of temples dedicated to the gods are just very impressive and complex. Archaeological site of Cyrene.
The exterior was designed with the decorative elements common to Doric architecture. The dimensions of the columns were different, giving visitors an impression of uniqueness when viewing each facade.
Facade, by the way, is essentially the face of a building in this context. Facade also has a different meaning, which is a front or a like a false presentation of someone's self. Like, for example, if someone pretends that nothing is going wrong in their life and they're trying to pretend that everything is normal for them, then they are essentially putting up a facade.
After the temple was destroyed during the Jewish rebellion, Emperor Hadrian had it reconstructed. He chose not to rebuild the outer portico, but did restore the new Corinthian columns in marble. The temple was later completed under Marcus Aurelius.
Marcus Aurelius is another name that I recognize. I just don't really know who that was. Corinthian capital, second.
In the time of Augustus, a faithful but smaller imitation of the Olympian Zeus was used to be worshipped. Hadrian then installed a new 12-meter-high statue matching the Zeus in Olympia. It was made of chiseled marble with the head, arms, and feet carved in the round.
I'd love to know like how people are able to like carve certain things out of stone. Like, it's just like kind of fascinating to me. I know roughly like how it works, but just how people are able to be so accurate about it.
Archaeologists confirmed that there was a monumental statue of Zeus in this temple, though experts remain divided on whether it was one of Zeus or one more specific to the cult of Zeus Ammon. The team elected to place a statue of Zeus Ammon in this location, knowing that Cyrene was central to the spread of this cult in the Greek Mediterranean area.
Interesting. Zeus Ammon on the throne. I don't know who this person is. So I was gonna say, to kind of get interrupted, is I don't really know like how exactly someone like carves things out of stone, but I would love to know like how it works, because I imagine that's like very difficult to do accurately and consistently. But moving on, the important monuments of Cyrene, 9 stations. Learn about the Sanctuary of Apollo and the Amphitheater of Cyrene. Estimated time 6 minutes.
Welcome to Important Monuments of Cyrene. The Sanctuary of Apollo sits on a prominent edge of the plateau of Cyrene, overlooking the Mediterranean Sea. It could be accessed either by the road from Apollonia via the necropolis or by the Sacred Way coming from the agora of the city.
Just looking at how many ruins there are in this picture, Cyrene must have looked like really impressive, like in its heyday, and just seeing like all these ruins just kind of makes me sad. Sanctuary of Apollo, archaeological site of Cyrene. I wonder how many people died when Cyrene collapsed.
The abundance of temples and statues throughout the city reflect the various Greco-Roman and Egyptian cult influences over the centuries. Temples dedicated to Apollo, Cyrene, and Zeus stood alongside those of Ptolemaic gods, such as Serapis and Isis. Numerous fountains were decorated to represent other gods, including the city's namesake, Cyrene.
Trophic, Isis nursing Hippocrates, Horus child, terracotta from Cyrene. Terracotta, by the way, is made out of clay. Essentially clay figures. Most famous form of terracotta is a terracotta soldiers found in China.
A vestibule known as a propylaeum marked its entrance and highlighted the fountain of Apollo. God of the sun and of protection, Apollo was an important deity to both Greeks and Romans. The sanctuary built in his honor was considered to be sacred.
Sanctuary of Apollo, Cyrene detail.
The imposing temple was built on a natural cornice, stretching more than 200 meters in length and roughly 50 meters in width, and was surrounded by a vast Doric colonnade. Sections uncovered by archaeologists indicate restorations to the columns were made between 115 and 116 CE.
So presumably, like, the temple was damaged at one point, and they tried to repair it. I wonder if another disaster happened and they just tried to do a patch job on it. Sanctuary of Apollo, archaeological site, Cyrene.
The altar was located in front of the temple. Both are estimated to be the same age, though restored at different times. Many bulls were sacrificed each year at the altar in honor of Apollo. The imprint in the stone of the ring used to strap the animals down is visible to this day.
Sanctuary of Apollo, Cyrene.
Carved during the Roman era, the Apollo Cytharide was discovered near the temple. It is considered an important archaeological find. The statue of Apollo was in pieces when it was uncovered. Remarkably, most fragments were found, and the restored statue is currently at the British Museum. The team extrapolated the statue's final look based on the current partial reconstruction and placed it inside the temple to reflect the patron deity of the area.
Very interesting. And again, like freaking Greeks' fascination with small penises. Apollo Cytharide. I love how they put a shell there to cover the guy's crotch.
The amphitheater of Cyrene is located on what is known as the Terrace of Myrtosa, next to the sanctuary of Apollo. It was built on top of the old theater in the 2nd century. Originally used as a stage, the theater became an amphitheater once the taste for Roman gladiatorial entertainment reached the city.
So there was another theater that was before it and they just built over it? Okay. Theater of Master Cyrenaica.
Entrances were placed at both ends of the amphitheater, A wall replaced the first 2 rows of bleachers as protection from the array of wild animals in the ring. The tunnel used for the parade of beasts and gladiators circled the arena, unlike the Roman Colosseum's tunnel, which was beneath the amphitheater. The basement and corridors accommodated both the gladiators and the animals, and included lifts that raised the traps into the arena's center.
Can we actually go in the tunnels? That's something I didn't actually know about. If you can, I don't really see it present here. But they cut those that part out.
Since the original theater was close to the cliffside, the expansion didn't allow for a perfect circle. Instead, junctions of the semicircle formed the arena into an oval shape. This elliptical formation still ensured an excellent view from all angles. The team decided to create a perfectly round theater for technical reasons, and used the structure of the Roman theater as their reference.
Important monuments at Sirene Station 99. Looking around, see if I can find a tunnel that I referenced. Actually, I don't think it's here. I think they actually didn't add it. That's not here. Okay, next up, the Acropolis of Cyrene. Learn about the Acropolis Ward in the city of Cyrene. One more after this, and we're changing characters.
Welcome to the Acropolis of Cyrene.
Acropolis, by the way, is the name of where people are interned and buried, I believe.
Located on the western edge of the city, Cyrene's Acropolis was smaller than the one in Athens, though its high vantage point provided protection for the city. At its entrance was a single door, flanked by 2 towers. An inscription, legible to this day, states that the walls and the citadel were restored in the time of Augustus.
Actually, I may be wrong. It may not be where people were interned and buried. I could be wrong there. Position and plan of Cyrene by Beachy and Walker and proceedings of the expedition to explore the northern coast of Africa. Guess we'll find out. That's what he's for here.
A number of statuettes have been excavated from the site, including one of Berenice, the daughter of Magus, the king of Cyrene, and half-brother of Ptolemy II. At the northeast tower, there is a sanctuary consisting of 2 small temples with a vestibule, and an altar believed to be that of Serapis and Isis. When the temples were excavated, archaeologists found traces of fire damage. However, there are no indications as to when this fire occurred.
One of the mysteries of history that we will likely never be able to know.
In the 20th century, a fortification was built above the ward to defend against an invading army. It covered the ancient remains of nearby Roman houses entirely, and archaeologists have yet to fully excavate them.
Okay, so since it didn't tell us what an Acropolis is, I'm actually going to go ahead and Google it. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. What is an Acropolis? A citadel or fortified part of an ancient Greek city, typically built on a hill. Yeah, so I was completely wrong. It's actually a citadel. Military, I guess, base. I thought it was something specific purpose. the Gladiator Arena. Actually, no. No, we had to change characters. That's completely wrong. Uh, Actor. Learn about the gladiator arenas in the Roman Republic.
Welcome to the Gladiator Arena. While gladiators would not perform in Cyrene until later in the Roman era, the team decided to include a gladiatorial arena for two reasons. First, they believed it was important to portray this aspect of Roman life. And second, they felt it would add interesting gameplay possibilities.
Well, the horde mode was definitely interesting, and those new freaking gladiator bosses were definitely more challenging. So I do appreciate that they added it. Lamp gladiators fighting.
The first gladiators to enter the arena were prisoners of war. It was a spectacle of violent clashes between men and against wild beasts that lasted nearly 1,000 years.
It was both prisoners of war and also slaves, I believe, that were used as gladiators. Funny enough, slaves that were served as gladiators could actually earn their freedom by winning in the games. Though sometimes they weren't actually given their freedom, as you kind of experience the story.
Eventually, volunteers began to enter the ring. For status and money, many of the more skilled combatants increased the quality of the entertainment. Thus, the profession of gladiator came to be. Bound by contract to the master of the gladiators, the fighters were fed, trained, and guarded in barracks.
Technically, I guess you could consider gladiators still exist today in the form of boxing and martial arts. It's just gonna was given like a unique name in a more professional setting. But if you would think of it that way, technically we still have gladiator fights today. Just in a different style. Figurines of gladiators.
Gladiators were separated into heavy and light armored fighters, each with their own set of specific armor and weapons. Organizers often had two audience-favored factions face each other in combat.
And sometimes they weren't protected, like that freaking guy that just threw a sword at an audience goer's head for heckling him. Still remember that fight, that scene from that gladiator match.
The events were highly organized. Fights were held with a background of music and supervised by a referee. Death, either in the course of combat or by decision, was not always the only way out for the loser. Several were released due to their performance and gained great notoriety as celebrities.
So either they were released for doing well, or they were released for doing poorly. That really made clear. Gladiators fighting for century. Major exports of Cyrene. Learn about the major sources of economic wealth for Cyrene. Estimated time 3 minutes.
Welcome to Major Exports of Cyrene. Cyrene's main source of economic wealth was in the cultivation and export of poppies and silphium. Though the opium oil from the poppies was also an export, little is known about this crop. Information about the cultivation of silphium, however, is more accessible to us.
Um, Probably like if they knew about the effects of opium from poppies, especially today when it's going to use as an illegal drug, uh, probably would have had more value, to be honest. Cypriote ring based on juglet, the inverted poppy shape, suggested that the jars once had opium, which is made from the sap.
Silphium, with its yellow flower, was considered a gift from the sun god. Grown solely in this region near the Mediterranean Sea, silphium extract was exported at high prices and was so crucial to the wealth of Cyrenaica that it was depicted on their coins.
What is silphium used for? Cyrene silver coin had a Bamun silphium.
Silphium's roots produced a resin used by both the Greeks and Romans in medicines intended to cure cough, fever, indigestion, and many other ailments. It was also used as a contraceptive. In a compilation of culinary recipes from the 4th century BCE, the herb is mentioned in various recipes, including a flamingo dish.
Flamingo dish. That's funny. Vase of Aphrodite and Eros. Eros is the son of Aphrodite. Actually, no, I think he's either the son of Aphrodite or the lover of Aphrodite. Could be.
High demand, overexploitation, and possibly a shift in climate all contributed to the eventual extinction of silphium. The last mention of it dates from the 4th century CE, and to this day, no traces of this plant have been identified.
Silphium is now extinct. It's really kind of sad. Another species of flora or fauna that's driven to extinction throughout history. Arceus second cancer, supervising the weighing and storage of silphium. So, Egypt is now done. Let's move on to pyramids. Origin of the pyramid. Learn about early funerary monuments of ancient Egypt and their evolution into the pyramidic structure we know so well today. Estimated time, 5 minutes.
Welcome to The Origin of the Pyramid. The origin of the word pyramid is controversial. Most believe that it originates with the Greek word pyramis, which referred to a bread of conical shape. Life and death in ancient Egypt were modeled on the cycle of the sun. The perfect shape of the smooth-faced pyramid became associated with the metaphor of the pharaoh transformed into one of the sun's rays in death. Pyramids represented the Benben, the primordial mound of the Heliopolitan creation myth. These stories permeated every aspect of Egyptian life to a greater or lesser extent.
So they chose to design the pyramids to represent the rays of the sun. Never have thought of that.
During the pre-dynastic period, the development of funerary practices was different depending on whether one was located in Lower Egypt or Upper Egypt. Well before the pyramid, there was the burial pits. It is on the site of Merimde Beni Salome in Lower Egypt that we find the oldest funerary site, dating back to 5000 BCE. Study of the tombs revealed that the bodies of the deceased were deposited in a shallow grave in a fetal position. Though a few objects were recovered from these graves, they offered no insight as to the social class of those interred within.
Mummies are just so, like, creepy to me. I remember like being terrified of the mummy movies growing up because just how creepy the mummies looked. A mummified body, 3rd millennium BCE. And also like thinking of how mummies are made just terrified me as a kid.
In Upper Egypt, pre-dynastic practices are easier to study, but reveal more complex funerary rites. They are divided into 2 cultural phases, Badarian and Nagata. The Badarian phase ranged from 4400 BCE to 3800 BCE. Small necropolises were discovered on the outskirts of villages, revealing the emergence of a funerary cult. The bodies of the deceased were lowered into an oval grave and covered with goat or gazelle skins. Items needed in everyday life were added alongside the body.
Reconstruction of a man's tomb. History.
During the 3 Nagata periods ranging from 4000 BCE to 3510 BCE, funerary practices evolved in complexity. The shape of tombs changed from oval to rectangular, mimicking the homes of the living. The size of the burials increased and funerary items became more stylized and numerous. Tombs gained complexity, with masonry, wooden veneers, or raw bricks added to strengthen the structures. In time, socially stratified necropolises emerged. For example, in Hyrcanopolis, the elite and commoners had separate necropolises.
Wonder why that was. I probably know that was because the differences between the social differences between the rich and the poor.
The term mastaba, meaning massive bench in dialectal Arabic, refers to a form of funerary architecture that was present in Egypt from the Archaic period to the Middle Kingdom. An evolution of the burial pit, mastabas were generally composed of 2 parts. A structure was built above the ground in the form of a massive rectangle with stepped walls, and a subterranean burial chamber was located underneath. Smaller mastabas often surrounded the much larger tomb of the king. These generally held the remains of the king's relatives and courtiers.
It's kind of funny. It's actually very common for a lot of pharaohs' tombs for their servants to be buried alongside them, so that when they are in the afterlife, their servants can still tend to them. Really kind of fucked up because presumably the servants didn't die at the same time as their pharaoh, so they were presumably murdered in order to be mummified to serve their king. A mastaba in Giza, 1997.
The arrangement of the substructure of the mastaba evolved during the course of the Old Kingdom. From the 5th dynasty onwards, mastabas often featured multi-roomed substructures, with sometimes up to 30 rooms. Also, the quantity and quality of decorated surfaces increased noticeably, as well as the number of statues found within.
Model of the Mastaba tomb of Perneb.
The 6th dynasty would see art used to its utmost. The entire surface of a mastaba would be covered in scenes of daily life, illustrating the prosperity of those lucky enough to comfortably spend eternity near the pyramid of a pharaoh. The best example of this type of mastaba is the tomb of Mereruka in Saqqara.
I wonder if we got to see that place in the base game. I don't think we did. I don't remember a tomb take place in Saqqara. West wall, there's a chapel of Senu with niches for Eritnum, Senu, and Werdjebta. The Step Pyramid Complex of Djoser. Estimated time 13 minutes. Not a long one. Learn about the layout of the first stone monument erected by mankind, the Step Pyramid Complex of Djoser. Estimated time, 13 minutes.
Welcome to the Step Pyramid Complex of Djoser. The Step Pyramid is at the center of an enclosed complex, comprised of temples, models of palaces, and artificial constructions, all built for the afterlife of Pharaoh Djoser. The funeral complex itself covers 15 hectares and is located on the highest point of the Saqqara Plateau. It's clear from the elaborate detail and scale of the complex that this was a technological marvel of its time. The only fragment of information regarding the design plans of the complex was discovered on a section of stone containing an architectural sketch of a vault.
I honestly, I'm gonna have to stop recording this at 5. It's currently 3:06. I got like another 2 hours. I'm actually probably gonna take a break once we're done with the pyramid stuff, to be honest, because I probably won't have enough time to actually do everything today. Scar North, 1997.
The Step Pyramid is the first monument built of stone. Standing at 60 meters high, it was the tallest of its time. Built 4,700 years ago, it was originally intended as a mastaba, which was a flat-roofed rectangular tomb. Its famous architect, Imhotep, may have felt this was too humble for the great Pharaoh Djoser, and began to add the steps.
Nothing wrong with being humble. Model of the mastaba tomb of Pernib. Guess it was wrong for a pharaoh to be humble at this time.
The Step Pyramid complex is enclosed within a 1,600-meter-long wall that is 10 meters high. This large wall was made out of white limestone and oriented along the north-south axis.
They're basically building like a... By the way, like, most of this stuff doesn't exist today. Like, the pyramid obviously still exists, and some remnants of the building still exist. But the fact they build like an entire complex for a pharaoh is just insane.
While there are 14 doors, only its eastern door was intended to accommodate the living. The remaining false doors were built as portals for the king's ka to pass through. Along with false doorways, the walls were designed with bastions and steeples resembling a defensive wall. The positioning of these design elements suggest that they were related to the Hebsed festival.
Is this the area I'm thinking of? Saqqara Djoser Pyramid. Where am I? This is the... Oh. Yeah, this is what I was thinking of. The Temple of Khufu, right? Oh no, the Temple of Khufu is over here. Holy shit. Oh, it's this place. Okay. Okay, I thought it was like by Giza.
The only real entrance into the complex is at the end of a long, narrow passageway. This enclosure has a stone canopy carved to resemble wooden logs. At the end of the passage is a large opening. Meant to resemble a doorway, it has carved doors and hinges that are permanently open and immovable.
I once again received my comment when I said that I don't think the wall still exists today. I was thinking of the Tomb of Khufu, Pyramid of Khufu, not the Pyramid of Djoser. So I was wrong. I was probably wrong. Coffin of Amini, the doorway and niches.
The corridor is lined with 20 pairs of columns up to 6 meters high, built by stacking stone drums. The completed facade was made to resemble reed stock bundles. Traces of red paint were found on the columns, along with black paint on the support walls. This would have had the effect of blending the walls into the shadows to give the red columns the illusion of standing on their own.
I did not need to go this hard on the architecture for a tomb, I swear. Freaking ancient Egyptians are just built differently. Silly representing interlocking doors.
Chambers are located on either side of the columns and are thought to be chapels representing the provinces of Upper and Lower Egypt. According to some Egyptologists, the arrangement of the rooms may be symbolic of jurisdiction and judgment.
They do not need to go hard for freaking. Maybe they do actually, because people still treat royalty so much better in comparison to the average person. So, again, just comparing like how like a queen of England or like a princess of like a royal family today dresses in comparison to the common folk, and how they live in comparison to the common folk. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they do need to go this hard for a king. Perfume vase depicting the country unification, semi-toy as symbol with happy. Happy sounds familiar. I think that might be an Egyptian god or Egyptian figure. I could be wrong.
Guarded by a line of carved snakes, this tomb is located at the southern end of the courtyard. The burial chamber is beneath it, down a 30-meter deep shaft. The low-ceilinged chamber resembles a mastaba and is relatively intact compared to the later burial chamber. The tomb is made of pink granite, though there is evidence it was once polished limestone. Too small for a body, it is possible that the tomb was intended for the king's ka, or to hold the canopic jars containing the king's organs. Later traditions in burials would have the canopic jars in the same chamber as the body.
We actually see the line of carved snakes. Yeah, we do. We see it like on the wall there. I was thinking of statues, not edifices.
A polished limestone staircase leads west from the tomb to underground apartments. Some of these rooms were intended to accommodate the king and his family in the afterlife. Many large jars of pottery were found, including some that still had deposits of beer, milk, and oil inside them. The false doorways are decorated with reliefs of the king taking part in rituals. In these reliefs, he is seen carrying agricultural tools, running, and performing a ritual for the reanimation of the deceased.
I just have no words for this. Just like it amazes me that they just kind of went through all this detail for just a burying of a king. Can you imagine if America went all out for the burying of a president? Like, I'm pretty sure, like, for a president's funeral, like, we have, like, the 20-gun salute, by the military. I could be wrong, though. I could be very wrong. But, like, actually, like, going all this detail, all this extravagance for every single time a president dies. Wow. Wall tiles from the funerary apartments of King George or South Tomb.
The architect Imhotep chose stone as a building material in order for the complex to last. Following the completion of the initial mastaba, Imhotep devised a burial of more ambitious dimensions. He set about stacking mastabas on top of each other. Evidence shows that the pyramid was enlarged twice by additional cuts into the steps, eventually reaching 62 meters in height and 121 meters by 109 meters at its base.
Venting and building the step pyramid.
A staircase allowing the pharaoh to enter the divine world was represented by a tiered pyramid, oblong in shape, completely enveloping the original mastaba. The pyramid itself is a solid structure. All of the chambers and tunnels are beneath the structure.
Like how the Egyptians were able to design something like this is just insane. Like one of the marvels of humans. Zakara, View of the Set Pyramid by Lepsius and Liliot.
Pharaoh Djoser the Sacred was the founder of the Third Dynasty. He ruled for 19 years.
During his reign, he was known as Horus Negericat, divine of the body. He was given the name Djoser several centuries after his death as a sign of respect, and he is regarded as one of the greatest pharaohs of Egypt. An apocrypha was drafted in his name during the Ptolemaic period, 2,500 years after his death.
I think I've heard the name Apocrypha, just don't know whether. Painted limestone statue of the pharaoh Negeric, known as King Djoser, from Saqqara, Egypt.
Djoser was associated with the sky god Horus in his human form. A plinth near the step pyramid is inscribed with his name and associated with Horus. He was the first to reside in Memphis, making it the central hub of government for the region. Djoser was known to have built many temples and monuments before the complex at Saqqara. The funerary complex was the first of its kind and would mark Djoser's greatest architectural achievement.
Memphis with Djoser's necropolis in the distance. Yeah.
The funerary complex was built to resemble Djoser's palace, with the stone carved to imitate mud brick, trees, and reeds. Creating these details and softer textures in hard stone would have been a time-consuming, labor-intensive task. Much of the complex is designed to accommodate the Hebsed festival, allowing the king the ability to affirm his rule even in the afterlife.
Saqqara Pyramid number 32 in Dink Maler as Egyptian und Ethiopian by Carl Richard Lepsius.
In the corner is a temple referred to as T. This temple is among the most mysterious structures in the complex. Its outer facade is plain, while inside it is decorated with intricate jed pillars and carvings. It's possible that this place was intended to be where the Ka of the king materialized, symbolically visiting the platform of the Hebsed courtyard from the afterlife.
For those curious, keeps on being brought up, Ka is essentially the Egyptian word for soul. Djeser and Unis detail.
The Hebsed festival enabled the pharaoh to maintain universal order and renew godly powers. Through a series of trials and religious rites, such as dance, offerings, and visiting the sanctuaries of various deities, the ruler's vital force and divine nature was confirmed. The celebration was meant to represent the ruler's jubilee and would take place every 30 years, though the deadline was not always followed. The earliest known ritual dates from the First Dynasty.
Scenes from the king's 30-year jubilee.
Within the complex of Djoser, southeast of the pyramid, is a dedicated space for this essential ritual to be performed by the king even in the afterlife. The Hebsed courtyard is lined with false chapels and equipped with a platform featuring 2 staircases meant to represent Upper and Lower Egypt.
Staircase in the Hebsed courtyard, 12. Really want this freaking thing to be done. I've been recording for almost 5 hours, I think. I recorded for 3 hours in the first part, and just currently 1 hour and 40 minutes in this part. So I've been recording for almost 5 hours, possibly a little bit over that. Supposedly, according to Google, it takes about 6 hours to get through this, but I guess Google was wrong.
Located in the courtyard, the two pavilions are believed to represent the palaces of Upper and Lower Egypt. Rectangular in shape, the two replica structures face one another. Their facade is similar to the chapels of the Hebsed ceremony, with column crowns carved to look like falling leaves. Because Queen Hetep-Hernepti and Princess Inetkas's names were discovered on a stela near the pavilions, it is thought that these funerary chapels were intended for them.
Got freaking props to the narrator for being able to pronounce his names with ease. I will probably butcher it so bad. Jezer and Onus detail.
The funerary temple is on the north side of the complex, facing the stars where the deceased ruler was believed to travel after death. Within this temple was the pharaoh's serdab, or cellar. It is a small, enclosed space with one wall sloped to match the first step of the pyramid.
And the last one. Finally, this 20-part tour is about done.
The north wall has two observation holes. A statue of Djoser is seated on the throne, wearing a mantle and a tripartite wig with a crown known as a Nemes. Representing the king's ka, this statue looks through the observation holes into the courtyard, enabling the king to observe the ceremonies and receive offerings in the afterlife.
Now, they did not need to go this hard for the burial of the king. Absolutely insane. Inside Djoser's step here. Learn about Djoser's Step Pyramid and Imhotep's influence on the evolution of the pyramidal architecture. Estimated time, 6 minutes.
Welcome to Inside Djoser's Step Pyramid. The architect of the Step Pyramid, Imhotep, was a man of great importance to Pharaoh Djoser and ancient Egyptians in general. The base of a statue of Djoser, discovered in 1926, celebrates Imhotep as a carpenter, sculptor, stonemaker, and chief of the seers. Little is known of Imhotep's day-to-day life. While he is credited for writing medical texts, it is for his role of architect that he is most famously known.
What a Chad. Statuette of Imhotep.
From the design of the pyramid to the elements within the complex itself, Imhotep set out to create something that would immortalize his king. An architectural achievement, the Step Pyramid was made from stone blocks instead of mud brick. It was the first time Egyptians built a monument of that height. Imhotep explicitly intended for the stone to reflect natural materials. The funerary complex of Djoser remained famous throughout the centuries and millennia, and its great architect, Imhotep, was deified by ancient Egyptians during the late period.
Step Pyramid of Djoser, it's just fucking insane like how people are able to make stuff like that. It's just absolutely insane. Can you imagine a modern person trying to do the same thing?
In addition to the central subterranean palace built for Djoser, 11 wells were dug. Each went to a depth of 33 meters and connected with a horizontal gallery extending for about 20 meters. The first 5 galleries were intended for members of the royal family.
Just burying all your kids and grandchildren and your wives. Bury them all with you. A vertical section looking west in the pyramids of Giza from actual survey and measurement by J.S. Pairing. Good idea to block the torch. I honestly forgot about that.
Two passages lead underground and branch off in 3 directions to various magazine galleries. This vast underground space accommodated sections for storage and ceremonial offerings. One of the tunnels, starting on the east side of the pyramid, contained 40,000 stone vessels, many of them belonging to the king's ancestors.
Square of the Pyramid in Rees Zoom Temple, Just Jupiter, Ammon by Heinrich von Menutoli.
The burial chamber of Djoser is located at the bottom of a 28-meter deep central shaft. According to Egyptologist Jean-Philippe Lauer, the chamber was originally made from polished blocks of limestone, while its ceiling was decorated in 5-pointed stars. At some point, however, the limestone blocks were replaced entirely by pink granite blocks, leaving behind only fragments of limestone blocks decorated with stars.
Pyramids of Saqqara, sections of the apartments and C. I don't know what that means. And the pyramids of Giza from actual survey and measurement by J.S. Perry.
At the foot of the chamber are many tunnels going in all directions. This maze of tunnels, galleries, and chambers stretches over 5 kilometers. There are a number of dead ends and false doors. They may have been intended for the afterlife, rather than to fool thieves.
I really highly doubt Egypt really thought that much about, people at this time really thought that much about protecting from thieves, considering a lot of tombs were robbed anyway. Like if someone's dedicated to rob someone's crypt, they're gonna get in, as believed after not. Pyramids of Saqqara, vertical section looking west in the pyramids of Giza from actual survey and add measurement by J.S. Pairing.
Unlike the Great Pyramid of Giza, or Menkaure, the Pyramid of Djoser does not have any extra openings dug out by thieves. There was no need for them. Because of the easy access into the tunnels and along the corridors, thieves had little trouble clearing out the temples once inside. It is unknown when the mummy of Djoser was stolen. All that remained was a left foot, found by French Egyptologist Jean-Philippe Lauer in 1934. This architect, who devoted his whole life to meticulously exploring the complex, believed it belonged to Djoser.
Who would steal a dead body? Like, why would he? This just makes no sense. Like, what reason could they have for stealing a dead body? It's not really worth much. Probably can't really sell it. Actually get something off it. Regardless on whether it's a famous person or not. I don't know anyone that would realistically want to like purchase the body or even steal the body of Marilyn Monroe, for example. Regardless on how famous she was, I don't think anyone would be willing to steal it, or be willing to sell it, or be willing to purchase it.
The Pharaoh's apartments, also known as the Blue Chambers, are decorated with blue-green tiles meant to imitate the reed matting that covered the walls and windows of his palace. The stone is carefully curved and painted to look like the rolled mats of open doorways and curtains.
It really went all out in designing this. Is insane. The construction and architectural elements plaque. Those are how you pronounce that?
There are 2 long rooms running side by side along a north-south axis. The south room has false doors separated by stone panels, while the north room is a corridor which allows access to side chambers. Nearby chambers originally housed the pharaoh's treasures.
Probably picked clean by thieves.
The door frames are made of fine limestone and carved with the king's name. As in the south tomb, reliefs are carved into the doorways. These reliefs show the king performing rituals and visiting divine sanctuaries for all eternity. Their interiors are fictive additions made by the team to add to the wonders of the tomb. It is clear from the elaborate detail and scale of the complex that this funerary monument was a technological marvel of its time.
Dude, it's probably still a technological marvel today. Just the amount of freaking stuff that these Egyptians are able to do when they design these tombs is just absolutely insane. Pyramids of Saqqara, section of the apartments and C, and the pyramids of Giza from actual survey and measurement by J.S. Perrin. Okay, one more thing, and then we're changing characters. Seneferu's first pyramid. Learn more about Seneferu's pyramid and Madam.
Welcome to Sneferu's first pyramid. With the long reign of Sneferu, the first king of the 4th dynasty, the most brilliant and creative period began for the construction of funerary monuments in Egypt. Funerary monument design moved from the step pyramid to the smooth-faced pyramid, testament to the evolution of the practices of construction. The first attempt at this design was the Pyramid of Meidum.
I believe is this. The cameras believed. Probably different design to the step pyramid.
While Sneferu's monument started as a 7-stepped pyramid, it was later altered into an 8-stepped structure. The final phase of construction saw the steps filled out and an outer casing applied to achieve a smooth surface.
I made a pyramid section by Petrie and Griffith. Where is this? It's further south, actually closer to Kirky.
The smooth dressing of the walls did not provide sufficient bonding, however, and the outer casing did not rest on sound foundations. As a result, the bases of the 4 outer buttress walls gave way, causing the walls to slide down and collapse. While the Meidum Pyramid was abandoned due to design flaws, it showcased other innovations that would impact all future pyramid designs.
Egyptian breakfast service of Napoleon I, also known as the breakfast service of the Emperor.
As well as the smooth sides, it was the first time a ceremonial pavement was built, leading from the valley to the temple of the pyramid. Another innovation was that of the funerary chamber, which was no longer at the bottom of a well, but rather above ground level. This change signaled the beginning of the 3-bedroom system.
3-bedroom system. Somehow, really wonder if we're going to be getting into what that is. Creative Approach and Causeway by Petrie and Wainwright. The Bent Pyramid of Dashur. Learning about the Bent Pyramid of Dashur. I spent a time 3 minutes. This is here, okay?
Welcome to the Bent Pyramid of Dashur. After the construction of the Meidum Pyramid failed, Sneferu transferred his residence and the official necropolis to Dashur. There he began construction on his second attempt at a funerary monument. The resulting structure, known as the Bent Pyramid, is the only one of its shape in Egypt.
That's an odd design. Pyramid Saqqara by Edme Francois Jomard.
Though the pyramid also proved unstable and was abandoned, it marked a technical and architectural breakthrough. Heralding an important design transition, the Bent Pyramid displays a shift from the step pyramid to a functional smooth-sided pyramid.
I wonder what was wrong with it that proved unstable. Because it looks so much stable if it normally still exists.
The Bent Pyramid was unique in having two separate entrances, one on the northern face and another on the western face. The chamber of this pyramid was too small for a human burial. It was probably meant for the burial of a statue designated to house the Ka, the vital spirit of the deceased king.
Wait, that's the thing? They bury statues meant to house a soul? Actually, I think I knew that. Because something I found out from watching documentaries is in a lot of places, archaeologists in a lot of tombs, archaeologists were actually able to discover like small little figures, like ceramic figures of people that are actually meant to represent the servants of the pharaoh. So supposedly in some pyramids, those figures were believed to allow servants to actually be there for the pharaoh to tend to them. So it's like another way for them to like tend to the pharaoh, for servants to be there for the pharaoh in the afterlife. Southern small stone pyramids at Dashur, U plans sections hieroglyphics by Pairing, Day, and Hogg.
With the Bent Pyramid, architects successfully experimented with a completely new idea: to build the pyramid with a core of huge stones settled on a progressive horizontal design. This way, each construction phase could be completed in a single stage, allowing the architect complete control over every design element. Unfortunately, these precautions did not prevent sagging or cracks in the interior rooms of the pyramid. Sneferu abandoned the monument and began the construction of yet another pyramid.
If at first you don't succeed, try again. And moving on to another one, the Red Pyramid at Dashur. Like it's this one this time. It actually looks to be more, looks to resemble a pyramid that we're more aware of. Learn about the Red Pyramid Dashur. Number of stations 4. Start down in 3 minutes.
Welcome to the Red Pyramid of Dashur. The Red Pyramid was built 2 kilometers to the north of the Bent Pyramid. It was so named due to the reddish limestone used in its construction. The Red Pyramid reached a height of 105 meters. While the ground level of the Red Pyramid is lower than that of the Bent Pyramid, its height is virtually the same. The task of making the pyramid a geometrical, true flat-face pyramid brought about yet another new design concept: the use of casing blocks.
First time they actually use those blocks, apparently. A lot of people actually believe that the pyramids that were made in Giza, those famous pyramids, were actually made using slave labor, and people hauling square blocks up to build the up like slopes and ramps, needed pulley systems to kind of construct the pyramid walls. Pyramids and cemeteries of Dashur by Richard Lepsis. A common belief actually is, of all things, the Egyptians used Jewish slaves to build the things because of the the story of Moses from the book of Exodus, which has some controversy. Some people believe it actually happened, some people believe it didn't. So things we'll probably never really know.
The descending corridor of the pyramid, which opens to the north, arrives at ground level, where two almost identical spectacular chambers with high ceilings are aligned north to south and connected by a short horizontal passage. In the south wall of the second chamber, accessed by a staircase, another corridor leads to the final chamber, which is built within the masonry of the pyramid itself and aligned east to west.
Well, so Pyramid of Dashur, view plans and sections by pairing Day and Hog. It's just like, I know a little bit of trivia of Egyptian life, but not much. You know, about a little bit about how mummies are made, and a little bit about how pyramids are constructed. I don't know a lot.
The annexes of the Red Pyramid consist of a small funerary temple located to the east. A causeway presumably ran due east from the temple, but it has yet to be excavated.
I wonder if that changed today. I wonder if it's actually been excavated by now, because this came out in 2014, I believe. 2014, 2016, somewhere around there. Red Pyramid Usher, Season 3, almost done. Been about actually almost a decade since this game came out. I feel old now.
The Red Pyramid was structurally sound, and once finished, marked a remarkable design milestone. Finally successful in his attempts to build himself a suitable funerary monument, Sneferu knew his future beyond death was assured.
He finally succeeded. One more. Pyramids of the Middle Kingdom. 4 stations. And this is gonna be the last one before we're changing our character. Learn about the various funerary monuments of the Middle Kingdom. Estimated time, 4 minutes.
Welcome to Pyramids of the Middle Kingdom.
So this is actually not Giza. I thought it was.
During the Middle Kingdom era, the powerful rulers of the 12th dynasty resumed the tradition of elaborate pyramidal tombs. For example, Amenemhat I built a funerary complex in Lisht, and Senusret II selected the Elahun site in the Fayum. Amenemhat II and Sesostris III, however, cast their favor towards Dashur. Amenemhat III built a pyramid there as well before moving to Hawara in the Fayum.
Pyramids of Elahun, Hawara, Bialmu, and El Kufa. Views, plans, and sections by pairing Day and Hog. Give me 1 second while I change my batteries. Alright. We're good to continue.
The plundering of tombs in troubled times prompted the architects of the Middle Kingdom to devise increasingly complicated means of security during construction. As such, while the architectural plans of the Hawara Pyramid were simpler than the one at Dashur, the means used to protect it from looters were much more elaborate. Beyond the use of blind passages and concealed trapdoors, the architects relied on a system of stone slabs, which were slid into place at the end of construction. These massive stone slabs were meant to permanently block the passageways leading to the funerary chambers.
At the end of the day, they're still made of stone, so if a thief thinks there's a passageway behind them, he could just break through the stone, a pickaxe or something. So freaking don't underestimate the lengths a thief will go to if he thinks he can get a profit out of it.
The kings of the 13th dynasty began building their pyramids at Mazguna, south of Dashur, then moved on to Fayum and Abydos. The kings of the 17th dynasty, however, satisfied themselves with crowning their cave tombs with small pyramids of raw brick. The kings of the 18th dynasty gave up the shape of the pyramid as a royal tomb entirely. They chose a mountain with a pyramidal shape in the Valley of Kings and dug their graves there.
Valley of Kings is actually the central location in the second DLC for Assassin's Creed Origins, which I will be covering soon. Valley of Kings, Thebes, Egypt.
It was not until the Nubian pharaohs of the 25th dynasty that kings were once again buried under pyramidal tombs. In fact, today, the area of ancient Nubia, modern Sudan, contains a record number of 220 known pyramids to Egypt's 138. Despite their slow decline in use and quality, pyramids continued to fascinate all and sundry up to the Roman era. They remain to this day a symbol of the religious dedication of the pharaohs and the grandeur of ancient Egypt.
They really are just absolutely incredible when you think about it. It's the fact that they were just such massive and complicated structures, looking structures, are actually made by humans. Insane. Absolutely insane. Archaeological sites of the island of Meroe, Sudan. I think my mic was actually covering everything I said there. Hopefully it actually covered everything. I haven't really been paying much attention to my microphone, but an overview of the Giza necropolis. Learn about the plateau hosting the most famous acropolis of ancient Egypt.
Welcome to an overview of the Giza necropolis. The Giza Plateau is located on the west bank of the Nile and was considered by ancient Egyptians as the domain of the dead. The pyramidal complexes found there were built over the span of 3 generations, during the reign of Khufu, Khafre, and Menkaura.
So, this is probably the most recognizable part of Egypt. When people think of the pyramids, they often kind of think of these 3 pyramids here. Still standing today, can still see them. Fucking dumbass tourists often get in trouble for trying to climb the pyramid. And sometimes they get jail time, sometimes they just get banned from the country. Don't be a fucking dumbass if you're visiting the pyramids. Do not climb on the pyramids if you don't want to get in trouble with the Egyptian government. Cannot stress this enough. Fucking dumbass tourists also got in a lot of trouble recently in scaling the some ruins in South America as well. And on tour there, and they're kind of caught like scaling like the ruins there, and they also got in trouble with the South American government. Don't be an idiot. Back to the place you're visiting, because you could damage something if you're not careful.
The Giza area, now famous for its 3 pyramids, is part of a wider grouping of funerary complexes. Rulers from this period generally elected to be buried in the area. The focal point of the entire region was the city of Memphis, chosen as the capital of Egypt at the beginning of the Old Kingdom.
Temple and Sphinx detail. This is essentially over now. Got like an hour left though, so.
The placement of the Giza monuments, and particularly that of the pyramids, followed a practical yet strict alignment. First, they focused on cardinal points, and then they accounted for the natural geology of the plateau.
Got like an hour. Probably gonna go until like 4:15. Then I'm probably going to wrap things up. I'll probably continue where I left off next time. But yeah, we are kind of running out of time. I do have something I need to do at 5, so it's currently 3:51 right now. I know. The riddles of this. My dad was just telling me that we need to go at 5. The riddles of the Sphinx. Learn about the Great Sphinx of Giza and different changes that the Sphinx endured through time.
Welcome to the Riddles of the Sphinx. A sphinx was originally meant to be a personification of the king. The human head, wearing pharaonic regalia, was fused with the body of a lion, thus sharing the qualities the powerful animal possessed, namely its power, the swiftness of its attack, and its majestic authority. By these very virtues, it was also considered a symbol of protection. Unsurprisingly, statues of sphinxes could be found along the dromus, protectors of the path taken by the gods to reach the temples.
The Sphinx is also present in Greek mythology as well. They kind of have a different design. They're kind of both kind of combination between a lion and a bird. I can't remember what type of bird. Karnak, Ali with the ram-headed Sphinx.
Over the centuries, enthusiasts and historians alike have wondered, who built the Sphinx? For what purpose? And who does it represent? These questions remain unanswered. Several theories do exist, however, some more credible than others. One theory supposes that Jedefre chose to pay homage to his father Khufu by building the Great Sphinx of Giza. The stone temple on the eastern face of the Sphinx would have been added later on by his brother and successor, Khafre, in order to strengthen the divine worship of their father. It would be the first Egyptian temple oriented with the sun.
I wonder if we're ever gonna find out like all the things about the Sphinx that we are just currently like unknown. Probably not, but it'd be nice. I do kind of wonder about it.
Another theory suggests that the Sphinx was built by Khafre and was meant to represent him. The arguments to support this hypothesis are based on the fact that the limestone beds used for the main work of the Temple of the Sphinx are geographically and architecturally similar to the Valley Temple of Khafre. Some believe that Khufu himself built the Sphinx, which was later finished under his successors, Jedefre and Khafre. These arguments are based on the stylistics of the engraving, the typology of the nemes, and the absence of a beard at the time of construction.
The Sphinx was also like painted at one point. You can see there's some paint still on there. The paint hasn't faded away by now, but originally it was painted.
While ancient Egypt as a whole leaves a rather monochrome vision of its monuments and statuary, it is vital to understand that in ancient times, absolutely everything was painted. The sun, eating away at the pigments of the colors, the sand, the climate, and the implacable impact of time, unfortunately destroyed the glorious colors of the Sphinx of Giza. Documents from an Arab Egyptologist of the 12th century, Abd al-Latif al-Baghdadi, indicate that traces of red were still visible in his time. Today, however, the only color that remains are traces of red close to the ears of the Sphinx, as well as hints of blue and yellow on the nemes, traditional colors for that type of headdress. The pigments for the color red were man-made, obtained by mixing different products such as clay, quartz sand, and very finely crushed hematite.
I don't know what that is. I mean, maybe it's a plant. A lot of dyes are actually made for plants.
Red had a strong symbolism in ancient Egypt. It was both the color of life and the color of death. It could represent the sands of the desert or the brilliance of the sun. Red was also associated with the god Seth, vengeful and destructive. The Egyptian word for red, deshur, is also the word which was used to signify the desert, or the royal crown of Lower Egypt. In art, red was also the color used to paint the bodies of men, while yellow was used for women. It is possible that there were also color restoration efforts during the Saite period about 600 years before Cleopatra's rule, as indicated by notes on the inventory stele, discovered in 1858 by Auguste Mariette. It is because of this that the team made the decision to display it with its full range of colors, even though the Sphinx's colors would have likely faded by Cleopatra's time.
I do kind of appreciate they kind of went that way. They didn't need to do that, but it's nice they did. A guardian figure wearing the red crown of Lower Egypt.
Dating from the 4th dynasty, approximately 2600 to 2500 BCE, the Great Sphinx of Giza is the oldest and largest sphinx that we know of. Carved from a natural limestone outcrop, the Sphinx measures 19.8 meters in height, 73.2 meters in length, and 14 meters in width.
So I view the Sphinx of Giza, Auguste Mariette's papers.
In order to bring polish to the imposing monument, several blocks of limestone were added after the initial construction phase. Since then, there have been numerous attempts at preservation. The polish present in the game integrates some aspects of modern restoration attempts. The team made this choice to present a more iconic version of the Sphinx of Giza to the player. Today, the Sphinx is called the Terrifying One. This appellation is translated from its Arabic name, Abu al-Hal, which in turn was derived from Baluba in Coptic.
I wonder why they refer to by that moniker. Sphinx of Khafre with the pyramid of Cheops on the horizon.
The Sphinx as a whole was carved in situ from a natural stone promontory. Its head was built in a limestone peak of the Mukattam Plate, and the body was sculpted in the underlying rock layer where it is located. The degradation of the Sphinx is due in particular to wind erosion and the different quality of limestone used in its construction. The level of sodium contained in the groundwater which abuts the stone is also a contributing factor.
The Giza Sphinx in 19th century.
The natural bedrock is seen through the oblique natural strata of the Sphinx's body that are similar to the surrounding limestone.
Yeah, it looks like it's half buried in this picture. And it looks in such poor condition in comparison to how it's portrayed in this game. Maybe like in a couple hundred years, it's probably going to be nothing left, to be honest.
Since antiquity, people have always believed there was a hidden tomb deep within the Sphinx. It is thought that attempts to plunder the Sphinx began as far back as the First Intermediate period. Since then, numerous attempts to pierce the Sphinx's secrets have been carried out, leaving indelible scars upon the monument.
Ew. Oh my god. Destroying a monument just to try and like get treasure. Doesn't surprise me, to be honest.
Ah.
12 meters long and cut during pharaonic times, another entrance in the back of the Sphinx aroused curiosity. Although Thutmose IV attempted to seal it off, it was possibly reopened by treasure hunters. It was rediscovered by Howard Vyse and mapped more recently by Mark Lehner. This entrance at the back of the Sphinx leads to different cavities of a few meters each, in directions going inside the statue's body and under the surface. The team has used this opportunity to extrapolate a little more.
That's a good word, extrapolate. I thought that entrance thing was just like a unique feature to the game. I didn't know it was actually there before.
While there have been no major discoveries pertaining to the Sphinx of Giza in recent years, theories and hypotheses continue to emerge. Without validation provided by archaeological sources, however, they remain unsubstantiated.
Probably will never really figure out like everything there is to know about the Sphinx. Probably won't know like who made it, like what was made, and whose image it was made of. Any sort of information that existed about that thing is probably like long lost to history at this point.
The first of the main theories as to the Sphinx of Giza's meaning posits that the Sphinx was originally a massive representation of the god Anubis. Its principal arguments are that the head of the Sphinx is disproportionate compared to the size of its body. The second theory believes that the representation of two sphinxes on the stela of Thutmose IV would indicate that another stone sphinx had existed on the site itself, possibly even in paired symmetry on the other side of the Nile. However, neither of these theories can be verified in any way.
Anubis is represented by the dog, the jackal. Jackal is a very lean dog creature. It's actually kind of more clear to me that the Sphinx may actually be made in the body of a lion rather than a jackal. But I could be wrong on that.
Several scientific projects using new technologies have been put in place in the past decades. The most important was led by Mark Lehner and his team, who specialize in the study and survey of the Giza Plateau, including the Sphinx site. The mapping made it possible to see the materials used to construct the Sphinx, analyze the different layers of erosion, and figure out the most fragile areas to protect. After a few attempts at giving the Sphinx artistic proportions, the team instead decided to use photogrammetry mapping to faithfully reproduce the proportions of the Sphinx.
That's pretty cool. A montage of different versions of the Sphinx during development of the game.
What the Sphinx of Giza represented during its construction and how the Sphinx was perceived by the Egyptians of the New Kingdom are two very different matters. Originally a representation of the king imbued with the power of the lion, the Sphinx was eventually viewed as a direct representation of the most divine. It is theorized that kings of the New Kingdom believed that the Sphinx of Giza was the one who recognized and legitimized the ruler of Egypt. Thus, despite the fact the Sphinx of Giza was partially buried under the sand during his reign, Amenhotep II knew that the monument was of great importance.
Sphinx of Amenhotep III, possibly from a model of a temple.
Amenhotep II built a second temple dedicated for the Sphinx as Horemakhet to pay homage to Khufu and Khafre, his predecessors. It became a common habit for this dynasty to spend time with their royal courts at the Sphinx. Its sanctuary became known as Setepet, the Chosen.
Interesting. Scarab inscribed with the throne name of Amenhotep II, featuring a sphinx.
Egyptologist Mark Lehner believed that Amenhotep II built a statue of himself anchored between the paws of the Sphinx, likely to legitimize his reign, alongside a stela found by Salim Hassan. Many other pharaohs of this dynasty, such as Tutankhamun and Ramses II, also left marks of their passage in a similar fashion, sometimes even stripping the stones of nearby temples and pyramids to do so. Amenhotep II's son and successor, Thutmose IV, was a frequent offender.
Kind of funny. Ramses II making an offering of incense and water to the Great Sphinx. People just, guess like a lot of pharaohs kind of wanted to, kind of leave their mark on history, I guess. Make sure they're remembered.
While sleeping between the Sphinx's paws, the future Thutmose IV saw in a dream the god Horamakhet proclaiming his coming accession on the throne of the two lands. This was, of course, on the condition that he remove all of the sand covering the Sphinx, which stood guard as the personification of the god, and should thus never be engulfed by the sands of the desert.
Dude, that is essentially completely buried by the sand. What the hell? Like, do they not, like, clean up the sand in modern times? Or do they just let it get buried?
The 15-ton dream stela built by Thutmose IV to commemorate his dream was discovered by an Italian Egyptologist, Giovanni Battista Caviglia, in 1818, when he undertook the task of freeing the Sphinx from the sand, which had, yet again, covered it. Caviglia was looking for an entrance into the structure of the Sphinx, but instead he discovered an open-air chapel and stelas between the paws. Ashes from a ceremony were still present. Protected by sand, they quite possibly were from the last ceremonies in Roman times.
Interesting. It's kind of impressive that freaking ashes were still there, despite like all that time that passed. Pyramids of Giza, works of Mr. Mariette, stele at the base of the Sphinx, excavated by Mr. Mariette, December 1853, Egypt.
That same year, Caviglia discovered fragments of the Sphinx's beard that had probably been added during the New Kingdom. If many of these pieces are held by museums in Cairo, a fragment is displayed at the British Museum, along with a piece of the uraeus that was on the Sphinx's headdress. It is believed this fragment of beard was possibly kept in place thanks to the statue of Amenhotep II, which was supposed to be located under the head of the Sphinx.
Great Sphinx of Giza. I'm assuming that beard means that little thing right there.
A popular cultural legend purports that the nose of the Sphinx of Giza was lost during the time of Napoleon Bonaparte to the cannon fire of French soldiers in training. However, engravings from before the time of that campaign already depicted the Sphinx without a nose, indicating that it had been removed before the French campaign.
A Bonaparte Before the Sphinx by Jean Leon Jerome, by John Leon Jerome, circa 1868.
The most plausible hypothesis is based on the research of the German historian Ulrich Harman. During the 1980s, Harman compiled medieval sources written by Arab authors. In doing so, he discovered that the Sphinx was once perceived as a favorable omen, a deity supporting sediment-nurturing floods and crops. Around 1378, a Sufi by the name of Muhammad Saim al-Dar could not stand this vision of the monument, and in an iconoclastic act, broke the nose of the Sphinx. According to the texts, he was then hanged and burned between the legs of the Sphinx for his crime.
Wow, that is fucking horrible. think this was the last one. No, I think we have one more, maybe. Khufu's funerary complex. Or 10 right now. Learn about Khufu's funerary complex. That's been a time 7 minutes.
Welcome to Khufu's funerary complex. The Valley Temple was the first architectural component encountered when one entered the funerary complex. It was considered the official entrance of the tomb and mixed the structural components of both a temple and a portico. Khufu's Valley Temple shows evidence of a basalt pavement, letting us know where the portico portion of the structure was located. Such a partition is believed to symbolize both the subterranean and solar aspects of the afterlife.
Pyramid of Giza during the Old Kingdom detail. I am ready to take a break. I'm just trying to get as much of this done as possible. Doing this for hours.
Khufu's causeway ran from the floodplain up to the plateau, linking together the Valley Temple and the Mortuary Temple. A traditional causeway presented itself as a paved path, enclosed by walls and often roofed.
To give insight on how long I've been doing this, I started recording about like 11:30ish, and it's currently 4:11 right now. So I've been recording for 11. For about 5 hours, almost 6. It's just absolutely insane just how long this is taking. Fucking Google was wrong. There's no way in hell this actually takes like 6 hours to go through it. Unless you're just fucking skipping dialogue or skipping tours. No way in hell it's gonna take 6 hours. No.
Fragments discovered by archaeologists indicate that the walls in Khufu's causeway, one of the longest known to us, were decorated with carvings and possibly paint. Depictions show a great variety of themes. Stars on the ceiling, accompanied by scenes of battles on the walls. Other engravings depicted the creation of the complex by illustrating craftsmen at work.
Relief fragment with King Khufu's cattle.
The most impressive private cemeteries of Giza are located east and west of Khufu's pyramid. The Eastern Cemetery was reserved for members of the royal family, while the Western Cemetery was mostly set aside for various court dignitaries. In both areas, private tombs, also known as mastabas, were aligned and laid out methodically in streets and avenues. This arrangement was probably an attempt at recreating the king's court for the afterlife.
Giza, Mastaba. God, I really want to take a break. I'm hoping I can get through this section, so I just only have like 2 sections left to do.
To the east of Khufu's pyramid reside 3 smaller constructions, the 3 Queen's Pyramids. A sloping passage led from the ground surface to a burial chamber, cut out of the bedrock and lined with masonry. If it seems quite certain that these monuments were intended for queen's burials, the identity of the original occupants is hard to assess.
I will probably go until 4:30 actually, just make sure I have time to like get ready and just like take a break. Because I'm gonna have to leave at 5, so I'm gonna try and go for another 15 minutes. Pyramid of Giza are in the Old Kingdom detail. I am so ready to be done.
The northernmost pyramid was most likely meant for Queen Hetepheres, who is believed to have been Khufu's mother. However, in 1925, her actual tomb was discovered nearby by accident. It was hidden at the bottom of a deep masonry pit in an underground chamber. Within the concealed chamber, Egyptologists discovered the most complete royal funerary equipment dating from the Old Kingdom, though her body was missing.
Of course her body is missing, because why wouldn't a fucking grave robber steal a corpse? Makes perfect sense. Except for his chair, wood and gold leaf, 79.5 centimeters by 71 centimeters in Giza, Egyptian civilization, Old Kingdom, Dynasty 4. And these are the three Queen's pyramids right here.
Within the vicinity of Khufu's pyramid, Egyptologists have uncovered 7 boat pits. The exact function of such boat-shaped pits remains unconfirmed, though one can easily conjecture that it was symbolic in nature. The boat pits being located at the eastern side of the pyramid, at the precise spot where the resuscitated king was supposed to reappear, could constitute evidence to support such an assumption.
Khufu's solar boat on display at the Solar Boat Museum, Giza, Giza, Egypt.
The 2 southern boat pits, each covered by a roof of huge limestone slabs, were discovered in 1954 by Kamal al-Malak, an Egyptian Egyptologist. Only one of them had been opened. 1,224 boat parts made of cedar wood were retrieved one by one and patiently reassembled by the master restorer Ahmed Youssef. This process took 28 years. Youssef worked by following lines of mortise and tenon joints and by stitching parts together with vegetable ropes, all in order to keep the design as authentic as possible.
You can see boats staying in tombs when you explore them in the game. I never really understood the purpose of it. Maybe it was like already discussed like in previous stories. I honestly haven't really been paying attention, but it's kind of hard to follow along at this point.
The Greek term pyramidion refers to the capstone of a pyramid or the tip of an obelisk. In ancient Egyptian, both components were called benben. This word was also used for a specific kind of food, a cone-shaped offering made of bread. The pyramidion was intended to be a miniature reproduction of the pyramid, making it equal to the monument itself in symbolic importance.
I believe the pyramidion was often made of gold, I think. I could be wrong. The obelisk for benben pyramid-shaped detail.
A few pyramidia have been retrieved from pyramidal complexes. The earliest, found in Dashur, is undoubtedly a good example of Old Kingdom's pyramidia. It is made of limestone and has no inscriptions. Some engraved pyramidia were recovered from private funerary chapels. Their inscriptions all related to the solar symbolism of the benben.
I was completely wrong. I guess it's not made out of gold. I guess it's made out of limestone. It looks like gold though, like if you look up there. Even like if you were to climb the pyramid, it looks like it's made out of gold.
The pyramidia of the pyramids of Giza were never recovered. The reconstitution you see in the game is fictive, incorporating a golden pyramidion bearing inscriptions relevant to Khufu.
I guess I was right. It was made out of gold, not limestone. I guess it's just different for these these 3 pyramids. Pyramidion of Khufu with horizon, Jed, Pillar, Ankh, and Khufu's names and titles. The secrets of the Great Pyramids is probably going to be the last thing I do for today before I am going to be taking a break. Understand the structure of the Great Pyramid. Estimated time 9 minutes.
Welcome to Secrets of the Great Pyramid. Built around 2550 BCE, the Great Pyramid of Giza is considered one of the most iconic structures of Egypt. It is the biggest of the pyramids and the only one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world still standing. The numbers associated to the Great Pyramid of Giza are impressive. A workforce of over 20,000 people, 6 million tons of stone, and 20 years of construction. It was a massive undertaking for a pharaoh's tomb.
So the 7 wonders of the ancient world, don't know how true it is about it still being standing. There is a Buddhist temple or something found in India, I think. Amar Taj, I can't remember what it's called, but like a really like ornate Buddhist temple that was kind of like designed like made like centuries ago that's still standing. I believe that's also like a wonder of the world. But it was actually raided at a certain point in time, so a lot of the statues that were present there was actually stolen. But the structure, the complex is still there. I can't remember what it's called though. I don't even know what to Google to try and find out the name. Pyramid of Cheops, the Great Pyramid. I'm gonna waste my time Googling, trying to Google it because I don't really have much time.
The construction of the Great Pyramid was also a display of power and opulence on the part of Khufu. It is part of the pharaoh's vast funerary complex, which also includes 2 temples, 3 satellite pyramids, a causeway, and a builder's necropolis. We can guess that the intent behind the construction of these monuments was Khufu's way of declaring himself one of the most powerful pharaohs to rule a unified Egypt.
A Pyramid of Giza during the Old Kingdom.
New insights into engineering and ancient Egyptian culture are still being revealed over 4,500 years later. For example, a recently unearthed papyrus offers a glimpse into the life of a tradesman at the time of the pyramid's construction. Also, a logbook belonging to a team leader during the building gives details on the craftsmen, their work schedules, and the raw materials required.
Can't imagine like finding those ancient documents is pretty common. Would be surprised, especially not in good condition. Like look at that, it's just like all in pieces. I was telling the daily lives of the port workers to transport the huge limestone blocks to Cairo during King Khufu's rule.
It is interesting to note that by Cleopatra's time, the pyramid's celestial purpose, its construction, and the function of its mysterious inner chambers was already unclear. Today, it is only through dedicated research that we have begun to grasp some of the Great Pyramid's mysteries.
A second solar boat of Pharaoh Khufu.
The Egyptians had polished their design for centuries by the time work on the Great Pyramid began. Intended as a tomb for Khufu, the Great Pyramid's structural design has been considered to be nearly perfect by engineers and historians ever since.
I don't know why, but that face of that figure kind of reminds me of Donald Trump. No idea why. Ivory statuette of Khufu from Abydos.
Precisely oriented north-south to the 4 cardinal points of a compass, the length of each side of the Great Pyramid at its base was 230 meters, and its original height was 147 meters. The pyramid is a mere 0.05% error away from being a perfect square.
The fact they were able to get it that close is actually kind of impressive. A topographical plan for a part of the Memphis Acropolis detail. That had to be like incredibly organized and designing that.
In order to achieve the shape of a true pyramid, the design required many considerations in the planning phases as well as precision during execution. It was especially critical that they control the angle of inclination on all sides at every stage of construction.
Very interesting.
Materials for the Great Pyramid consisted of quarried limestone blocks, weighing between 2 to 15 tons each. The methods of moving these blocks into place is still debated by architects and Egyptologists. The precision of its design in an age with only soft metal tools, as well as the enormous scale of its construction, make the Great Pyramid one of the most impressive feats of human engineering.
Plot twist, people back then were incredibly strong. They were essentially Superman. I say as a joke. Imagine if people like in ancient times were like incredibly strong and we just gradually grew weaker as time progressed.
It's estimated that it took between 600,000 and 2 million blocks of stone to build the Great Pyramid. Experts calculate it would have required men to move 12 blocks every hour around the clock for 20 years to place the 2.3 million stones the monument is made of.
Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Like, these freaking ancient Egyptians are just built differently. Again, like, imagine like someone in modern times trying to do the same things that these people did. It just can't be done.
While the interior chambers were built with red granite from Aswan, most of the pyramid was made from local limestone, weighing between 2 to 15 tons per block. There is debate on how the pyramid stones were moved into place. Recent research is exploring the idea that it was built around a large interior ramp.
Katia view up J.P. Houdin's theory with internal ramp and noble circuit.
The recently discovered logbook confirms that the high-quality limestone of the outer casing was brought by boat across the Nile from a quarry in Tura. Once complete, the smooth white polished stone of the Great Pyramid would have reflected the sunlight like a beacon, earning it the name the Horizon of Khufu.
The Viceroy's boat, Tomb of Hui.
Over the centuries, thieves and travelers attempted to access the Great Pyramid numerous times. Ancient writings describe details of its interior, proof that some made their way within, though who gained entrance first and when is unknown.
Marble bust of Herodotus, a historian in the 5th century BCE.
The main entrance of the Great Pyramid is located 17 meters above ground level. It faces north, likely in order to align with the North Star. Though the entrance passageway had been discovered in antiquity, any further access into the Great Pyramid was stopped by massive vertical slabs of rock. As such, present-day visitors to the pyramid must use the robber's entrance.
3 minutes heading at the main entrance of Cheops Pyramid. Cheops again is Khufu. What the fuck was that sound? Oh, it's probably the hyenas down there.
The robber's entrance is reported to have been opened in the 9th century by Caliph al-Mamun. In search of treasure, the Caliph had his men dig their way inside the Great Pyramid. The most likely scenario is that they enlarged a corridor which had been created by tomb robbers during antiquity. As such, this is how the team can justify access to this wonder.
Great Pyramid vertical section, Forest Robber's Entrance by Howard Weiss and Perrin.
Attempts to gain entry to the Great Pyramid and uncover its potential secrets continued throughout the centuries. In the 19th century, the belief that another entry existed at the south side resulted in a hole being blasted into the pyramid side, with no results for the damage that was done. While the search is still ongoing today to uncover more hidden rooms and passageways, Conservation is the primary concern of all such
They
efforts.
seriously blasted a hole in the pyramid because of rumors of another entry on the other side? Are you serious? People back then were just fucking stupid. Oh, there's rumors of, they say you can, like, freaking, they say there's gold found in, like, underneath the Walmart shopping center. Freaking dumbasses, they bring dynamite to just blow up the floor of Walmart. Oh yeah, it makes sense. Fucking people will be stupid enough to believe that. Fucking serious. Oh my god. Oh, there's gotta be a freaking entrance on the other side. Let's just blow a hole into a freaking monument. Just to see if there's anything there. Just sure that's a fucking great idea. Fucking dumbass. Any case, this is now, we're gonna be taking a break now. We have done almost everything. We got like at least halfway through it. Next time I'll be recording this again tomorrow, and hopefully we'll be finishing this up. We have done a lot now. Go ahead and quit to the title screen. And I just want to make sure that I didn't fuck it up. Because we are going to be loading back in just to make sure that we still have my thing. Still have my progress. And we do. Okay, great. Great. We are good. Go ahead and quit to the title screen one more time, and I am ending this recording. I will continue it tomorrow. Hello everyone, my name is Zach, and welcome to a second day of recording the Discovery Tour. Hopefully we're going to be finishing this in this session. Got about like half of the thing done. We'll get the other half done today. I am fucking tired. I'm already tired of the Discovery Tour. I had time to sleep a little bit, so let's go ahead and do it. Let's go and get started. So let's see where we left off. I think we did one tour with the Roman soldiers, so we need two more before I can change. Let's go ahead and do the Great Pyramid Subterranean Chamber. I actually just got done playing Pokemon Mystery Dungeon with Rescue Team a bit. I just got up to Platinum Rank, which I think, I can't remember if I was Platinum Rank or Diamond Rank in my first playthrough of the game. I definitely didn't get to Max Rank. Kind of fast approaching the part of the game where I just never actually played past, so I'm kind of really excited to kind of go into the uncharted territory. The Great Pyramid Subterranean Chamber. Learn more about the internal structure of the Great Pyramid, and more specifically, the Subterranean Chamber.
Welcome to the Great Pyramid Subterranean Chamber. From the original entrance of the Great Pyramid, there is a passage leading to the subterranean chamber. Its walls were carved out of the existing rock of the plateau and then covered in a fine, unmarked limestone. The descending passage has a steep 26-degree downward slope. Narrow and with a low ceiling, this pathway is long and challenging.
Something that I was thinking about a little bit is when they're constructing the pyramids, like, obviously, like, below the sand is probably stone and bedrock. but I still kind of feel that digging a tunnel underneath the desert is still like very risky. Wonder how they're able to stabilize the tunnels when they're digging a tunnel.
While the original passage was 145 meters long, the team reduced its length and made it both wider and higher. The main focus of the work in reproducing the location was centered upon preserving the unique claustrophobic environment of the Great Pyramid, while still allowing for a smooth game navigation.
I honestly think that the devs did like a phenomenal job designing the tombs. The tombs are so fun to explore. Easily my favorite part of the game.
The well shaft was a 58-meter vertical passage that connected the descending corridor to the grand gallery above. An adjacent grotto may have originally been a small natural well in the bedrock that was enlarged during the tunneling. Whether the grotto was intended for another purpose is uncertain.
An adjacent grotto may have been originally been a small natural well in the bedrock that was enlarged in the. Huh. Maybe that tunnel was no, because I don't know if they had like because in mines they usually kind of have like a vertical shaft to for elevators or to bring supplies into lower levels with these. I don't know if those shafts kind of serve the same purpose. It looks like it's designed like in an odd way, so maybe not. But looks like it may be too narrow for a person. My controller wasn't dead. There's some battery left. Let me go ahead and unplug the batteries and unplug them back in. Oh, I saw the thing open. I'm fucking dumb. I was starting like, I was wondering why I couldn't control my character.
There is much speculation over the purpose of the well shaft. One theory is that the channel was cut or enlarged to supply air to workers in the descending passage. Another is that it was meant to provide an exit route once the work was done in the heart of the pyramid. Without the well shaft, workers would have been trapped inside forever when the Grand Gallery was sealed. The opening at the bottom of the well shaft was most likely sealed by exiting workers to camouflage the passageway.
I guess like using it as an air supply would also make sense as well because there's less oxygen when you tunnel on the ground. Jean D. Thavino, who visited the well shaft circa 1662.
There is a subterranean chamber at the end of the descending corridor, 30 meters below the Giza Plateau surface. Dug directly into the bedrock, the space is wide with a ceiling 3 meters in height. Its floors and walls are rough and uneven, indicating that it was never completed. At the south end of the room, there is another narrow corridor, similar to the others, though it abruptly ends after roughly 20 meters.
Called to Cheops Pyramid, detail on cut of Cheops Pyramid, detail on the chambers.
The chamber also contains an 11-meter pit near the east side. It's unclear what this may have been used for. In the game, this well leads to a fictive underground complex containing key game-related mysteries. The subterranean chamber's original purpose remains a mystery. One popular theory is that it was originally meant to be Khufu's burial chamber, but the pharaoh changed his mind, preferring to be buried higher up in the pyramid, which would explain the chamber's unfinished state.
I wonder how many burials, how many people were interned in pyramids like this, and specifically the large pyramid, like the Kubus pyramid. I wonder how many people were actually buried in here, or if it was just strictly for the pharaoh. The big place for just one body, if it's just for the pharaoh. The Great Pyramid of Giza, upper chamber. Estimated time 10 minutes. Learn more about the internal structure of the Great Pyramid, and more specifically, the upper chambers.
Welcome to the Great Pyramid of Giza, Upper Chambers. At the entrance of the ascending passage are 3 granite flagstones estimated to weigh up to 25 tons each. They were used to protect the Great Pyramid from thieves. Undaunted by the granite blocks, the thieves simply dug into the softer limestone around them, thus creating the robber's entrance.
Yeah, freaking stone, like a stone is not really like a solid defense as people think. If you have a hard enough tool, you can break through stone, and oftentimes there's ways to get around a stone wall as well. Either by digging around it or finding a opening or a weakness to exploit. A Great Pyramid vertical section detailed by Howard Weiss and Perring.
While in reality the robber's entrance is one single cavity which leads to both passages, in the game, the team created individual accesses to either passage. As such, in the game, one entrance leads to the ascending passage, while another leads to the descending passage.
So these 2 passages weren't actually a thing in real life. That's interesting.
The ascending passageway of the Great Pyramid provides a direct path into the Grand Gallery and is accessed 30 meters from the entrance along the descending corridor. Both corridors have similar dimensions and are designed with the same 26-degree incline.
Interesting. Cut at Cheops Pyramid, detail on ascending corridor, 1997.
The ascending corridor has smooth masonry on its walls, and the layout includes many trapezoidal stones. Both the floor and ceiling of the passageway indicate that the passage was enlarged, possibly during or after the funeral, to allow workers room to move granite blocks meant to plug the corridor.
Great Pyramid of Giza, upper chamber, station 4 of 18.
The Grand Gallery's purpose is still debated among experts. It may have been intended to align with the stars, act as a buffer to protect the king's chamber, or simply to facilitate the transport of the granite blocks used inside the pyramid. Access to the queen's chamber was at the beginning of the Grand Gallery.
So I guess it's both the queen and the pharaoh that's buried in the pyramids. It's not just the pharaoh. I guess that makes sense. It would house the immediate family of the pharaoh himself, and not just a place to house the pharaoh. Dude, can you go any slower?
Though this room is referred to as the Queen's Chamber, it is believed that there was no queen buried here. Based on their knowledge of earlier pyramids, Egyptologists believe it was more likely intended as the king's serdab, a chamber meant to contain the Ka statue, which would in turn house the king's spirit.
So, once again, I was wrong. This actually doesn't have the queen in it. Statue of the royal Ka of Tutankhamun.
Situated exactly within the pyramid's center, on the east-west axis of the pyramid, the chamber has a vaulted ceiling and measures 5.7 by 5.2 meters. In the eastern wall, there is a niche tucked away in a small corbelled archway, which may have originally held the Ka statue. Behind this niche is another smaller hole, possibly dug out by thieves in search of further treasure.
A Great Pyramid, Queen's Chamber, Lower End of Great Passage by J.S. Perry, 1837.
In the 19th century, two shafts were found running through the north and south walls. They each run in a horizontal line for 2 meters before sloping upward, and both are closed off with limestone blocks fitted with copper handles. Whether they were intended as ventilation shafts for workers or a celestial connection for the pharaoh's spirit is unconfirmed.
One of the things that I don't think you'll ever really find an answer, reason for that, like a definitive scientific reason for why they kind of have stuff like that. One things that'll probably never be answered.
A recent scan of the room indicated the presence of an unknown cavity hidden behind the north face of the walls over the descending corridor. Further investigation is still ongoing to ascertain the nature of the anomaly, so as to avoid risking damage to the monument.
Yeah, and again, since this game came out in like 2016, I believe, I actually do wonder if they actually kind of figure this out, because a lot of time has passed since this game came out. So actually, it might be 2017 when this game came out. So I'm wondering if since this game released, if archaeologists had kind of figured out the purpose of that cavity and the purpose of some of the other mysteries related to the pyramids that was kind of left in the air in the Discovery Tour. There's still like a lot that we don't know about ancient Egyptian culture. Like archaeologists and Egyptologists can try and like figure stuff out, and for the most part they kind of figured out most of the ancient Egyptian life. There's still a lot that we don't know.
Khufu's architects were possibly influenced by earlier rhomboidal pyramids when designing the gallery. It is the longest corbelled vault ever built, measuring 47 meters long and 8.6 meters high. The walls were made to taper inward, allowing for better distribution of weight. As a result, the ceiling measures just over a meter wide at its highest point. Though this construction technique is present in other pyramids, few have the same precision and stability.
What rhomboidal pyramids? I really wish the rhomboid I know is a type of shape. I really don't know what that is. I'm not really good at shapes. I'm not good at geometry. I think is a math involving shapes.
While the space is visually dramatic, the gallery seemed to serve a practical function, though what exactly remains uncertain. Still, the wall design was undoubtedly meant to contribute to the stability of the structure, and its floor may have helped workers move the materials. A channel runs along the middle of the room. A movable floor originally rested in this central recess. The raised benches on either side are equipped with slots that may have been used to help position the granite blocking stones.
Great Pyramid of Giza, practical function, no image or information given to the text image. So moving on.
At the end of the Grand Gallery is the entrance to the antechamber leading to the King's Chamber. Directly above, there is another narrower horizontal passage that connects to the top of the King's Chamber, and allow the workers access to the weight relief rooms.
Pyramids of Memphis, view of the gallery, municipal gallery of the Grand Pyramid taken from below and above. Detail from the top of gallery showing workers' passage.
The far end of the Grand Gallery leads to a small antechamber with a portcullis, preventing access to the King's Chamber. The portcullis was composed of 3 separate granite slabs. They were designed to be lowered into place and seal the chamber after the burial of the king. The grooves dug out to hold the slabs in place are still clearly visible to this day. The elaborate locking system was composed of a series of grooves for the ropes and pulleys that dropped the stones into place like the notches on a key.
Interesting. So it's like a complex lock. Complex, like ancient form of lock. That's interesting. King's Chamber and Chambers of Construction by Howard Weiss and Perring.
For the purposes of the game, the team elected to remove the portcullis slabs in order to grant the player access to the King's Chamber. In reality, workers would have backed out of the room after the funeral, lowering each slab into place behind them one at a time. Each of the 3 stones were smashed by looters centuries later, and evidence of their break-in is still evident.
Again, like using stone as a barrier is not as an effective of a wall as people may think. If you are determined enough, you can bust through rock pretty easily. Rock is not as sturdy as the material as people would think.
The King's Chamber is built entirely out of red granite.
The King's Chamber measures 5.8 meters in height. It has an imposing cover of 5 stacked levels above, with granite beams weighing 25 to 40 tons each.
The uppermost level is surmounted by a vault of stones, arranged in chevrons, to bear the enormous structural load.
Keep on yawning. King's Chamber and Chambers of Construction by Howard Weiss and Perring.
As in the Queen's Chamber, 2 shafts extend out from the room towards the north and south faces of the pyramid. They measure nearly 64 meters until they are blocked by copper-handled granite plugs. Some experts in the culture of the Old Kingdom believe that the shafts were thought to lead the king's soul to the stars, with the incarnation of the pharaoh as the god Ra, represented by the northern well, and the god Horus by the southern well.
Some experts in the culture of the Old Kingdom believe that the shafts were thought to lead the king's soul to the stars. I wonder if that was actually the case, because it's like a weird and interesting interpretation. It'd just be like another air supply vent. Be as simple as that.
There is a granite sarcophagus at the west end of the room, but it is the concealed construction inscriptions left by workmen on the roof's stones which verify this as the resting place of Khufu. The sarcophagus was recorded as being empty when it was discovered, and its design indicates that there was once a lid in place. It's possible that this sarcophagus is only a cenotaph in memory of the pharaoh, but was never actually meant to receive the body.
So it's like an empty coffin then? I wonder where it was actually buried then. Hieroglyphics and Chamber Construction by Howard Weiss and Perring.
Khufu's mummy was never found. It is hoped that as of yet undiscovered hidden rooms and shafts of the pyramid may provide an answer as to its location.
Maybe his body was here and it was like another one that was stolen. Jean-Pierre Houdin's theories. Learn about Jean-Pierre Houdin's theories on ancient Egyptian construction techniques and the Great Pyramid.
Welcome to Jean-Pierre Houdin's theories. The team wanted to provide players with a sense of exploration and discovery, particularly within the Great Pyramid. As such, a decision was made that the internal design of the monument in the game would reflect Jean-Pierre Houdin's theories. While the antechambers of the King's Tomb have yet to be discovered, Houdin posits that this is merely due to a unique design, placing the pharaoh's tomb at the center of the pyramid. The entire tour you are about to take was designed along Houdin's hypotheses.
So they kind of use like an expert's theory in order to design, model the design of the pyramid. And that's actually kind of interesting. I kind of like, I actually really like that. I feel like they Ubisoft did that.
While respecting Houdin's hypothesis as to the general layout of the antechambers, the team wanted the contents to enhance the game experience. In regular royal tombs, the antechambers were filled with all the material goods needed by the pharaoh in the afterlife. To support the feelings of discovery and awe, the art team created a unique and fantastical treasure in this second antechamber.
I think realistically, by this time, the robbers would have found a way to get in here and would have stolen everything. But it is nice that they kind of included this. It just kind of brings more life and more detail to this tomb.
Houdin theorized that the ascending corridor and the Great Gallery were used by the workers to haul hoist the heavy beams above the king's chamber. He called it the service circuit. The corridor you are in now was created by the team following Houdin's theory and is referred to as the noble circuit. It is through this corridor that the wooden sarcophagus containing the pharaoh's mummy would have been transported to its final resting chamber.
Interesting. It looks like from that image, I remember that in a previous tour, like I said, there was going to be like a tiered pathway that kind of led up to the top. That was meant to be like a model, I guess, or a frame for building the pyramid itself. I wonder if those frames still exist, or if they're just like completely buried in rock, or buried in rock. It looks like that is something you can actually walk in, is what I'm trying to say. So I'm wondering if those things still exist, or they're literally just like a wooden frame or something. Patchy view of JP Houdin's theory with internal ramp and noble circuit.
With this structure in mind, one can easily assume that the pyramid's entrance would have been connected to the two antechambers. Modern research has revealed that a cavity might be located behind the north face chevrons of the pyramid. As such, the team chose to create this area for the player to explore. Here is where Houdin believes that the priests and nobles would have exited the pyramid after the burial ceremony.
3 men sitting at the entrance of the Cheops pyramid.
Many theories regarding the construction of the Great Pyramid rely on the usage of external ramps. However, Houdin believes an external ramp would have been too steep for the upper portion of the pyramid. This is why he posits that there were 2 ramps, an external ramp for about half of the height of the pyramid, which then became an internal ramp for the second half.
So there were two ramps then, at least according to Hudain's theory. Gatia viewed J.P. Hudain's theory with an internal ramp and noble circuit.
Hudain's theory states that this internal ramp followed the sides of the pyramid in an ascending spiral pattern. A notch discovered in the edge of the Great Pyramid, known as Bob's Room, seems to support this theory. Located at the corners of each edge of the pyramid, these large rooms would have allowed workers to turn the stone by 90 degrees, allowing them to continue the ascent. The team chose to create rooms such as this one, bringing Hudain's hypothesis to life.
Early concept of Bob's Room with interior ramp addition. That looks so... It's obviously supposed to be like a sketch of the diagram of what the thing looked like, but the bright colors just kind of throws me off a bit. It almost kind of resembles something a child would draw, despite it looking very educated and complex. Like the bright pink, the green. Looks like someone just took like a colored pencil and just kind of filled it all in. Early concept of Bob's Room with interior ramp addition.
This long corridor was the first section of the ascending internal ramp. Through it, the blocks used to build the Great Pyramid would have been carefully moved upward and then turned at each edge of the pyramid in order to continue their ascent. Though the team only created the main ramp for the game, Hudain posits that this ramp had 2 levels, allowing workers to return safely to the bottom thanks to an additional corbelled upper section.
Double ramp, Jean-Pierre Hudain's theory, station 7 of 8. Last one. Then we're gonna be changing characters. I imagine that we're probably at the end of the available characters, to be honest.
According to Hudain, the start of the inner ramp was located at the base of the southeastern face of the pyramid. This location would have been the junction point of the external and internal ramps. Below us, workers would have built the lower part of the pyramid with the external ramp before eventually switching to the internal ramp for the middle and upper sections of the pyramid. At that time in the process, they could have reused the material of the external ramp to fill the center of the pyramid, hauling the stones in through the internal ramp.
Very interesting. I don't know why that's behind the scenes. There's not really like much information. There's not really any information about the development of this. It's just kind of more expanding on a theory. Greek nobleman. Khafre's funerary complex. Learn about Khafre's funerary complex. Estimated time 6 minutes.
Welcome to Khafre's funerary complex. Since the very beginning of the 4th dynasty, mortuary temples were built adjacent to pyramids on the eastern side. Such a location, facing the rising sun, as well as the world of the living as a whole, held an important symbolic meaning, for it was within the mortuary temple that kings were revived through daily rituals.
Yeah, the whole concept of mummification was essentially to essentially kind of cause someone to be reborn in the next life. Their Egyptians' belief on the afterlife was actually fairly complex. They actually did have an afterlife, but the way you get into it is heavily reliant on how you are buried. and they believe that preserving they believe that their bodies, their dead body, actually connects to their state of being in the afterlife. So if you don't preserve your body well, then as your body will decay, the Egyptians believe that your body in the afterlife would decay as well. So they kind of went through all this effort to preserve the human body for as long as possible in order to make the afterlife, the soul of the person in the afterlife, like live for longer and keep their physical form for longer. It's like very weird beliefs, but it is what they believed in. It's why like they focused on embalming the dead and preserving the dead bodies with natron, just to prevent them from decaying and when they're buried, at least decaying as quickly.
In its standard form, a mortuary temple was divided into two parts: a front area which consisted of a vestibule and a courtyard, and an area in the back where all sacred elements were located. The back of the temple incorporated several essential features, including an inner sanctuary with a false door, which allowed the soul of the pharaoh to travel between the world of the dead and the world of the living.
False door from the Tuma Medjedi. I probably butchering the pronunciation. A lot of these Egyptian words are just so hard for me to pronounce, Egyptian names.
The largest of all such structures, Khafre's mortuary temple, was entirely built with megalithic blocks of limestone from a nearby quarry and encased with granite. Parts of Khafre's mortuary temple, particularly the courtyard walls, are thought to have been decorated with splendid reliefs. However, not a single image of the king has been discovered inside the mortuary temple.
So maybe like the purpose of this temple is not really for the king, but for someone else.
Khufu's direct successor, Jedefre, followed the custom which required each king to establish a new site for their funerary accommodation, and chose Abu Rawash as his last resting place. When the time came to build his own funerary complex, Khafre, also one of Khufu's sons and the successor to Jedefre, broke with tradition and returned to Giza. Not only did Khafre thumb his nose at tradition, but he did so in a way which he hoped would allow him to overshadow his father's most important monument.
I wonder how that was viewed by the Egyptian people, because a lot of ancient civilizations are very serious about their traditions and their beliefs, and whenever they encounter someone that breaks those traditions, breaks those beliefs, it can often like cause people to kind of have like a negative reaction towards them. I really wonder how they what they really thought when Khafre did this. Statue of Pharaoh Khafre, Wayne Khafre.
Though Khafre's pyramid is smaller than Khufu's, it was cunningly built on a more elevated bedrock layer than the Great Pyramid, making it appear higher than any other pyramid at Giza. Today, Khafre's pyramid is the only one among the three at Giza that still has the upper part of its limestone casing.
So I'm just going to buy this, and because of where it was built, the Pyramid of Khafre is kind of preserved for a longer period of time. Pyramids of Giza by Joan Martin Bernat.
Considered a most sacred area, the Giza necropolis was strictly defined
both geographically and physically. An 8-meter thick Tura limestone wall completely surrounded the Great Pyramid. The only way inside would have been through the mortuary temple.
I said Tura limestone. Is that like a type of limestone? Never heard of Tura. Pyramid of Giza during the Old Kingdom detail.
From the reign of Sneferu and onwards, the subsidiary pyramid became a common feature within the pyramidal complex. The function of the subsidiary pyramid, however, smaller in size and in height than the royal tomb, remains unclear, though some believe that it was meant to house the ka of the pharaoh.
Pyramid of Giza during the Old Kingdom detail.
In mainstream media, the ka is often defined as the soul of the deceased. The truth is a bit more complicated. Within the ancient Egyptian funerary belief system, the ka was a component of a living person, which separated itself from the body at the time of death. It represented the deceased's vital essence. In order for the deceased to ascend to a new life, whether in this world or the next, the ka had to be embodied in a statue, and its existence maintained through offerings and rituals.
Yeah, it's just the whole like belief system for the ancient Egyptians was just so fascinating to learn about. I feel like most people today are kind of like dismissive of the concept of souls, except for maybe like some people who are some religious people in the Christian religion, where they worry about where their soul is going to go to in the end, either like heaven or hell, for example. But Egyptians had like an entire belief surrounding the soul, and it really connects to how they bury their dead.
Within Khafre's subsidiary pyramid, a wooden box containing pieces of cedar was discovered by archaeologists. When reassembled, it turned out to be a shrine mounted on a sled. Just as with the solar barges found around Khufu's pyramid, it seems Khafre's shrine and sled were ritually disposed of after his funeral.
I never really understood, like, because this is like another thing, like, where, like, because, and like a lot of the tombs, as you even mentioned these tours, pyramids often had like boats, or in this case sleds, that they use in their tombs. And I really wonder, what is the point of that? Like, why would they kind of use those weird structures for this type of thing? Papyrus Book of the Dead detail showing the funerary procession with a barge. Barge is essentially a type of boat, I believe. Menkare's funerary complex. Number station 6. Estimated time 5 minutes. Learn more about Menkare's funerary complex.
Welcome to Menkara's funerary complex. The dimensions of Menkara's pyramid are much less grandiose. However, unlike its predecessors, Menkara's pyramid shows a great deal of complexity in its internal and external finish. The outside was partially covered in red granite, while the internal walls were richly decorated. This latter innovation would not catch on until the end of the 5th dynasty, when pyramid texts began to adorn the walls.
So, I guess like Menkare's pyramid was like, why wasn't it like as Because like all the other pyramids that we kind of explored seem to be like a major like attention to detail. Like it had all this like special stuff like related to the pharaoh, meant to give respect to the pharaoh. Wonder why Ankara's pyramid was less grandiose, like less detailed. Sepulchral Chamber, Third Pyramid by Howard Weiss and Pairing. You would think for a pyramid for a pharaoh, it would kind of be way more grandiose, because it's supposed to be like give respect to the great king.
Menkaura's pyramid contains two sloping passages, both located in the northern side of the structure. The upper one was abandoned during the construction phase, whereas the lower one, slightly above the base of the monument, constitutes the real entrance. The lower passage leads to a first room, which, for the first time since the reign of Djoser, is decorated with engraved false doors.
Even like looking at the design or the layout of this, it doesn't look as complex as the layout of the tomb for example, the Great Pyramid that we kind of were that we kind of explored before. This Great Pyramid. It's this one that I'm talking about. Like, it doesn't look as complex as this one. This actually looks way smaller. Wow. Maybe Menkaure was not a popular pharaoh or something?
While Menkaura's pyramid complex was unfinished at the time of his death, it was hastily and somewhat shabbily completed by his successor, Shepseskaf. Even so, this funerary structure marks a watershed in the history of this kind of monument. From then onwards, the pyramid shrank, whereas the mortuary temple expanded both in its quantitative and qualitative aspects. Of particular note, it is within Menkaura's mortuary temple that one can find the heaviest block of limestone ever used for a pyramid complex, weighing in at over 200 tons.
So Menkaure presumably had this thing being built before he died, but he died before it was finished, and it was finished by a successor, but it was not finished well. It was not finished with care. So probably the reason why it wasn't as complex, it wasn't as grandiose, was due to the lack of respect, the lack of care given by a successor who finished the design of his pyramid. That actually kind of makes a little bit more sense.
Menkaura's causeway was completed in mud brick by the king's successor, whereas the lower part was nothing more than a simple ramp. As for the Valley Temple, it was built in two phases. The foundations were first laid out in limestone during Menkaura's reign, but the temple itself was completed in mud brick afterwards. As such, the Valley Temple was soon damaged and ended up being completely rebuilt during the 6th dynasty.
Oh yeah, it would be damaged. It's completely made out of mud. Not really a good working material. Or not really a good strong material for to withstand like the effects of time. It's like that the successor of Menkaure really did not care about him. Like maybe he just had some sort of grudge for Menkaure and just kind of wanted him to be dealt with, to focus on his own thing.
3 small structures, referred to as Menkaura's Queen's Pyramids, were erected along the southern side of the main pyramid. One of them was a smooth-faced pyramid, while the other 2 were more basic step pyramids. It is difficult to assess whether the latter were designed as such or were left unfinished with no casing to smooth out their surfaces.
Woo. Oh god. Head rush. Whew. Here the pyramid, south of the third pyramid by Howard, Weiss, and Perry. It says one of them is a smooth pyramid, but they're all step pyramids. Okay.
The easternmost pyramid was built with the traditional rooms and corridors found within a satellite pyramid meant to house the king's Ka. However, a granite sarcophagus was found within, leading to the conclusion that it was used as an actual tomb rather than as a symbolic cenotaph. Drawing on these observations, some assume that this pyramid was first built as a satellite pyramid for the king's Ka, before seeing its purpose change to that of a queen's tomb. Which queen, however, remains a mystery.
They keep on like mentioning Queen's tomb, but they never really acknowledge whether a queen is buried in them. Because I think they actually kind of mention like places where it's supposed to be like where a queen is buried, like and specifically like a chamber in a pyramid that was referred to as a queen's chamber, except no queen was actually found there. It really makes me wonder if they even like buried the queens in the same places where they buried their husbands. Entrance to the fourth and fifth pyramid, Queens by Howard, Weiss, and Perry. Okay, so we are done with Egypt, with pyramids. We're done with Egypt, we're done with Alexandria, on to daily life. Osiris, first mummy. Understand the significance of the mummies for ancient Egypt.
Welcome to Osiris, the first mummy.
Osiris, I believe, is a son of Ra and is also considered to be a sun god. Like Ra as well. He's like the essentially like two sun gods. What the heck was that?
The oldest mummies recovered date from the Old Kingdom, though Egyptologists believe that mummification was in use much earlier than that. At first, the body was mummified through environmental desiccation by leveraging the dryness of the environment and the heat of the climate. Early experimentations in mummification were conducted with the use of resin made from tree sap. Strips of linen were only used on some superficial parts of the epidermis of the hands or jaw.
I also know like quite a bit about how mummies are made. I think I discussed it like either earlier in this video or in this large series as a whole. Really kind of disturbing when you kind of learn about it. I think the most disturbing thing, at least for me, I think I also mentioned this earlier in the series, is they actually break the cartilage, a hard part of your nose, and they get like a hooked instrument to hook out your brain. And I can't remember why they do it, but they do it as a way, as part of mummification. And they also take some of your internal organs, like your heart, your lungs, your stomach, and kind of put it in a bag, which they then put inside your body when they, I think they put it in, no, they put it inside a jar, I'm pretty sure, when they bury it alongside with you. It's just really kind of disturbing.
Ideologically, the will to preserve the body is not explained in any way until 3600 BCE. This is when the Egyptian belief that the body housed the soul was finally documented for modern Egyptologists to eventually decipher. It was not until the arrival of the myth of Osiris in the Egyptian religion around the 5th dynasty
that mummification was thoroughly conceptualized. The practice was thereafter grounded in both a mythological and ideological point of view.
I know a little bit about the story of Osiris. Like, I read some stories ages ago. I think I was still a kid then. I don't really know much about the Egyptian pantheon of gods as a whole. Like, I know that Osiris was the son of Ra, and that's pretty much it. I can't remember too much of his stories and myths. The Dynasty Osiris inscription in King Unas' tomb and less inscriptions Days Pyramids de Saqqara by Gaston Maspero, 1894.
Osiris was mainly known as the god of the dead and the god of resurrection. The most well-known Genesis myth concerning Osiris is that of his dismemberment.
I guess I was wrong in thinking that he was a god of the sun. I think there are two gods of the sun. Because he's a god of the dead and god of resurrection. I always end up being wrong about a lot of things. So, honestly, it's kind of understandable that I was wrong about what a Egyptian god's role is, because I haven't studied Egyptian mythology in several, at least almost 2 decades, to be honest. And even then, when I studied it, I only read like a few stories, maybe like read a book I checked out from the library, and that's it.
It is Plutarch who gives the most simplified and complete summary of the story. Within Egyptian mythology, Osiris represented the first king to rule Egypt. Jealous of his power, his brother Seth attempted to usurp his throne. After several unsuccessful attempts, Seth succeeded in killing his brother by dismembering him and scattering the pieces of his body all over Egypt. Isit, the great of magic, traveled all over Egypt in search of the pieces of her husband's body. After a long search, she recovered all the pieces save for his manhood, as it was eaten by a fish.
The whole, like, Egyptian pantheon of gods is just so fascinating to me. Statuette of Osiris.
Isit then reassembled the body of her husband by binding it together with strips of linen. Aided by her sister Nephthys, another powerful magician, they gave Osiris the breath of life. This not only brought him back from the dead, but also allowed him to recover his virility long enough to impregnate Isit, thus ensuring his succession before, once more, dying. Thus Horus was born.
Horus is... I was gonna say the god of knowledge, but I think the god of knowledge is thought. Can't remember who Horus is. I think it's actually depicted but with an owl head, oftentimes.
The ritual used to bring Osiris back to life essentially depicts how he became the first mummy. It is why, on the sarcophagi of kings, we often find Isit and Nephthys represented as the magicians who restore life to the deceased.
It's also kind of fascinating to me how Egypt kind of has like a strong emphasis on magic of all things in its mythology. Greek mythology kind of has the same thing, but to a lesser extent. Greek mythology has a goddess. Oh fuck! What is her name? Oh god, I know this name. It's a goddess. Oh, it's gonna drive me crazy. I know this name. Circe. The goddess Circe is a goddess of witchcraft in Greek mythology. Is I guess it kind of meant to be like similar to Iset from Egyptian mythology. Witchcraft is actually like a thing common in Greek mythology, although it's kind of like to a lesser extent than in this game in Egyptian mythology. Like, I think the magic between the two things are kind of handled way differently. Mummies of ancient Egypt, learn about the process of mummification in ancient Egypt. I think it's gonna be the last one before I change characters.
Welcome to Mummies of Ancient Egypt. The mummification process used by ancient Egyptians was highly ceremonial in nature. The different types of mummification took into account the social level and richness of the deceased and even included animals. The most expensive was that reserved for the pharaoh and the royal family, as well as some of the wealthiest members of the court.
Book of the Dead belonging to Consumes. I'm probably butchering that pronunciation.
The first step was cleaning. Once bodies arrived at the mummification site, they were placed on inclined tables while the bodily fluids drained away. They were then cleansed by priests until they were deemed ready for the purification process.
Situla, to carry purification water dedicated to Osiris, Isis, Horus, and the moon.
The purification of the body began with a libation from sacred water. The priest then fumigated the body with terebinth resin. After the ritual cleansing, priests used oils, spices, and all kinds of essences to further purify the body of the deceased. Finally, all body hair was meticulously removed.
I wonder, I'm guessing like because hair also like decays pretty fast, but I think that some body hair, like in some funerals, are actually kept. I think there's some I could be wrong, but I think there are some mummies that were found where this people still had hair on their bodies. I could be wrong. I kind of vaguely remember something like that saying in a documentary. Namset libation vase.
Once the body was properly purified, embalmers removed the organs, following very specific procedures. First, the brain was extracted by inserting a spoon through the nostril to break the ethmoid bone. Then, using a spatula, the pieces of the brain were removed as thoroughly as possible. What matter remained was extracted after a process of liquefaction, achieved through the use of a caustic liquid. The cranial box, once emptied, was rinsed and disinfected with palm wine, and then stuffed with strips of linen cloth and liquefied resin.
It's so disturbing when you think about it. I used to have nightmares, like probably nightmares, but I used to be, I guess I did kind of have nightmares. Like I was like so terrified, so worried about, so disturbed by thinking about that I actually kind of had like a couple dreams as a kid that happened to me. But I was still alive because, of course, that's how what I would dream. Bronze hook and evisceration tools.
After taking care of the brain, embalmers made an incision on the left flank and carefully set aside the viscera. The inside of the body was also rinsed with palm wine. Then the embalmers filled the belly with pure myrrh, cinnamon, and other perfumes and sewed it shut. The removed viscera were washed in palm wine and packed in crushed herbs before being placed in canopic jars.
Men sets embalming knife and Anubis figure. That's a really interesting designed knife.
Canopic jars were placed close to the sarcophagus or kept in a chest nearby. At first, the viscera were wrapped in tissue and placed in the vases. As the ritual requirements became more elaborate, ointments, spices, and even water and natron were added to the process.
Canopic box of King Sebejimsaf II.
Towards the middle of the New Kingdom, canopic jars assumed the appearance of the 4 sons of Horus. They were known as the protectors of the viscera. These protectors had their own guardians. each a goddess of the dead. Imseti, the human-headed god, protected the liver and was protected by the goddess Iset. Hapi, the baboon-headed god, protected the lungs and was protected by the goddess Nephthys. Dumutef, the jackal-headed god, protected the stomach and was protected by the goddess Neith. And finally, Kebesenuef, the falcon-headed god, protected the intestines and was protected by the goddess Selket.
All four of those gods except Happy I've never heard of. Happy I mainly know from a different culture, actually. Because Happy, I believe, is a type of Japanese clothing. But I think I've also kind of heard Happy in relation to God. I could be wrong. Canopics, not going to pronounce that. I don't even know where to begin.
Natron is a naturally occurring mineral found in evaporite. These sedimentary rocks are made up of mineral salts and were generally mined from lake beds in Egypt.
We learned about natron a while ago yesterday, probably in the category of focusing on Egypt.
Embalmers used natron as a desiccant to dry the flesh and stop the corpse's putrefaction process. Once the body was cleansed and eviscerated, the deceased was covered in natron for about 40 days. Once desiccated, the body was prepared to be wrapped in strips of linen.
Freaking, I don't know why. Actually, you know why. The freaking close-ups of some of the mummies they have for these images are just kind of really disturbing to me when you just see like the bones showing from the hands.
Once the body was fully desiccated by the natron treatment, embalmers oiled, painted, and sometimes even added hair extensions or a wig. They often used a henna-based antiseptic preparation to give the body a more colorful and lively appearance while preparing it to resist molds and fungi.
I actually wonder if those mummies I saw with hair was actually like a wig or like a hair extension. Maybe. Or that, or not all mummies are made the same.
Next came the phase which gave mummies their most well-known appearance, the wrapping. Originally, each part of the body was wrapped separately. Men had their arms crossed on their chests, while women had the right arm folded over their breasts and the left arm stretched along the body. However, techniques evolved over time. Eventually, the body as a whole was wrapped with limbs alongside the body, and increasingly sophisticated and different techniques of weaving flax bands were developed.
I've actually seen like the mummies where men just kind of cross their arms like this. And the most iconic thing relating to mummies is probably what people think of the most is Tutankhamun's coffin, where it's like an elaborate gold coffin with showing like presumably King Tut holding like a cane in his left hand and some other tool in his right. I can't remember what the other tool was, but that's probably what most people think of when they think of mummies, is Tutankhamun's coffin. It's so recognizable. Mummy of a man, first millennium BCE.
In addition to the jewelry and amulets arranged on the skin of the deceased, amulets were also carefully inserted into the weaving of the linen strips. Each amulet was linked to a myth or to an ideological belief related to rebirth.
I wonder if Egyptians believed that certain types of amulets held some type of power or something. and that's why they were added into the mummification process.
Masks were an important part of a mummy's finery. Early wooden funeral coverings were very expensive, however, and soon replaced by masks created through a technique known as cartonnage. Masks fashioned with this method were created by laying several layers of linen or papyrus pulp on a base made of mud or straw. Cartonnage was used for more than funerary masks. Ornaments and the animal coffins of the late period were also made in such a fashion.
The whole like design of the mask, I also seen like a lot of those in documentaries. It's just so cool. I would love to be able to travel to a museum. I don't think that there's any, like maybe the Smithsonian would have it in DC, but I would love to be able to like see like an authentic Egyptian exhibit with actual real artifacts. I think the museums near me that would have an Egyptian artifact may have like replicas, but it may not have like authentic stuff. There's actually a couple museums near me. There's actually one in the next town over, but it doesn't really have that much like interesting stuff. It has like some interesting exhibits, but it doesn't really have anything too interesting.
Cartonnage evolved to cover the entire body of the mummy during the 22nd dynasty. The mummies were placed on a board inside a rigid envelope of cartonnage, which was laced at the back with a string. Extremely cost-effective and visually pleasing, this technique was very popular through all layers of the society.
There was a massive museum in Los Angeles that I really wanted to visit at one point. There was a fire that kind of swept through the city recently, and I think it was actually this year, I think. Yeah, I think it was. I really hope that museum hasn't burned down. Would have loved to be able to visit that. On me a patchery with cartonnage info. Oh, this is like what I was thinking. You can kind of see that they have that sarcophagus kind of has like a little like a cane in his left hand. It looks like he's holding something in his other hand as well. That's kind of like similar to what Tutankhamun had.
Cartonnage envelopes were usually covered with inscriptions and polychrome decorations specifying the names and titles of the deceased, scenes depicting daily life, or decorations specific to the funerary world. This was a true gift for Egyptologists eager to study the funerary rites of the ancient Egyptians.
It's so interesting to learn about this stuff. Love like learning about history. It's just so fascinating to me. I actually kind of hate learning about history classes in college. I guess like high school as well. Mainly because teachers are fucking horrible in relation to teaching history. Fucking teachers. They were more interested in testing people to know if students know what fucking year an event took place rather than what the event actually was focused on. Whenever I took a history class, if the teacher asked, what year did this event take place? I would not be able to tell you a fucking year for that. Like, the only years I have freaking memorized is freaking World War II taking place from 1939 to 1945 because that was freaking ingrained in my brain. And that's pretty much it. Every single college class, almost every single college class I took of history, freaking teachers always end up testing people to see if they know what year something took place in. I fucking hate those questions and I always fucking bomb them. But I like learning about history because it's fascinating to learn about, but I fucking hate like questions on tests that test you whether you know about years. It's just so fucking stupid.
Once the mummy was properly wrapped and adorned, the embalmers proceeded with the ceremony of the opening of the mouth. A vital step of the funerary process, this ceremony was meant to bring back to life the deceased themselves, or an object representing the deceased.
should not matter if I know when like an event took place. It should matter like that I know what the event actually was. Funerary possession, Tuma parry with funeral possession steps.
There were no less than 75 different stages for the opening of the mouth. It required the application of the same oils, ointments, spices, and perfumes used during the mummification process. Makeup was sometimes part of the process as well.
I wonder what ancient like Egyptian makeup actually entailed, like how it differed from modern makeup.
The last stage of this long ritual was the act of touching the mouth with the adze to symbolically allow the breath of life to infuse an inert body. Its performance was reserved for a very specific set of people: priests who wore the mask of the god Anubis, a close relative of the family, or by the heir to the throne.
Book of the Dead, Papyrus of Nebked. The importance of mummies. Understand the importance of mummies for ancient Egyptians.
Welcome to The Importance of Mummies. The first hieroglyph for embalmer appeared in pyramid texts of the Old Kingdom. It is likely that embalming was a trade that progressed alongside the evolution of ancient Egyptian funeral practices. While we still know nothing of how embalming came to be a profession, we do know that embalmers had a hierarchy, and that each embalmer specialized in a specific phase of the mummification process.
Yeah, it's just embalmers are essentially like modern day coroners. By the way, coroners. Is it coroners? I can't remember. I think coroners are those people that kind of tend to the dead in funerary homes. I think that's the case, but that's essentially what an embalmer is. Although embalmers in ancient Egypt was more about preserving the dead, which modern coroners also do as well. They kind of like treat the dead bodies so that they are preserved a little bit well when they're buried. Or if someone's being cremated, then make sure the body is held with the right respects, or they cremate the body.
The mummification techniques were jealously guarded by embalmers from generation to generation. Despite their efforts, Herodotus and Diodorus discovered their methods in late antiquity, but historians were skeptical about the validity of the texts. It remained a mystery until two teams of modern medical legal scientists confirmed the process in 1994 and again in 2011.
It's kind of funny. Herodotus was a historian, by the way, that was kind of well known for kind of like exaggerating historical stories. He kind of had like a story where he said that he visited like I think it was something like he visited like Indonesia or something, like some sort of like old like travel country, and he implied, actually it might have been Africa, to be honest. I can't remember. But he implied that the tribe that he visited was a tribe of cannibals, and that he barely had to escape from it with his life to avoid it being eaten by them. And that's kind of one of those stories that a lot of people kind of view today as just straight bullshit. Herodotus, like, a lot of his, he's a historian, supposedly a historian, but a lot of his stories were just fucking exaggerations, and it's just so funny to me how like moments like this where apparently like he and another person actually found out how people were embalmed in ancient Egypt, and no one actually believed them because the stories were just so far out there. It's so funny to me.
The Uabet, meaning the pure place, was where the embalmers mummified the bodies of the deceased. Until the end of the Middle Kingdom, it was located in tents at the edges of the city due to the smell of decomposition. In the New Kingdom, however, the Uabet was located within the city limits, though still in open-air spaces. In the same way that the practices and techniques of mummification evolved, so possibly did consideration towards embalmers within ancient Egyptian society.
As with any practice, things evolve with time.
The pharaoh had access to the most elaborate of mummification rituals. The richer citizens of Egypt also enjoyed complex embalming options, though none of them allowed for the removal of the brain or viscera. After purifying the body, embalmers injected a liquid through the rectum,
Oh
sealed
God.
it, and allowed the mixture to settle. They then plunged the body into natron for up to 40 days. Once the body was dried, the seal was removed, and the entrails flowed out with the injected liquid, leaving the skin and bones of the deceased to be wrapped in linen and returned to the family for burial.
They freaking like injecting a liquid. They essentially gave the mummy a what's that process called? There's like a medical process where they inject a liquid into your essentially butt so that you could just kind of cleanse your system. People do that all the time when before they give you colonoscopies. What that reminded me of. Also, the fact they have like different embalming practices for the rich and for the poor is just interesting to me.
The least costly embalming option was for the embalmers to simply inject a product called surmaya and immerse the body in the natron for up to 40 days before handing it over to the family. For all those who could not afford any embalming process, desert burials offered a pauper's alternative to preserve the bodies of the dead.
I feel that desert burials is kind of like very disrespectful because it's just. I feel like it's like less respectful than burying someone on a plot of land in a cemetery. It's just I feel like that it just kind of leaves them to be more exposed because sands shift around with the wind, so they're kind of running the possibility, I feel, of a buried body being exposed. The construction of a man's tomb prehistory.
Egyptian civilization has always appealed to Westerners, even before the Greek and Roman invasions. As early as the Middle Ages, mummies discovered by travelers were often sent back to Europe. Curio cabinets, dating from the 16th and 17th centuries, usually included pharaonic artifacts in their collections.
Curio cabinets, just such like a interesting word to describe essentially a display case. Theater contents for specters draped in coats and wrapped in bandages.
The Egyptomania phenomenon was heralded by Napoleon Bonaparte's Egyptian campaign, which lasted from 1798 to 1802. The following years were marked by a resurgence of interest from rich enthusiasts and scholars who exposed Egypt to the general populace.
Many research societies focusing on Egyptology were founded during those years.
Napoleon Bonaparte is kind of one that is essentially like kind of served the same role as Alexander the Great in some regards. Like, he was a conqueror. He like Alexander the Great, like he just had many campaigns across different countries. But in the end, like, he was kind of like ousted as a tyrant, and he ended up like had a major fall from grace. I believe he was actually executed. Old Kingdom Rome, Bulak Museum, Foreign Museum of Egyptian Antiquities. Napoleon is actually kind of the origin of the word Napoleon complex, where people kind of have believed that they were kind of bigger and more important than others around them.
By 1868, mass tourism began in Egypt under the aegis of the Cook Agency. The rich would indulge in leisure trips to Egypt and bring back mummies. Upon their return, they would organize evenings that consisted of unpacking mummies and removing strips of linen and amulets layer by layer. These were considered the shining cultural events of the season. The Egyptian collections of many a museum were founded as a consequence of this mass pillaging.
Dude, what the fuck? Are you fucking serious? They literally took a dead body from his resting place, took it home. Dude, that is so disrespectful. Fucking rich people are scumbags. That's fucking disrespectful.
Thanks to those dubious parties, the fantasy of a mummy coming back to life, seeking revenge on its defilers, was born. The mummy malediction myth has remained steady in popular culture ever since, particularly in written media and cinema.
Particularly, this mummy myth was actually a major plot point behind like the mummy movies. Initially featuring, I don't know, I can't remember that actor's name. I used to know him. I used to know his name, but I can't think of it now. Cover The Jewel of Seven Stars by Bram Stoker. Okay, that last one that we're changing, amulets and rituals. Understanding how magic and religion was an essential aspect of ancient Egyptian life.
Welcome to Amulets and Rituals. Ancient Egyptians believed the world was a chaotic place, filled with supernatural forces. They knew that art and words gave life and power to things. Carved with images from hieroglyphs or in the shapes of gods, amulets were highly personal objects that warded off dangers and disease while attracting success. Some amulets were temporary, intended to solve a specific problem, while others were meant to be worn forever into the afterlife.
Highly personal objects. Okay, so they did kind of have like a important role in Egyptian culture. So I was kind of right in my assumption earlier. I was kind of right in my theory, actually.
Priests would infuse amulets with magical energy during religious ceremonies, imbuing them with protective magic to safeguard against supernatural powers. The wealthiest of Egyptians could obtain a divinely ordained pendant in which was hidden a magic formula inscribed on a piece of papyrus. It would act as a unique spell tailored to the owner.
I wonder how, I'm assuming like they kind of have like rituals or something, like maybe like a chanting thing or spell, I guess you could say, to kind of use an amulet. I just wondered like how they know it would work. Like, is it a little bit more of a faith thing, or is there like a way to tell, quote unquote, if a thing had worked? Amuletic papyrus.
Religion was so important to ancient Egyptians that it permeated every aspect of their daily lives. Since water was the source of life and had the symbolism of purifying the body and the soul, all daily routines began with ablutions. Personal prayers to the gods were sometimes written or spoken, with family prayers passed down through generations.
Kind of funny. Water has such like an important role in a lot of religions, even like Christianity and Judaism, and the whole concept of holy water. Water is supposedly blessed by God. Just interested me.
There was a complete calendar of each of the religious days, both good and bad, illustrating the appropriate daily rituals. Along with wine, milk, and ointments, offerings to the gods consisted of small amulets to life-size statues and family shrines. During the Greco-Roman period, offerings to the gods consisted of mummified animals, cats for Bastet, dogs for Anubis, and birds for Thoth.
Oh, it's pronounced Thoth. I thought it was pronounced Thoth. I've been pronouncing that name wrong my entire life. Mummies are cats. Thoth sounds so weird.
Deemed messengers of the gods, oracles offered guidance and judgment for all Egyptians, regardless of status. Crucial advice was offered on everything from day-to-day farming management to a pharaoh's decision on whether to start a war. Oracles were often used to decide legal issues. If the accused refused the judgment of the god, another god could be consulted in hopes of a more favorable reply.
So how would they know whether a god is speaking to them and give them an answer? What I want to know. The god's father, prophet of Amun and Karnak, Ankh-Pakkard, son of Desmond, and D said Dionk. Probably butchered pronunciation.
It was oracles that guided the Greek sailor Batos to the coast of Libya, where he founded a colony known as Cyrene. During Alexander the Great's campaign to conquer Persia, he consulted the oracle at the Temple of Amun within the oasis of Siwa, and was subsequently ordained a divine being.
Siwa aerial view of the Temple of Amun. Temples of rituals in ancient Egypt. Learn about the importance of the pharaoh and of the priests in ancient rituals, and understand the influence of temples in ancient Egyptian society.
Welcome to Temples and Rituals of Ancient Egypt. During rituals and festivals, the god was carried on a solar barge between the areas of a temple or the temples of different cities. Funerary carvings and paintings covering thousands of years, as well as the Book of the Dead, depict the same ship and oar design. Solar barges have been uncovered near or within several pharaohs' tombs. They were intended to carry the pharaoh into the afterlife.
It's honestly just kind of fascinating to me just how much the gods are just kind of integrated into Egyptian culture. Like everything involves them. Like between like how the reason why they hold
Ancient
on.
Egyptians believed that Ra, the sun god, traveled the skies in a boat known as the solar barge. The solar barge was believed to cross over to mythological lands.
Everything, almost every single ritual, every single practice Egyptians use were connected in some way to the gods of their beliefs and of their culture. It's just fascinating to me. It's kind of like different in some ways, like in comparison, like Greek mythology, like only some aspects of Greek life was actually done in connection to the gods. Like the only thing that is connected from like Greek mythology into the culture of Greek life is like how the whole concept of how someone is buried and kind of sent to the afterlife, where people have to be buried with money with them so that they can pay the ferryman. And to my knowledge, that's pretty much it. Like beyond that, and the whole like Oracle of Delphi, like being essentially the Oracle of Apollo, really not that much. And I guess like storms relating to Poseidon. There's not really that much in relation to Greek culture and beliefs and rituals that connect to the gods.
The god Ra believed mankind was conspiring against him. He ordered Sekhmet, the lion-headed war goddess, to kill all humans. To his chagrin, Ra quickly realized that with all humans gone, there would be no one left to worship him. In order to stop the rampaging Sekhmet, beer was brewed and dyed red with pomegranate juice to resemble blood. Sekhmet drank every drop of the brew she could find, eventually passing out drunk. When she awoke, she was calmer, and her lion visage had changed into Bastet. The Festival of Drunkenness was celebrated in honor of that myth.
I thought Bastet and Sekhmet were separate gods. I guess they're different. Goddess Bastet, 26 Dynasty.
Unlike the daily rituals that took place in the temple and were performed by priests, festivals allowed the entire population of the city to participate. Festivals helped mark the passing of the seasons in the agricultural calendar. In reflecting the cycles of life, festivals offered a sense of consistency and structure for the regular citizens, thus reinforcing the sense of order that pharaohs were to provide for the citizens of Egypt as part of their godly duties.
Very interesting. Chamber of Thutmose III's ancestors.
The importance of these festivals is demonstrated by their longevity. Records show that Osiris festivals occurred for more than 2,000 years. Some festivals serve to reinforce state control and promote the king's reign. Both the Opet and Set Jubilee festivals were specifically intended to celebrate the renewal of the king's power.
I would be kind of interested to know if some festivals from ancient Egypt were still practiced in some form today in modern Egypt. Probably not, but it would be kind of interesting to know if they at least like have a holiday in Egypt to reference like a festival from ancient Egypt. At least it would be kind of interesting for me to know. Statue of Nebuchadnezzar Metuhotep II and the Jubilee garments. You guys are way too loud.
The temple hierarchy consisted of high priests, several types of priests, scribes, and servants. The high priest was known as the prophet. Some divinities had up to 4 prophets, and they were the ones to perform the most advanced and complex rituals.
A statue of Naka-Torheb kneeling in prayer, head of Magi in the House of Life. You guys are way too fucking loud, Jesus.
Egyptian priests were not confined to solely religious tasks, and in fact had crucial roles in Egypt's administration, most of which served to reaffirm the pharaoh as the proper vessel for the gods. Their focus within the temple was centered on the proper conduct of daily divine rituals, rather than as custodians of dogma or the indoctrination of individuals.
Kneeling priests praying.
Scribes were custodians of the sacred sciences. Some priests were associated with the funeral rites and were considered the group with medical knowledge. The servants of the Ka were low-ranking priests who carried food and offerings in funerary rituals. Lector priests were distinguished by their ability to read, and their main duty was to recite specialized religious texts in both temple and funerary rituals.
The senior scribe, Olkina. Scribes are actually pretty much the only people, to my knowledge, in ancient Egypt that were that could write. Writing and reading was such a rare skill at these times. Pretty much, and education was actually not something that most people had access to. It's not like today where pretty much every kid is required to go to school. The education was kind of more reserved for the elite.
Priests and all the officials who served the temple worked only 3 months a year, with each period separated by a quarter of inactivity, at least within the temple compound. Each outgoing group handed over the temple and their tools to the newcomers. Only the high priesthood remained in permanent office within the temple.
So it's I wonder if it's kind of like an election, I guess, where people are kind of elected to the position of priest.
The most sacred part of the temple was referred to as Jesser Jeseru, the Holy of Holies. The most sacred inner sanctuary was where the shrine to the temple deity was located. Only priests were allowed within. Offerings were given, and rituals unseen by even the pharaoh were performed. While the team chose to allow any character access to this space in some game temples, normally it was reserved for priests alone.
I wonder what the punishment for the average person kind of walking into a room like this, like in ancient times. I wonder, because I'm assuming that it's going to be like a very harsh punishment. I wonder if that's like a punishment punishable by death. If they would even go that far for someone just walking into a place like that. At Food Temple Sanctuary, Ancient Temple, now it's neck to number 1.
Pharaohs and their priests often chose the site of these sacred temples because of some mythological connection or an alignment with the cardinal points and certain stars. Once selected, a foundation ritual was performed. The pharaoh was required to complete 10 steps in the ritual, which required a mix of offerings as well as specific construction techniques. Once the temple was complete, construction of the chamber containing the shrine, or naos, began.
A foundation applied for a temple dedicated to Hathor, Aphrodite, at Kosei.
The naos was where the god statue stood. The representation of the deity was usually in stone or wood and decorated with gold, silver, and precious stones. Smaller temples had only one naos, while larger complexes, such as the Temple of Karnak, had many chambers to honor gods, such as Amun, Ptah, and Osiris. Each statue was believed to be a receptacle for the presence or essence of the god's Ka, enabling it to take a physical form. Through the statue, the god came to the shrine to eat, drink, and communicate with the pharaoh, or with the priests standing in for the pharaoh.
Naos of Amasis dedicated to Osiris, Alexandria, pink granite monolith. Temples and priests, 25 stations. Estimated time, 8 minutes. And about the influence of temples in Egyptian society and the role of the pharaoh and priests in ancient ritual.
Welcome to Temples and Priests. From its foundation, the city of Memphis favored worship of the god Ptah. The main temple of Ptah was known as Hutkaptah, meaning Palace of the Ka of Ptah. The name of the temple, translated into Greek as Aegyptos, would eventually evolve into the modern name Egypt.
Memphis with its Temple of Ptah and the city center and Acropolis and background. I want to take another look at this. So, why did it's got a text. Why did the Greeks? Why is the name of the temple translated to Egypt? That is so weird to me.
Temples were the center of religious, political, and economic life in ancient Egypt. These sacred places were viewed as the literal home of the gods and goddesses. As such, every aspect of them required care and reverence, all of which was accomplished through elaborate ritual.
That's like naming a temple essentially Egypt in Greek. That's the same as naming a church America. It's so weird. Thermopolis with its temple.
Located in the center of Memphis, the Temple of Ptah was the most prominent and imposing building in the city. The long walkway leading toward the temple, known as the Dromos, was guarded by rows of sphinxes. The entire sacred area was designed to keep the statue of the god protected, deep within the sacred enclosures that surrounded it.
It's interesting that Memphis is actually designed to be a city that focuses on Ptah, because it's like a large quest line in this area that focuses on kind of saving, like the kind of figure out what actually no. Actually, yeah, there is a quest in Memphis that allows you to investigate like what happened to a crocodile that was sick and poisoned. That was in Memphis. So I guess this place worships both Ptah and Sobek, maybe? I don't know. There's clearly two temples in this place.
The Dromos opened into a courtyard, with a surrounding portico graced with columns carved to resemble palm trees. During special festivals, the general population was allowed to enter this location, but under no circumstances would they be allowed into the sacred spaces beyond the courtyard.
Model quadruple palmet capital, 400 to 30 BC. I suppose I kind of see it. How it's, I can see like the palm fronds sign on it. I can say it doesn't really look like a palm tree, but I can kind of see it.
The Memphis Alabaster Sphinx was discovered in 1912, almost completely buried in water and sand. 8 meters in height,
and weighing in at roughly 90 tons, it is still mounted on its original pedestal. Though it is called the Alabaster Sphinx, it was in fact carved from common calcite rock, which is similar in appearance and texture to alabaster.
Yeah, but if it's not made out of alabaster, why do they call it Alabaster Sphinx? Did they misidentify it at first? At the remains of Memphis stands the Alabaster Sphinx, Egypt. I forgot that Memphis doesn't exist today. It's just all ruins. I forgot about that.
Erosion has destroyed the original engravings, making it difficult to determine when it was created. Egyptologists believe that its facial likeness resembles Amenhotep II, and so it could have been sculpted somewhere between 1700 and 1400 BCE. It is believed that this monument once stood outside of the Temple of Ptah and was integrated into subsequent extensions to the complex.
Sphinx of Amenhotep II is similar type of sphinx.
The size of the imposing sculpture reflects the importance it had to the temple during the New Kingdom. This sphinx is one of the few remaining artifacts from the ruins of Memphis to survive.
Relief from the Palace of Apries in Memphis, a surviving artifact.
In Egyptian culture, some animals were associated with gods, while others were considered to be living gods. The Apis bull was believed to be a divine entity. The earliest mention of the Apis bull in ancient Egypt goes back as far as the first Egyptian dynasty.
It's fun. It's so fascinating to me how much, like all the different types of rituals, all the different types of practices the Egyptians utilized to worship the gods. They care so much about a bull in representation of, I think, the god Ptah, that they essentially like give it like the treatment as if they were treating an actual god. Absolutely insane to me. They're essentially kind of, the Apis bull is essentially treated like royalty.
Originally the symbol of fertility, the Apis bull was linked to the god Ra, with the image of the sun carried between its horns. Later it was associated with Osiris, the ruler of the underworld, thus becoming the funerary divinity Osiropis. During the 18th dynasty in Memphis, the Apis bull's association with the city's deity earned it the title Herald of Ptah. The Apis bull was so revered that even Alexander the Great, upon his arrival in Memphis, gave honor to Apis.
The Apis bull was used for different gods then. Interesting.
The Apis bull lived with its harem in a sacred
God.
barn located in an enclosure in the Temple of Ptah. Each bull bore 29 signs representative of its divinity. Among them, the bull had an eagle-shaped mark on its back, a double tail hair, and a scarab-shaped mark under the tongue. The signs were intended to correspond with the lunar cycle. After its death, Egyptians would search for its reincarnated form among the livestock.
The freaking Apis bull even has a harem. That's fucking insane. Dude, they really do treat the freaking Apis bull like a king. That's just absolutely insane. Not even a king, they treat it like a god. They freaking gave a bull his own harem. Wow.
Like other living divinities, the mortal incarnation of the Apis bull was prayed to, and when it died, it was given a luxurious funeral, which included mummification. Until the reign of Ramses II, the Apis bulls were buried in individual graves in Saqqara. During the 26th dynasty, The bodies of the bulls were buried in enormous stone vats in the underground corridors of the Serapeum of Memphis.
I don't know if that's supposed to be like a mummified head of a bull or that's supposed to be like a stuffed toy. That looks so weird to me. I think it might be a mummified head. Oh, that is a mummified head of a young Apis.
Ancient Egyptians believed that temple rituals were essential to maintain order in the cosmos and allow communication between humans and gods. The pharaoh was required to bring offerings as part of a twofold promise made to the gods: to remain a just ruler and to prevent chaos from entering Egypt.
Much I can say about that. Moving on.
Details of the ceremonies found on temple walls provide a thorough overview of the stages of the daily ritual. Performed 3 times a day to mirror human mealtimes, each step of the highly symbolic ceremony was accompanied by specific recitations, many of which referred to mythical events.
Why would they do it to mirror meal time? That's interesting to me. So weird, like why that was.
The high priest would first awaken the sleeping god with a chant. Then the seals of the shrine's doors were broken and the bolts drawn back. The act of swinging open the doors was a symbolic gesture where sight was granted to the deity. The priest would then bow and kiss the ground.
What am I looking at? Seal impression attached to a fiber tied from Tutankhamun's embalming cache. So seal impression, so that's made out of wax? It's supposed to be wax?
The god was then washed with incense-infused water and its mouth rinsed with mineral salts. The cleansing was followed by adorning the statue with jewels and royal garments. The final ritual required the priest to sweep away any footprints in order to prevent evil from approaching the god.
Why would footprints allow evil to approach the god? I don't get that. Footprints mean someone was there at a certain point, doesn't mean that they are there.
Heredity was the primary source of new recruits. Rarely was an outsider allowed this position. At the top of the temple hierarchy was the high priest. Each temple dedicated to a god had at least one high priest devoted to its care and service. During the Ptolemaic dynasty, one family held the position of high priest in Memphis for almost 300 years.
It may not be a freaking royal family, but it's clearly like a very important family. That's freaking insane. 300 years. This one family held that title of high priest. Wow. Heronton, daughter of high priest Neferibur, mother of prophet Necessity. Wait, so females could be high priests? I would think that'd be like more of a male role.
High priest candidates made their way up the ranks of the temple hierarchy. The one chosen to occupy the lofty position of high priest was usually confirmed by the pharaoh. Several of the high priests were also important officials in the government. Families sharing the highest priesthood titles tended to make many alliances, thereby gaining more land and wealth. Shifting balances of power sometimes resulted in more or less open conflicts between the priesthood and the pharaohs.
A priest in leopard skin cloak with an inscription and Osiris on the skirt. Uh, yeah, it's just going back to the whole like female priest thing. This entire game, I don't think we've ever seen a female high priest. You've seen wives of high priests, male high priests, so you never seen like I don't think you've ever seen a female high priest.
In the 21st dynasty, Thebes became the capital of an almost entirely theocratic government. The city was headed by king priests who spoke and governed in the name of the god Amun, in open opposition to the ruling pharaohs. These king priests caused a massive decentralization of power, known as the Third Intermediate Period.
Theocracy, by the way, is a government ruled by religion, which is a very problematic form of government. In my opinion, like theocracy and autocracy are both kind of problematic governments. Like one is ruled by the religion, another is ruled by the wealthy, and they're both like problematic in some regard because it doesn't really give like any sort power to the people. It gives power to the government or to the individual leading the government. Necklace with floral ornaments and plaque dedicated to Penegem, the first king priest of the.
The educational institution in ancient Egypt was known as the House of Life. Attended by the offspring of the elite and the clergy, it was a place tailored to the social status of its attendees. The earliest references to this type of institution date back to royal decrees of the Old Kingdom.
Statue of Nekhthor Heb kneeling in prayer, head of Magi in the House of Life.
Only two known centers have been uncovered, one in the abandoned city of Akhetaten, and one at the temple of Ramses II on the west bank of Thebes. Inscriptions uncovered in those locations mention the names and titles of people who were connected with the House of Life, such as a chief physician and many scribes. It is presumed that by the late kingdom, every temple had a House of Life.
Interesting. So, wait. House of Life. Did they mention what a House of Life is? Pharaoh's House of Life, ancient Egypt.
The House of Life offered training for the elite, destined for occupations such as astronomers, doctors, veterinarians, diplomats, architects, translators, or theologians. Some institutions focused on specific disciplines, making them a central hub for the country.
So, House of Life is essentially schools for the rich. Okay. Again, like, education is really, like, only a bit available for the elite. It's not available for all people.
Not limited to instruction for young students, the House of Life was a source of reference for many scholars, with rooms dedicated to papyri of many disciplines. Because papyri were preserved there, the Greco-Romans referred to the House of Life as a library.
Scribe's tablet. Almost done with this.
Ancient Egyptian economy was based on an unequal system of redistribution of goods. The state of Egypt collected the crops, and the temples distributed them throughout the provinces. Since the only people capable of counting and ensuring a fair redistribution were the educated scribes, this meant that the temples played a pivotal role in this process.
A model of a granary with scribes.
There are records of pharaohs making offerings of large tracts of land and animals to temples in order to maintain their favor. Ramses III offered generous gifts to the Temple of Amun in Karnak in such a manner.
Did we visit Karnak in our playthrough? I don't know if he did.
Palaces, warehouses, and granaries were built inside the temple compound to better control the redistribution of goods. The size of the recorded numbers of goods, combined with every other function filled by temples, only serves to confirm their might as economic, religious, and political centers of power within Egypt.
Thieves are Massium granaries. Looking around to see if I can see Karnak on the map. I don't see it though. I don't think we visited Karnak in our playthrough. I don't see it on the map. That's kind of interesting. I guess we didn't visit Karnak. Wonder where that is. So we just have to do one more and then we're training characters. Building Ancient Egypt next. Understand the different techniques used by ancient Egyptians to core stone blocks and build their monuments.
Welcome to Building Ancient Egypt. Constructed with bricks made of mud, most ancient Egyptian buildings were not permanent. Only religious temples and funerary monuments were meant to stand the ravages of time. For these very important structures, Egyptians used limestone, sandstone, and harder materials, such as granite, quartzite, and travertine. These heavy stone blocks were so prized that they were often transported from quarries located hundreds of kilometers away.
Hamamat, detail quarrying and mining village.
Limestone was common and easy to extract from quarries on the east bank of the Nile. This particular limestone had marine fossils in it, however, preventing it from being easily decorated and polished. Used as the main building material, the structure would then be finished with a finer limestone that was polished smooth and decorated as needed. Limestone was used for the building of the first pyramids and for most of the religious buildings of the Old and Middle Kingdoms.
It says that has fossils in it. I don't see fossils. I'm always impressed whenever I just see pictures of people like carving like images in stone. It's just so impressive. It looks like it's almost as like those carvings are like 3D images. Would love to know how they're able to do that. Temple Ramses II offering from Ramses II.
Ancient Egyptians preferred to use sedimentary rock beds or layers like sandstone and limestone because they were often easier to extract. The common method used to extract stone was the open pit quarry. Stonecutters would find quality stone, shape, and dig it out on site. Open pit quarries enabled many workers to work simultaneously on many blocks, which allowed for better productivity.
Stone mason's chisel.
Workers would draw a large grid directly on the stone's surface, taking care to leave a space between the blocks. This allowed them to isolate the different blocks and create a trench that would make the extraction easier. Stoneworkers used iron chisels for hard rock and bronze or copper tools for softer rocks such as limestone. Removing material between each block created a trench line. In some quarries, that trench was wide enough to accommodate a worker, who would then cut the block entirely on site. For harder rocks like granite, workers cut a series of holes and hammered wooden wedges into them. They then soaked the wood until it swelled and caused the rock to split.
That's actually something that I actually knew about. I actually we kind of use a similar technique. Today. Instead of wood, we actually use a form of plaster, which expands when the rock surface, causing it to like, we essentially drill holes in a rock and fill it with plaster, which when mixed, it actually expands and causes the rock to break. We actually kind of use that as a form of a silent demolition. I actually learned about that for the first time watching Dr. Stone. I actually read about it first, but I forgot about that, to be honest. And that's actually something that actually exists today. So, not something Dr. Stone made up.
The gallery extraction technique was used when the desired rock was buried under layers of rubble. This method was often necessary in order to find the whiter and finer limestone required for a smoother finish. The first step was for the stoneworkers to create an access pit that would allow them to reach the desired wall of stone. Once a wall of quality stone was exposed, workers could then cut out smaller blocks. This pit required a descending platform. Designed like a stairway, it allowed them to free multiple galleries of blocks.
Gebel El Silsila, an important limestone quarry and site in Aswan.
To cut the stone, they created a longitudinal kerf, or slit, and then cut the rock at a 90-degree angle. The lower side was determined along the geological layers or by using a horizontal cut. Wooden wedges were inserted in the rock and hammered in. Shock waves were then generated using hammers, fracturing the blocks at the seam.
Quarries of Tura by Lepsius, Mercier, Elliott, and Weiderbach. I honestly would be kind of nervous about like an opening like this, because I feel like that there's an earthquake and we are at risk of like being buried. That's just me.
To maintain the stability of these mining pits over the course of quarrying, workers would leave support sections of unexcavated rock.
Well, I guess that alleviates my fear. I wonder how is even maybe it'd be sturdy enough. I feel like that if you make it like too open, like there's like a limit to how much those things would support. And if you continue to excavate through that, I feel like there's a limit. But you could also make more pillars.
In every quarry, dedicated shrines were established to offer protection for the workers. In particular, Serket, the scorpion goddess, was considered a very powerful deity among quarry workers. Every mine and quarry of ancient Egypt included a scorpion charmer, who was said to use magical powers to ward off the dangerous insects and keep the workers safe.
A chapel dedicated to the god of the Nile, Happy, Gebel El Silsila. Workers in transport. Understand who are the people involved in the creation of ancient Egyptian monuments and understand the techniques used to quarry stone blocks and transport monuments. Estimated time 5 minutes.
Welcome to Workers and Transport. Whether workers were employed for the pyramid construction or at the quarries, the government supplied food and housing. Workers for the pyramids and royal necropolises were housed in more permanent villages, such as the famous Deir el-Medina. Quarry workers had more temporary lodgings. All skill levels were needed and utilized, from basic work hands to prepare the gypsum, to brickmakers and sand carriers, to skilled stonemasons to shape the blocks.
So, kind of food and housing. So, I'm guessing that they were housed on site? Like, housed like near their place of work? And did they not have housing before, or were they given like a new housing to work close to the site?
Skilled architects and engineers were employed year-round, while support labor were often farmers who worked on the quarries or construction during the Nile's flood season. The basic laborers were hardworking and versatile. Many may have been farmers who joined the construction during the off-season. Hieroglyphs found in the work villages listed assigned job titles.
It kind of reminds me of like today, because like a lot of the laborers are just kind of like working cycles. A lot of the people that are hired by farmers to harvest their crops, only those laborers often work there for a specific time of year, and they presumably have other careers they work in other times just to pay the bills. So I guess like these laborers kind of have like cycles in employment. A statue of the overseer, stonemason, Senbebu, and family.
Archaeological research shows that no food was stored or prepared on site, but instead workers received abundant rations of bread, beer, and meat. These rations were taken care of by an administration outside the village. Medical treatment was also available for those who were injured.
Seems like Egypt really like takes a lot of care for their workers. Honestly, today like a lot of workers, a lot of laborers are just kind of given a shaft by their employers a lot of times. So it's nice that the Egyptian government seems to really care about the people that work in them. Large oval storage basket.
While some quarries were close to the Nile, others were located across the desert and required long expeditions. These expeditions were sanctioned by the state. They involved complex logistics and required many participants. Transporting a block by land meant that workers had to overcome the weight and friction of the load. To solve this, they first dug a track in the ground. This path was sometimes reinforced with rails upon which a sled, used to ferry the blocks, would be pulled.
I see those wooden sleds, I kind of know how they work. I just always think that it's not going to be like an effective mode of transportation, like when you're dragging stuff around on dirt. Like, I don't know why, but I feel that would work as well. At least when you're pulling something on snow, like it has like a slick to it because it's like frozen not water, but still. And pulling something along on a wooden sled on dirt, I feel wouldn't be that effective. Especially considering that apparently people use these type of sleds to move stone. Like, that does not seem like it will work well on dirt. Stones are freaking heavy.
Whenever possible, blocks were toppled from a higher elevation onto the sled. Workers then poured water onto the clay at the front of the sled, creating a slick surface to more easily move the load. It wasn't until the New Kingdom that animals were used to tow the burden.
That actually makes more sense. They're using like clay and water to make like an easier track to kind of pull something on. That makes more sense. I can see that. I can buy that now.
During flood season, the Nile was at its largest and deepest, which allowed the transportation of the heaviest and biggest loads. Quarries close to the river had troughs dug out to deliver the stones to the shoreline. Harbors and wharfs situated at the river's edge allowed the transfer of materials and supplies. Harbor warehouses accommodated additional stocks of stone so that they were available for the winter sailing season.
Interesting. I guess I also knew that they kind of used the Nile to transport heavy loads. I just kind of forgot about that. I also kind of feel that it would be kind of more dangerous to transport heavy loads on the Nile because, like, especially when you're transporting stone, there's only so much like a ship can hold. God forbid there's a storm.
The Uwadi el-Jarf papyri detail a limestone load intended for the Khufu pyramid that weighed in at 70 to 80 tons, or 30 blocks. One papyrus is a fragment from a foreman's notes taken while working on the Great Pyramid. It details the transportation of limestone blocks from the Tura quarries to the construction site of the pyramid. The other papyri are shipping logs containing archives of the sailors assigned to sail the Red Sea and the Nile.
70 to 80 tons is just wild. It's for the Khufu pyramid. I mean, presumably they use a lot more than that to build it. Pirates selling the day guys are port workers who transported huge limestone blocks to Cairo during King Khufu's rule.
Stone cargo generally weighed 15 tons per boat, amounting to roughly 6 or 7 blocks per trip. For heavier loads such as obelisks, monolithic pillars, or gigantic statues, larger boats were used. These transports are the ones typically showcased on temple walls.
Yeah, but that just, I feel like that would, because there's only so much a boat can hold, and these boats were made primarily out of wood back then. Wood isn't really that sturdy of a material, I feel. At least not back then. Just fucking impressive they're able to transport that on a ship, on boat like, a wooden boats like that. Simple relief showing water transportation to a Pahiri.
River transportation was the most efficient way to ferry stone blocks between the quarry and the construction site. Blocks were transported by flotillas of several types of boats. The most detailed illustration of transport by river is a relief of Queen Hatshepsut's barge with an accompanying flotilla.
Gotta look at that, that looks insane. Description for the terrace temple of Deir al-Bahiri. Agricultural seasons, 7 stations. Learn about the basic agricultural food production techniques and understand how the Nile was the center of the ancient Egypt wealth.
Welcome to Agriculture and Seasons. While crops were cultivated in different oases around the desert, most of the arable lands were near the Nile. 2 types of cereal grain were cultivated, barley and an ancient wheat known as emmer. These 2 key ingredients contributed in establishing bread and beer as the staple of the Egyptian diet and the basis of its economy.
White barley. I wonder if at this time Egypt, they probably did. I was gonna say, I wonder if they traded with other countries at this time, but this place was inhabited by Greeks and Romans, so they probably did. Come on.
The Ptolemaic era created an agricultural revolution with the introduction of advanced agricultural techniques and new grain types such as rice, durum wheat, and pearl millet. The resulting agricultural mass production greatly increased the economy of ancient Egypt. It also prompted the development of storage and transportation, allowing long-distance trade with other regions.
I see pearl millet and my mind goes to foxtail millet. So that was kind of used to make ramen and Dr. Stone. My mind keeps on going back to Dr. Stone for some reason. I absolutely love that series though. Harvesting to Amena. Yeah, if you want to like learn a little bit about science and how things are made, I should kind of encourage you to check out that anime, Dr. Stone. It's mostly accurate in its representation. It gets some things wrong, but not a lot.
Both bread and beer rations were part of a system of barter payment. The state used those goods to pay wages for those who worked in the quarries and at the construction sites. Beer was so important to ancient Egyptians, they had a goddess of beer brewing, Tenenet. Tenenet is seen in many paintings and sculptures with beer, and women are depicted as the primary beer makers.
I never got the taste for beer. I don't like the taste of it. I think I would. I actually tried wine. I just kind of like wine more than I like beer. Actually, I had wine once for Thanksgiving, but I just never got the taste for beer. Just think it just tastes awful. Although it could be that the beer that I was drinking at the time just wasn't really a good beer. Basically, last time I drank a beer, I drank a Bud Light or something for my 18th birthday. And I just took a couple sips. I just couldn't even finish a can. I just don't like it. Every single sip I took, I just felt a chill run up my spine, and just was such like an unnerving feeling that I just couldn't drink much of the beer. Just maybe again, maybe it's a type of beer, but I just don't like it.
In order to increase agricultural production, fertile land was divided into plots and large agricultural villages were encouraged. The state and temples were the biggest landowners. Depending on the region, fertile land was managed by civil servants or rented to individuals. Ancient Egyptians relied on rudimentary tools for land cultivation. Soil was broken down with hoes, and wing plows were used to make furrows.
That's supposed to be like a wooden carving. Maquette of cattle and laborer. Never even heard of a maquette. I'm guessing that's like a wood carving, like a wood diorama. Interesting.
The three seasons known as Akhet, Peret, and Shemu corresponded to a specific phase of the agricultural process and the river's natural changes. Akhet was the time of the flood, beginning with the appearance of the star Sirius in July. Peret was the time when lands were cultivated, plowed, and sown. This fell between October and November. Shemu ran from May to September and was when harvesting and taxation began.
I think Sirius is the North Star. I could be wrong. Sirius sounds really familiar to me. I feel like I know that's the name of that star. No. The North Star is Polaris. I'm pretty sure the North Star is Polaris, because I believe Polaris is known as the guiding star, which is what the North Star is. I don't know what Sirius is. I think it's actually other name of a star in a constellation or something. They're in a gym in any Ferti and the fields of Yaru.
The pharaoh's duty was to uphold order against chaos and provide for his people. Priests and local governors also wanted to appear as protectors of the people. However, any variation in the Nile's seasons could cause water shortages. This had devastating consequences on wheat and barley crops. The pharaoh, administrators, and priests knew they needed to demonstrate their ability to prevent such a catastrophe from happening. And so they invented the story, which would be inscribed upon the famine stela.
Interesting. The pharaoh also apparently had a role, I guess, was like in charge of distributing the food. The role of the pharaoh seems to be more than just acting as a leader for his people. It's kind of interesting. In most governments, the leader of a government kind of directs it's like the head of the government is like in charge of what happens, to what, to, and when, and how. Like, he is just quite possibly like the leader of the country, like what he says goes. Assuming it's within the bounds of the law.
The story begins with the pharaoh worried for his people. The Nile hasn't flooded in years, and his people are starving. In search of the origins of the flooding, Djoser seeks out Khnum, the protector god of the region and the source of the drought. Djoser gives the god offerings and orders his priests to restore the temple of Khnum. These offerings please the god, and the floods are restored. This story was intended to highlight the importance of the deity in everyone's daily lives, while also demonstrating the crucial role that the priests and the king played in feeding and protecting the people of Egypt.
I feel like that the pharaohs. So before I get into this, like I already know that the pharaohs are kind of like viewed to be like a god, like a reincarnation of God, essentially. But I feel like on paper, a pharaoh is like really just more than just the leader of a country. Like he's more than just a figure, like a religious figure. I feel like that they just have like, I don't know what to call it. Like it's just, I feel like there's some type of more like respect, more important roles that a pharaoh plays than just a leader, than just a deity. And one more, and then we're changing characters. Ancient Egyptian cultivation. Learn about the ancient Egyptian agricultural techniques.
Welcome to Ancient Egyptian Cultivation. The new grain types of the Ptolemaic period required a great deal of water. Farmers needed to ensure they had effective, consistent irrigation. The Nile's rising and receding waters naturally irrigated most of the crops. Areas where the Nile didn't reach, such as gardens and vegetable plots, required an irrigation tool known as the shadoof. The shadoof allowed easy transport of water from its source. It consisted of a tall wooden frame with a long pivoting pole and suspended bucket. The system could be raised and lowered with little effort.
The Shadoof is such a weird name for a tool. It sounds so goofy. And honestly, like, my first thought thing is like Bidoof from Gen 4 of Pokemon. Such a goofy name. Shadoof. It's honestly kind of fun to say Shadoof.
Later, a sakya, or water wheel, was invented. The sakya needed animals to turn the wheel, which rotated buckets through the water. It drew the water to an elevation of 3.5 meters and enabled a great deal of control over the irrigation process. This improvement supplied larger areas and thus resulted in larger harvests.
I think they kind of use like a different, similar method to grinding like grains in a, I can't remember what it's called, like it's a device, a farming thing where that grinds wheat into flour. I can't remember what it's called.
The threshing process separated the grain from its husk. Workers would spread the ears on clean ground. Oxen, cows, or donkeys were then guided back and forth to trample the grain. This continuous movement worked the grain loose while preventing the animals from eating it. Unwanted chaff and straw were swept away, or gathered and added to the mud used to make bricks, to make them stronger.
Harvesting, threshing, and winnowing. Tumapahiri.
Winnowing was the stage where workers used wooden scoops to throw ears in the air. The wind carried off the chaff, leaving the heavier seeds to fall to the ground. This action was repeated until the undesired materials were sifted out. Grain waste was mixed with manure or other organic substances to produce brick-shaped dung loaves that could be easily burned. A standardized brick size enabled Egyptians to mass produce this byproduct and use it as a commodity.
What would they use a brick size poop? Like they said, it could be easily burned, but why would they use it? Like, what purpose would that have?
Transporting large amounts of grain required ships equipped to carry heavy loads. These goods were moved during the Nile's flooding season, when the river was deep enough for large ships. The transports stopped at checkpoints to accommodate customs and police controls, as well as for technical requirements and weather conditions.
Mural people loading grains on a boat.
Having reached Alexandria's inner harbor, the wheat was unloaded under the supervision of a civil servant in charge of wheat management. Portions were distributed to Alexandria's city market, and the remaining stockpile was either exported or stored in warehouses.
I actually misread civil servant as child servant, and I had to like do a double take as a narrator was reading it. Model of a granary with scribe and overseer. I wonder how much of these ancient roles still exist in some form today. Like, farming techniques has evolved so much since then, but I wonder how much still remains the same in the with this process.
Grain storage facilities were located across all of Egypt. Temples and institutions had large silos, while individual houses had storage sheds. In some houses, arched cellars were built into the foundations. These watertight chambers were accessible from the ground floor through a trapdoor. Royal granaries acted as the storehouse and distribution centers and managed state payments to civil servants, soldiers, and the police. Though plastered on the inside,
Silos weren't completely sealed, and so remained susceptible to mice infestations.
My dogs are currently barking in the backyard. If you hear them barking, I really apologize for that. I'm keeping an eye on my microphone source on my OBS, so if I notice my microphone is picking it up, I will do something about it, but so far it doesn't look like my mic's picking it up, so I'm just kind of remaining silent and kind of ignoring them. They're not being that loud, to be honest. They weren't being as loud as a recent stream, I think, on Friday. When they literally barked as soon as I started streaming and my microphone was actually picking it up.
When the grain was ready for processing, it was poured into bowls and pounded into a coarse flour. That flour was then passed through a sieve to make it of finer quality and further ground between stones. Ancient Egyptians did not stock flour. Instead, fresh grain was portioned out each time to produce flour as it was needed.
I wonder why they didn't stock flour. Flour is actually very useful for a lot of things, actually. Just maybe like their cooking wasn't really as advanced then, so they didn't really know the importance or the uses of flour. Or maybe they only used flour when they needed it to cook something. Which kind of sounds like there's a case here, but flour is so useful for cooking.
The sieves used by ancient Egyptians were unable to filter out sand and stones. Grit often passed into the flour, causing long-term tooth abrasions among all classes of Egyptians.
Oh, God. God, that's such a horrifying thought. You're about halfway through daily life. Domesticated animals of ancient Egypt. Learn about the various domesticated animals of ancient Egypt.
Welcome to Domesticated Animals of Ancient Egypt. Agriculture and domesticated livestock were introduced 6,000 years ago. Archeologists have found traces of cattle, donkeys, pigs, and dogs. Dromedary are thought to have been introduced during the Persian invasion.
What the heck is a dromedary? Can't look that up, but weird word. I just kind of want to look it up. Curiosity. It's a camel. Why not just say camel? Why call it a dromedary? Just say camel. Everyone knows what a camel is.
Pets were deeply cherished in ancient Egypt. Many illustrations of children often include a pet in the depiction.
Pets are universally beloved in the society.
One of ancient Egypt's most iconic animals, the cat, wasn't adopted into their daily life until the Middle Kingdom. Since they were so highly capable of killing snakes and rodents, cats were present throughout every period. However, they only became pets sometime during the Middle Kingdom. Prince Thutmose, son of Amenhotep III, had his cat Tamu laid to rest in its own sarcophagi.
So they were used to take out pests, but they weren't used as they weren't kept as pets until like the Middle Kingdom. That's interesting. So we just kind of used for pest control then. It's really just kind of like gave free reign in towns or something, but actually no, it says they weren't adopted into their daily life. So maybe they were integrated into, like brought into Egypt at some point. I don't know. I don't know if they were here before. They were brought in later. Was when it was clear. I'm being so loud.
The earliest reference to dogs dates back to 5000 BCE. They were popular pets as they helped hunters and protected herds. They were closely linked to Anubis, the jackal-headed god. Baboons, monkeys, and even falcons were tamed as pets. Each was mummified and buried with as much ceremony as any family member.
A mechanical dog. Ancient Egyptian medicine next. I'm gonna give us how much information on domesticating animals. I feel like there's a lot more used at the time that wasn't, that's for example, horses. That wasn't really discussed at all. Learn about the balance of science and magic that was ancient Egyptian medicine.
Welcome to Ancient Egyptian Medicine. Evidence of advanced medical procedures have been found on mummies, and ancient Egyptians left detailed medical writings from diagnosis to follow-up treatment. One of the oldest known surgical studies is the Edwin Smith Papyrus. It's one of the first documents in history that notes an association between the integrity of the brain and cognitive functions, including cases of ocular complications and paralysis following head trauma. Vinegar-treated marble stone from Memphis was used as an anesthetic.
Vinegar-treated marble stone? Huh. That's interesting.
Another similar document, the Ebers Medical Papyrus, is over 20 meters long and 30 centimeters wide. It details treatments of 48 surgical cases and contains 877 paragraphs describing various diseases. Alongside accurate and factual scientific approaches, the papyrus has more than 700 magic formulas and incantations to ward off demons and disease. This demonstrates how ancient Egyptians believed in a harmonious balance between religion and science.
Ebers Papyrus page, circa 1500 BCE.
Remedies were considered as medicine and carried by doctors and priests. Village doctors often had another job alongside their medical duties and the preparation of medicines. A cure for blindness was made of fermented honey, ochre, and coal. The science behind it was that honey functioned as an antiseptic and antibacterial, while ochre would reduce the swelling. All of their knowledge did not always suffice. Ramses II died of an infection caused by an abscessed tooth.
It's one of my biggest fears. Like, I hate freaking I generally take very good care of my teeth, but my biggest fears is like stuff like a abscess tooth, cavities, like anything that would involve a dentist drilling into your teeth. That freaking terrifies the shit out of me. There's a YouTuber I follow, who recently kind of had like a major freaking dental dental work done, where he had a cavity that formed under a filling that's been there for several months, to the point that he had to have his entire tooth removed, and it actually was a deep infection that affected his gums. Might be like very triggering to some, but he actually had to have a part of his gums removed in the surgery. That fucking terrifies me just thinking about it. Ugh. My dad hates like any scenes in movies that involve something done with the eyes, and he is terrified. He gets like very fidgety whenever a doctor is looking into your eyes, or it's like doing like anything close to his eyes. Like he has like a major phobia like involving things done to his eyes. My freaking phobia, medical phobia involving like teeth or gums, it just freaking freaks me the fuck out. Leather and linen in ancient Egypt. Learn about the uses of leather and linen in learn about the. Oh, I already read this.
Welcome to Leather and Linen in Ancient Egypt. Tanning, a process which dates from prehistoric times, was present although not highly valued in Egypt due to the heat. Leather was reserved mainly for things such as sandals, leather bags, dagger sheaths, quivers, and other similar items. Leopard hides, unlike regular leather, were highly valued and usually worn by priests.
Book of the Dead, Nebuchadnezzar Papyrus.
Valued for its coolness and freshness in hot weather, linen was the fiber most commonly used for fabrics and textiles. It was produced from flax, which was plentiful in Egypt. Fibers were usually dyed before weaving. While color was used in the production of textiles, dyes weren't commonly used for clothing, and most Egyptians wore white. The color represented spiritual purity, a goal to reach for every day of one's mortal life.
I can't remember which culture did this, or if there's many cultures that did this, but usually vibrant colors in clothing was kind of reserved for the wealthy. I don't know if this is how it worked for Egyptians, but it's kind of how it works for a lot of cultures. Like oftentimes, like bright red, for example, is often used for a rich person. Or sometimes multiple colors are used.
Various shades were achieved using woad, a dye produced from the leaves of Isotis tinctoria. The plant was cultivated for this purpose within the Nile Delta and allowed for the creation of various colors. For example, different maceration times of the leaves would result in colors ranging from red to green, while adding in limestone shifted it to blue. During the Greco-Roman period, other ingredients were found, resulting in a wider range of colors.
How would adding in limestone change the color to blue? Limestone is a white rock, isn't it? I don't understand the science involving dyeing a different ingredient sometimes. Like, I understand like how dyeing with certain colors works, but limestone, I believe, is a white rock, so it doesn't really make any sense how it would change something blue of all things.
This area's style is strongly influenced by the dye baths and tanneries of modern-day Fes in Morocco. This helped Ubisoft envision what such locations might have been like in ancient Egypt. While this tannery is within the city walls, back then they were often found outside the city boundaries. The tanner's trade was considered off-putting by the Greeks, as all these operations resulted in noxious smells.
I bet. Again, chemicals like in the air from all the different dyes and stuff used in the dyeing process. Better with obnoxious smells. Ancient Egyptian fashions. How am I doing so far? That's 7 left daily life. And once we complete daily life, we'll be getting the last achievement for this thing. Just move on to ancient Egyptians fashions. Learn about ancient Egyptian fashions. Estimated time 6 minutes.
Welcome to Ancient Egyptian Fashions. Learning what life was like for ancient Egyptians presents many differences, and yet also surprising similarities to how people might live today. Understanding the daily lives of regular citizens so many thousands of years ago is ultimately what connects us as human beings.
Honestly, that kind of makes sense. That's one thing that we can, humans will always have to relate to is different as, I guess is styles of clothes is what a lot of people won't relate to, but.
Jewelry was a popular item among ancient Egyptians of all social standing. Both men and women wore earrings, rings, and bracelets. Status determined how much jewelry a person wore and what it was made of. Common folk wore pearl necklaces, simple bracelets, and leather bangles. Brightly colored earthenware and glass paste were a favorite enhancement.
What is glass paste? That sounds like an oxymoron. Glass is essentially like melted, or like melted and hardened, sand, essentially. What the fuck is glass paste? That feels like an oxymoronic statement. Objects from Theban Tomb, MMA 840.
The jewelry of the elite was made from gold, silver, and other precious stones. Because gold never lost its shine, it was considered akin to the flesh of the gods. Wide jeweled collars were a favorite. Made with rows of beads formed into patterns of animals or flowers, the soft chiming sounds they made were thought to appease the gods.
People still love wearing gold today.
Though idealized, tomb paintings are a catalog of the changing fashions of ancient Egypt from the Old to the New Kingdom. Egyptians took appearance and cleanliness very seriously and were diligent about their fashion, hair, and jewelry as well as their grooming habits.
They say they took their appearance and cleanliness very seriously, but I feel like they were kind of limited in how clean they could really be. Shampoo wasn't a thing, for example. And I'm sure they had stone soap back then, but I don't know how often they would utilize it. Soap was made like really like early on in human history. It's actually made out of think calcium carbonate and seaweed, I think. Could be wrong.
The fabric of ancient Egyptian clothing was almost entirely made from various grades of linen. Linen was commonly white, draped over the body, and cinched at the waist, though some garments were sewn or tailored. Wealthy men wore long tunics, loincloths, or kilts, while poor men only wore loincloths. Women wore long dresses, with differences residing in the quality of the fabric, depending on social status. Egyptians commonly went barefoot, but could also wear sandals made from papyrus fiber or leather.
I have no idea why I started doing this, but a lot of times when I'm playing Disney Dreamlight Valley is what's kind of remind me of. I play a male character with a beard, and sometimes I would just wear dresses just for the fuck of it. Just make myself look like a pretty bearded princess. I don't know why. I just like wearing like dresses in Disney Dreamlight Valley just because I guess I like to cross dress in that game. Sometimes like I actually make a dreams. They have like a thing called Dream Snaps in Disney Dreamlight Valley where you create like special photographs centered around a theme. And sometimes I will wear dresses and take pictures wearing that theme because real men wear dresses. This thing I like to say is a joke. It was just kind of a shame that today, like, cross-dressing is kind of frowned upon in some places in my country. People are just so, like, homophobic that whenever they see a guy, like, wearing women's clothing, they just look down upon him. It's just really kind of stupid.
Cosmetics, including concoctions to prevent body odor and bad breath, were an integral part of everyday life for Egyptians. Used by both men and women, cosmetics were used as moisturizing ointments and sun protection as much as for beautification. Red ochre, a natural clay, was the most readily available cosmetic to tint lips and cheeks. Henna was used on nails and lips, and as hair coloring. It was also favored by richer women to decorate their palms and the soles of their feet.
Wait, they actually had stuff to paint. I guess like paint for nails like wasn't really. It's not really that hard to make, but it's still surprising. I think that nail polish, for example, will be kind of a more recent invention.
Egyptians believed kohl had magical powers, wearing it as black eyeliner to protect their eyes from the sun and to prevent eye infections from particles in the flooded Nile River. A special green kohl, made from ground malachite, was worn for ceremonies and religious rituals.
Did that actually do anything, or did that actually protect your eyes from the sun, like making like black eyeliner? How would that work? I don't get it. Painting representing a banquet in detailed gas, human Nebuman, Thebes.
Women and teenage girls wore their hair long and often braided. Wealthier women included carved combs or hairpins. The length of men's hair rarely dropped past the shoulders. They were mostly clean-shaven during the dynastic period, a trend began by the elite and soon adopted by the general populace. Queen Hatshepsut donned an artificial beard when she became pharaoh.
That's funny. Queen Hatshepsut wearing a beard. People, different times back then. A lot of times, a lot of media, they often kind of like a lot of TV shows, a lot of stories kind of depict like women like pretending to be a man for a certain time to see how easy it is to be a man. Like recently, like Velma, the controversial TV show, kind of had like Velma like cross-dressing as a man, and that was just done horribly. But Queen Hatshepsut was apparently the first. Or one of the first.
Wigs were very popular, used for special occasions or to conceal gray hair or baldness. They were fastened in place with beeswax. The most expensive wigs were made from human hair and reserved for royalty. Other wigs were composed of linen, wool, or animal hair.
They use beeswax to... Okay. Do you take it off when you are going to sleep, or do you sleep with it on?
Prepubescent children generally had their heads shaved. Young girls kept some strands intact, while young boys had a braid worn on the side.
I think Senu had something like that. Statue of Hippocrates seated with sidelock. Oh, look at that. Samples of that right there. So weird. Artisans of ancient Egypt. Estimated time 9 minutes. Learn about the daily life of artisans in ancient Egypt.
Welcome to Artisans of Ancient Egypt. It was under the watchful eye of Ptah of Memphis, the god of craft and architecture, that ancient Egyptians developed the unique rendition of the world they lived in. However, it is vital to understand that their view of art, and those who created it, was likely very dissimilar to the modern concept of the word. Instead of artists, the creative culture had skilled and respected artisans. The most significant categories of specialties for crafters were drawing, painting, sculpture, and metalworking.
Yeah, but isn't artisans people that just make like a painting, a sculpture? Were there any artisans that did like painting, for example, like painting portraits? Like, are there any people that did that, or was it just like painting murals? Because I think artisans are people that just create like things for to sell, create products to sell for profit rather than just creating things creatively. I guess that's still what painters do. I don't know how I'm phrasing it.
Ancient Egyptian craftspeople created both art and a wide variety of mundane, everyday tools. Every item created had a specific purpose and was produced by anonymous artisans who worked alone or with a team. Most crafts, such as pottery and metalworking, were utilized for everyday items. Luxury goods and artwork illustrations served temple rituals and were not meant for public display. Artisans rarely signed their names to the work, though they were clearly aware that they possessed a unique skill and talent for the task.
But just like seeing like they're making things essentially to sell at a market, rather than making things that I'm phrasing it weirdly because technically, like by how I'm phrasing it, both the artists we see today who just kind of like do things more recreationally, and people seen here that is doing things more professionally, are kind of doing things for different reasons. Painters can sell paintings that they made for like an incredible amount of money. It is often like bought by collectors or museums. These are kind of like given out, bought by everyday people. So it has like different uses. What I'm trying to say.
Art, in all its forms, has offered not only a practical insight into the way ancient Egyptians lived, but in how they viewed the world and their place in it. The balance of order and chaos was crucial in both the physical and the metaphysical universes. As a result, their art appears to follow a strict set of stylistic conventions that supported this worldview. From households and palaces to temples and tombs, pottery, papyrus, and textile items were essential to the everyday life of ancient Egyptians. In ancient Egyptian culture, drawing was used as illustration, such as seen in the Book of the Dead. It was also the first step in the creation of a relief, painting, or statue. Two-dimensional representations were concerned with order and form, and were intended to honor gods and promote the transition of the soul to the afterlife.
Interesting. It seems that the artists, the artisans of this time period were kind of worked very differently to how like artists were performed today. Like, I consider myself to be an artist, but I'm a writer. The stories that I write is mainly for other people to enjoy, and I'm hoping to reach like a larger audience of millions rather than a solitary person buying my product and one like these artisans do, where they sell like individual products to individual people. It seems like a different thing, and I'm wondering if there's artists that do what most artists typically do today, where their artwork is meant to reach a larger audience. That's what I want to know.
Stylistically, Egyptians were concerned with the depiction of the human form's inner self. As such, artistic representations were not concerned with realism, but rather with idealized youth and perfectly harmonious visuals.
I am impressed with the amount of stuff that Egyptians were able to do. Like, the artwork was kind of like limited, not really as good as it is today with all the evolved like artistic techniques. But it's still impressive like what the Egyptians were able to accomplish in their artwork.
An exception to this were scenes depicting hunting and battle, where the environment and enemies moved in lively, even chaotic ways. Animals and foes were depicted piled up, as if describing chaos, with Egyptians standing in solemn, disciplined poses, bringing order to the scene.
Block from a relief depicting a battle.
Reliefs could be either in high relief or low relief. Either method required a surface suited to the desired technique. Preparation of the surfaces differed depending on the quality of the rock. A quarried block only needed a simple smoothing. Rough-cut rock monuments, such as those found in tombs, required more work. Often the surface was coated in plaster before being sculpted.
A relief from the Palace of Apries in Memphis.
For reliefs, preliminary sketches were drawn in red, then framed with a red grid to position the elements of the scenes. Corrected sketches were in black, and once approved, the scene was ready to be carved. This method likely explains the name given to relief makers, the one who draws the outlines.
So they kind of have like two different people. Seem like they have like two different people doing two different roles when they're doing reliefs. Interesting. Reliefs from the tomb of Nash Pekashuti. Sure.
Statues were believed to be vessels for the souls of the deceased, or deities. That is why a sculptor was called the one who makes it live. This divine duty earned them the utmost respect. As with a relief, creation of a sculpture began with a drawing. Most statues were made of quarried blocks of stone, primarily limestone, though sometimes harder stones such as quartzite were also used.
A history of Egyptian via monuments. It is kind of interesting learning about all this kind of stuff. I've actually been kind of enjoying learning new things about the Discovery Tour. Again, like I experienced this once before through a YouTuber I follow, but I haven't watched it in a year. This came out.
In ancient Egypt, the profession of crafter was organized and relied on a specific hierarchy. Most artisans depended on an institution to provide them with raw materials. There were 3 working levels for craftsmanship: domestic, large estates, and within palace and temple workshops. Some royal workshops, at their largest, covered an area of about 2.8 square kilometers in size.
That is insane. Wow. 2.8 square kilometers is fucking massive. Fragmentary model of weaver's shop.
At the domestic level, most Egyptians were craftspeople to a greater or lesser extent. The ability to repair tools was a daily necessity. Crafted everyday items could also be bartered for at the local market. Artisans with skills but lacking in resources worked at large estates, where the elite provided them with space to work and raw materials. The most skilled artisans were employed in royal or temple projects and benefited from a special status. They were provided with good workspaces and considered to be highly skilled.
Neferabu and his colleague, the artist Mani Nakboof. Sure. Butchering names as usual.
An ancient text known as the Satires of Trades has a number of descriptive summaries that offer teasing glimpses into how artisans were perceived. A coppersmith was said to stink and have fingers that resembled crocodile droppings, while potters were said to be like those who lived in bogs. This view was likely exaggerated in order to highlight the most enviable position of all, that of the scribe.
If only a writer today was the envious position of all. Writers are kind of like the underdog of society. If you make it, you're set for life, but a lot of writers struggle. Not really an easy career to be successful in.
Located near the Valley of the Kings, Deir el-Medina was a settlement created by order of the king to honor the most skilled artisans. Its name translates as the Monastery of the City. Allocated a house on the initiative of the king, these craftsfolk were regarded with respect and referred to as the royal artisans. Those who lived there worked on the tombs in the Valley of the Kings and its surrounding temples.
Stella of a worker, inner cowl foreman at Deir el-Medina.
Archaeologists believe the site was home to skilled and respected artisans for over 400 years. It is considered one of the most important discoveries relating to Egyptian daily life. While much of the focus of Egyptian archaeology was on its kings and queens, it wasn't until the excavation of Deir el-Medina that Egyptologists were given a valuable window into the community life of ancient Egyptian artisans.
So they had like a special graveyard for artisans. It's kind of interesting. Evolution of pottery. Wait, hold on. We are changing outfits. Evolution of pottery or something. Evolution of pottery in ancient Egypt. Learn about the pottery and its various uses in Egypt.
Welcome to Evolution of Pottery in Ancient Egypt. Excavations all over Egypt have uncovered enormous quantities of pottery vessels of all shapes and sizes. The production of pottery was mainly confined to the outskirts of settlements due to the materials required and to keep the kiln smoke away from inhabited spaces. The function of the product determined the selection of the raw material, its treatment, its form, as well as the finishing of the surface.
A fun fact, ceramics or pottery is the most common form of artifact found in dig sites. Most of the time, archaeologists actually find fragments of pottery, but it's very rare that they actually find fully intact things. But people find fragments of ceramics everywhere in archaeological digs. The most common form of artifact that archaeologists find.
Pottery was essential to ancient Egyptians' daily lives. It was used in all aspects of life, from the storage of grains and liquids to containers within the tombs of necropolises. The most common pottery was made from Nile silt that resulted in a reddish-brown clay. Limestone clay, which made for more attractive pottery, was only found in Upper Egypt.
Yeah, like limestone is a type of rock, isn't it? Like, how could clay be made out of it?
Early pots were made from pinched or coiled clay. Chopped straw, ashes, and other minerals were added, and the mixture was then smoothed and decorated before being put in the oven. Pots were fired in bonfires or enclosed within a brick kiln.
I actually took a ceramics class in high school, and that kind of like a special oven for kind of heating up and hardening the ceramics. I actually kind of hated taking that class, and I actually took it for like half a semester, for like half a year before I switched out to something else. I really only needed like half a point in an art class, but I had enough to graduate, so I just stayed in that class for like half a semester before I transferred out.
The potter's wheel was utilized during the Old Kingdom. Pottery became smoother and more polished, similar to river stones. It was decorated primarily in red pigment, with the black color achieved by exposing it to smoke. Pottery workshops were attached to palaces or temples, and around the late period, specialized workshops began to appear.
Blue painted jar from El Casa. Interesting. That actually looks really pretty.
Quartzite particles, which created the rich blue or green glazing, became common during the New Kingdom. Mediterranean motifs and tin-based glazing came with the Greco-Roman era.
Blue pottery, Lotus. Currently at 3 hours and 19 minutes, almost 3 hours and 20 minutes. There's a recording session. This is going to be the longest video I ever make. I swear.
Potsherds could be found anywhere, and were the most common canvas for writing or drawing, in comparison to the more expensive papyrus sheets. Named after their Greek description, ostraca contained daily life records, letters, or could be drawn upon. Artists drew sketches for temples and tombs, or simply for leisure.
Artist painting of hippopotamus. The Egyptian household. Learn about the family life and homes of ancient Egyptians.
Welcome to the Egyptian household. In pre-Greco-Roman culture, women were considered equal to men in many matters. They owned property, testified in court, could divorce and inherit. Until the Greeks and Romans restricted their rights, Egyptian women could take over their deceased husband's trade. Marriage contracts included mentions of allowances and items of value brought to the marriage by the woman, which would forever belong to her.
So really, before the Greeks and Romans got involved, right, the women's lives were actually better. There's really nothing good at restricting someone's rights regardless of gender, ethnicity, or sexuality. We're all human, we all deserve the same equal rights. I really hate it when I learn about history where people just had less rights because their status, their gender, and it's just fucking insulting. It's stupid.
Certain professions were open only to women, such as weaving or professional mourning, while others were available to both genders, including working as servants for the rich households. Social status did have an impact, though. The higher in status, the easier it was to obtain education and access different professions.
Any of those women in those pictures had exposed breasts. Hopefully I don't get in trouble on YouTube.
Homes were generally composed of 3 rooms. First, there was the entrance, furnished with a small bench of brick, probably intended for a statue and protective divinity. Then there was the ceremonial room, meant to receive guests. The last room was either a bedroom or kitchen. Furniture consisted of basic chairs, chests, and storage. Tables were not used for family dinners. Instead, each individual had a small table of their own.
That's an interesting choice. Kitchens were apparently optional for households, and each person had their own separate table. Interesting.
Marriages were a social contract rather than a religious construct. Family was vitally important to ancient Egyptians, and children were considered a blessing from the gods. The father, mother, and their children were the nucleus of the family, and cohabitation sometimes extended to mothers-in-law, sisters, aunts, and sisters-in-law.
I imagine that it was because of like how there's kind of like a lot more fatalities and there's a lot more risk involved with contraceptions and pregnancies back then than were today. So I imagine that like having like children is kind of like a rare thing to do because of how common it is for it to fail in some regard. Like the infant mortality rate was actually like incredibly high back then.
Status and wealth played a large role in the style and size of ancient Egyptian homes. Commoners' houses were built with sun-baked mud bricks. Wealthier homes were often painted in white and decorated with various motifs.
A model of a porch and garden.
Town officials and the rich lived in mansions with numerous rooms that were luxuriously decorated. Only temples and tombs meant to last for all eternity were built with stone.
It's interesting. Nabuman supervising estate activities. Tuma Nabuman, I don't know how you pronounce that. Nabumun. Sure.
Funeral stone inscriptions focused on the main member of a household. Encircling this person would then be a spouse, parents, and children, possibly even siblings. These stones were so structured because there were no surnames in ancient Egyptian culture. Parents and children were a sort of family tree, which allowed for the identification of the deceased.
Interesting. So I guess like I wonder like what cultures that kind of brought in the last names. Okay, beer and bread, 10 stations. Learn about the production steps of brewing beer and bread making and their importance in ancient Egyptian lives.
Welcome to Bread and Beer. While the Mesopotamians invented beer, including using a straw to avoid the sediments and herbs, ancient Egyptians perfected the brewing method. Egyptian beer's quality was determined by alcohol strength, color, and flavor. During the Pharaonic era, beer was the most commonly used and important alcoholic beverage. The state and temples used it, along with bread, as payment to workers, and it was included on the lists of food offerings to the gods and the deceased.
It kind of amazes me just as soon as humanity figured out like how to ferment alcohol and like how to create alcohol, like it became widely used across like all cultures. I see like depicting a Syrian mercenary drinking beer with a straw. Who drinks beer with a straw?
Beer was the popular drink of ceremonies and festivals. The Festival of Drunkenness was even dedicated to it. Considered to be quite nutritional, beer was also significant in the day-to-day lives of ancient Egyptians. Egyptian adults and children consumed beer with all of their meals, and medical texts include hundreds of remedies that contain beer. It remained the most popular alcoholic beverage until the Roman era.
Children consume beer. That is interesting. People typically today people typically aren't allowed to drink beer until they get to 21 years old in America. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure the drinking age in America is 21. Either 18 or 21. I think it's 21 though.
Recipes for beer varied over time and depended on the quality of the materials. Bakers and brewers typically worked alongside one another at the same workshop or house. Many families often produced the quantity appropriate to their own consumption, with better quality beers produced for festivals and other special occasions. The most basic recipe used malted cereal as the main ingredient. Fruits such as dates were added along with honey and spices.
Model bakery and brewery for the Ketra.
Once baked, bread would be crumbled into the brew to start the fermentation process. Adding grain enzymes would break down the starches, turning them into sugar and creating a thick mash.
So creating bread and beer kind of worked hand in hand. That's interesting.
Once ready, the bread and grain mixture was compressed and then strained through a sieve with water into the mix of malt beer. Once fermented, the beer mash was transferred to large containers and again compressed by foot or with pestles.
How do you compress beer? I think by compress it means like depriving something of oxygen. So they put like alcohol in a barrel and just suck out and get rid of the oxygen. That's what it means. I could be wrong.
Once smooth, the beer was stored in pottery jars and sealed with a clay stopper. It probably couldn't be kept for long and likely had a thick, pasty appearance and texture. Very little was wasted. Leftover grains were reused to make sourdough bread or combined with the next batch of beer.
Pasty appearance sounds disgusting for beer.
While there are many ancient accounts for making bread, most of the knowledge known about ancient Egyptian brewing comes from an account by the alchemist Zosimus over 300 years after Cleopatra's reign. More recently, Dr. Delwyn Samuel, an archaeobotanist, has proposed alternate antique techniques to brew beer. However, experts are unable to replicate an authentic beer since not all of the techniques and ingredients used by ancient Egyptians are known yet.
And that's another thing that I don't think we'll ever be able to know for sure is how exactly Egyptians were able to make beer back then.
Food was prepared on the floor until the Middle Kingdom, when cooking benches were introduced. The introduction of durum wheat improved bread quality, meaning that the upper and middle classes ate better. The poor, however, still made do with a diet consisting of a gruel made of vegetables, softened bread, or barley.
They not eat with meat back then? They can't bread.
Dough was kneaded by hand or foot, and when sufficiently blended, additional items were added, such as fruits, nuts, honey, and spices. To leaven the bread, they added sourdough or leaven from beer brewing. Ovens were circular or beehive-shaped and made with clay or brick. If there was no oven at all, a bread maker used the hot sand to bake flatbread, a technique still in use by some Berbers today.
Berbers? What the heck are Berbers? Oh no, that is not right. Is that what it means, a member of the indigenous people of North Africa? I guess that would work. I guess that would work. I guess it is in the same area. Egypt is a country in North Africa.
Ancient Egyptians always had to fight off the omnipresent sand particles that were blown towards them. Despite their best efforts, sand regularly made its way into their food. Additionally, particles from the grain-grinding stone tools and ovens they used also contributed to attrition and prematurely worn teeth. The team tried to portray this through toothache animations and commoners sweeping sand off.
That's actually interesting that developers actually did that. Okay, last one, and then we are changing. Wine in ancient Egypt. Learn about the origin, production, and storage of wine in ancient Egypt.
Welcome to Wine in Ancient Egypt. When the god Horus lost his eye in a war with Seth, the ancient Egyptians believed the eye turned into a vine, and the vine's tears became wine. Early texts, dating back to 3150 BCE, contain the hieroglyph for vine. Regarded as extremely valuable, wine was highly sought after by the elite. It was also an essential part of many religious ceremonies.
The mythology of Egyptians is just so fascinating to me. Seth and his companion Nephthys.
A millennia-old tradition, grape cultivation and wine production was regimented in the way typical of ancient Egyptian bureaucracy. Egyptians kept careful records of winemakers, which they clearly identified on labels. Every landowner with a modicum of self-respect usually kept a vineyard. This held particularly true in the regions of the Fayum and the Nile Delta.
I didn't actually realize, because I knew. I wonder when Egyptians really began to cultivate wine. Because I would think that wine was kind of brought into the country by the Greeks. Because Greeks are really well known for making wine. And maybe it came before. Maybe they always had wine. Maybe they always had grapes.
Documentation shows that only certain craftsfolk were allowed to provide the containers required to store and transport wine. That and rigorous quality control checks established for every step of wine production shows that ancient Egyptians knew that the quality and longevity of wine could easily be affected by any number of variables, which they paid careful attention to.
Interesting. Also, That vessel in that picture reminds me of the scene from God of War. The remake made the first remake they made, not Ragnarok. I guess it came before that. Of Kratos sharing a jar of wine with Atreus. It's such a wholesome scene, and that vessel kind of remind me of that thing that Kratos used.
Egyptians had different kinds of wines, most of which ranged in quality from good to very good. The sweet shadé, to which honey had been added. The soft negem, obtained by drying the grapes in the sun. The ma, reserved for religious ceremonies. And finally there was the peor, the mediocre-rated wine, resulting from the second pressing of grapes and reserved for a less discerning palate.
So I'm guessing the peor was kind of used for the lower class, maybe? Okay, change our outfits, and we are about to get an achievement. Playing the role of Elder Messiah Warrior. Oil in ancient Egypt. Learn about the cultivation and use of oil in ancient Egypt. Estimated time 3 minutes.
Welcome to Oil in Ancient Egypt. Castor, sesame, and moringa were the source of the most common oils in ancient Egypt. Oil was used for various purposes: cosmetics, medical treatments, nutrition, perfume, athletics, and rituals, to name a few. The team decided to use oil as an explosive to add more gameplay opportunities for the player.
Did they actually, because oil is kind of like the black flammable oil that we're kind of like attribute more today. Did that type of oil exist back then, or was that something that the devs did? Because the oil that's used kind of reminds me of like the black gold thing that most people think of when they think of oil.
Ancient Egyptians originally used castor oil in wick lamps, but also for cosmetics, such as facial and hair treatments. There is mention in some papyrus of castor oil being prescribed to treat constipation and help pregnant women. Castor beans were found in ancient Egyptian tombs as early as 4000 BCE. Castor oil was made by pressing the beans from the plant of the same name.
Lamp, Middle Kingdom. Castor beans is actually like an important like plot item used recently in season 4 of Dr. Stone, a series that I just can't seem to get enough of. Great freaking series, absolutely love it.
Olive trees were present, though scarce, in ancient Egypt's early history, and olives were mostly imported from Syria and Palestine. Their use and cultivation remained uncommon until the mass arrival of Greek settlers during the reign of the Ptolemies, when demand increased sharply. Olive trees were normally found in the region of the Fayum and the lands surrounding Alexandria.
And clutching an olive branch. Hey! That is our last achievement related to the Discovery Tour. We are not done yet. Still have one category left, the Romans. Roman military equipment, 4 stations. Learn about the military equipment typical Roman armies.
Welcome to Roman military equipment.
The strength of Rome was directly dependent on its military supremacy and fundamentally militaristic society. Regular citizens, comprised mostly of farmers and herders, joined to protect their land and families. In return for their service, members of this civic army were allowed to vote. Trained to be highly disciplined and obedient to superior officers, citizen soldiers developed a deep sense of loyalty to their city.
So it's only the military personnel that are able to vote? That seems like a bad system.
The quality of the armor of a Roman foot soldier was intrinsically linked to his social status and wealth. Chainmail was the most commonly used type of armor. Scale armor, made famous in today's media, came into use after Caesar's time. Foot soldiers carried large and oblong shields, while the cavalry used smaller ones of Greek origin. Soldiers were expected to carry their own kit, including the tools required for the construction of forts and tents.
Roman society, the Roman Empire at one point was massive and kind of covered most of Europe. It dwindled down over time, but Romans were actually very impressive in their heyday. In fact, Romans actually occupied England for a time. Europe, I should say. UK. That is England. I'm a fucking dumbass. Britannia is what it was called back then, though.
Roman soldiers used the same types of weapons. The stomach and face were the most targeted parts of the body. As such, a legionary was equipped with two close combat weapons, a dagger and a short sword, known as a gladius. One of the most ingenious Roman weapons was the javelin. Its pyramid-shaped tip pierced the body, while its iron shank was designed to break upon impact, stopping the enemy from throwing it back.
So they threw the javelin. The thing they're gonna use is like a spear. Just keep people at a distance. And once you throw it, you won't have a weapon. I have one armed unless you get a new weapon.
During their conquests, the Romans regularly transformed enemy technologies to add to their own formidable arsenal. After capturing a Carthaginian vessel, the Romans adopted its better features and constructed a superior fleet of ships. Adapting heavy artillery designs from Greek models aided the Romans in building catapults and ballistae. The latter became an iconic symbol of Roman warfare.
Persian column. Yeah, I remember like playing Assassin's Creed Brotherhood for the first time and seeing them use ballistae against the Montegioni, against like Ezio and his allies. That was freaking insane. I absolutely love the Ezio Auditore games. Roman forts. I'm actually planning on, I think I kind of want to cover that game again. Learn about the structure and operation of Roman forts. Estimated time 3 minutes.
Welcome to Roman forts. The size of a Roman military camp, known as a castrum, varied significantly depending on how many soldiers it needed to accommodate. However, they all shared common characteristics in design and construction, such as this fort before you, located in Cape Chersonesos.
Wait. By that line, did this location actually exist at that time? Like, is this accurate? Like, was this an actual fort that existed back then? The devs didn't like go through all that research for actual fort locations, did they? Because that would be fucking insane if they did.
Rectangular in shape, the forts were heavily fortified by ramparts and a ditch system. The walls were reinforced with parapets, essentially an extension at the roofline which allowed a protective barrier for patrolling soldiers. Depending on the availability of materials, some forts were built with stone, timbers, stacked turf, and particularly in the eastern part of the empire, baked brick.
It basically made castles. In the form of big bricks, I should say.
Access doors on all four sides were each flanked by guard towers. The commanding officer was positioned in the middle of the camp, giving him a clear view of the troops and the main gate.
It's like very organized. Nowadays, you can have like all this technology, cameras, all this kind of stuff to keep an eye on things.
Along with sleeping barracks for the soldiers, the fort also had a granary that was expected to hold rations for a year or longer. To ensure the health of the soldiers, every camp was equipped with medical staff and a hospital. A clean water supply with conduits for a bathhouse and latrines was included in the construction of every fort.
The latrines is actually just like a section of exposed earth and isolated section of the thing. Maybe you won't find it here, to be honest. Don't know where it would be. I think you can find like little latrines where people, soldiers actually programmed to just kind of walk away and walk to an isolated thing and just somewhere. I'm actually really pleased that my idea of changing characters every 3 things actually worked out, because I got just enough locations to actually go through everything and give each character their fair share. Forza Carnatica. Learn about the fortification discovered in Cyrenaica and their purpose.
Welcome to the forts of Cyrenaica.
Oh, Cyrenaica, sorry.
Cyrenaica was a Libyan region under Roman control, gifted to Rome by one of Cleopatra's ancestors. The remains and foundations of ancient fortifications were discovered in the 19th century in the southwest of Cyrenaica, as well as a Roman garrison dating back to the 1st century CE. Evidence shows that these forts were of Libyan origin, rebuilt and modified by Roman engineers when Cyrenaica was part of the empire.
Where is this? Is this actually Cyrene? No, it's not. It's actually, what is this? What did I actually say? I think this is Balagray, actually. There's the city of Balagray.
Stone was the most commonly used material to build forts in Egypt and Cyrenaica. Though no real proof of a fortress similar to the one before you has been uncovered in that region, the team chose to add it as a worthy and awe-inspiring end-of-game challenge for the player.
Actually, no, this is not Balagray. Balagray is over here. I don't know what this area is called. Actually close to the aqueduct.
The forts of Cyrenaica were intended to prevent invaders from gaining access to the main route that led to the country's 5 most important cities. These forts were built close to coastal plains and deserts for added defense. 3 of these cities were recreated by the team: Balagray, Apollonia, and Cyrene. Had it existed, the fort before you would have protected the road leading to Balagray.
A map of the world made by Eratosthenes of Cyrene, 240 BC. The names are so hard for me to pronounce.
Other than reference to an attack around 404 CE and a military reorganization by Emperor Justinian during the 6th century CE, we still know little of the Roman military presence in Cyrenaica.
We probably never really know the truth about that unless science it's a freaking time machine. Roman aqueducts, 5 stations. I still remember Assassin's Creed Brotherhood like spending all that money just to rebuild the aqueducts in Rome. Such a cool feature. Learn about the aqueducts and water management of Cyrenaica.
Welcome to Roman Aqueducts. Water management was taken seriously by the Romans. Cyrenaica benefited greatly from Roman administration with the construction of aqueducts and canals. The source of water varied depending on the location. Many aqueducts were built at the foot of the mountains, offering greater flow from the melting snow.
Pontigard Aqueduct.
The ability to transport water over a greater distance increased agricultural production. Some aqueducts were reported to be over 7 kilometers in length. Where the Greeks of Libya originally focused mainly on olive trees and figs, which required less water, the advent of Roman aqueducts allowed for a far greater crop diversity. Every farm's water use was carefully scheduled.
Around Cairo 1, view of the aqueduct situated near Old Cairo by Edmé Francois Jonard.
The engineering methods used to create aqueducts were constantly reviewed, with a clear focus on exploiting the local environment. Materials, water usage, cleaning regulations, and a deep understanding of how to exploit gravity itself were all important concerns. Several fortresses were built to protect the aqueducts, basins, and cisterns.
I mean, it kind of makes sense. Aqueducts are like a very important part of Roman society. Actually, a great like innovation thing. Being able to like transport water over long distances.
Additional water was collected with wells and cisterns, but aqueducts were the main supply of fresh water. The water was distributed based on the collective needs of the city, before the private needs of an individual.
I think that's the aqueduct of Segovia. Roman aqueduct of Segovia. Someone that's in Italy. Where Rome is from.
Almost all aqueducts ended in a fountain where the water circulated to clean the streets and supply bathhouses and latrines, thus improving the cleanliness of Cyrenaica's cities.
The more you know. One last one, crucifixion. Finally almost done here. Learn about crucifixion, the most severe form of Roman capital punishment.
Welcome to Crucifixion. In terms of the severity of Roman justice, crucifixion was at the top of the list of corporal punishment, followed by death by fire and decapitation. The upper class considered crucifixion unworthy of their position. Those lucky enough to have Roman citizenship were also exempt from such treatment.
Most people would recognize crucifixion as being the way that Jesus was essentially executed. But funnily enough, people actually got the whole crucifixion wrong. Because apparently back then they did not use a cross shape as cross like that. They actually would have used a crucifixion cross like this back then. So the whole thing, the whole like imagery of like Jesus being like mounted on a cross like this actually wouldn't have happened. Would have actually been more like he was hung like this. So that's a lot of things that a lot of people actually get wrong. And most religions actually get wrong because they actually wouldn't use those type of crosses back then.
Easily accessible, crucifixions were popular entertainment among the citizenry. Unlike throwing victims to wild animals, which required an arena, crucifixions did not require any particular setting.
The reasons why they actually wouldn't really use that is because when they hang people up for longer periods of time, it's actually kind of common for people to fall off the crosses because they've just been kind of putting a lot of pressure on the nails in the hands. It's either possible for the hands to slip off or for the flesh to actually rip from the weight and then fall off that way. So they actually use the actual X-shaped crosses because it's actually more stable than using the, I guess, plus-shaped crosses. They probably still use the T-shaped ones. It's just they wouldn't have used it back then when Jesus would have lived.
Those subjected to crucifixion were almost always slaves, traitors, and lower-class citizens. Roman deserters were crucified because the betrayal of the soldiers was perceived as endangering the lives of Roman citizens.
Martyrdom of St. Andrew.
In 71 BCE, a major slave uprising in Italia was repressed by the Roman army. This resulted in the crucifixion of 6,000 men, including their leader, a slave and former gladiator known as Spartacus.
I didn't realize that's what happened to Spartacus. Actually, no, I don't really know much about him. I do know that he had like a famous movie based on him. All tours completed. You have unlocked White Senu in story mode. All discovery tours have been completed, including reset tours. You may now go to the gear page to change Senu's appearance. Go ahead and do that. Got White Senu now. Okay, so one thing I will say is when we come back to streaming this game on Friday, a little bit of spoiler, I guess, I did manage to get 100 collectibles, 100 trinkets, so we will be getting the achievement reduce, reuse, recycle when we play. That's gonna do it for today. Thank you guys for watching. And this is probably gonna be the longest video on my channel to date. My stream deck isn't working, so I just disable and this recording manually, so hold on.